The sharp smell of blood woke Zhou Yu. He opened his eyes. The dim room. Hanging corpses, each one swaying like dry jerky, caught his eye. Fear was all that remained in Zhou Yu's heart. Until that strange voice sounded, he finally remembered why he was in this bizarre space. Welcome to the world of strange tales. The roll card and talent will be drawn soon. At the same time, all around the world. Whether it was the leaders in the highest military command center, or the common people, they all held their breath, watching the live broadcast, praying silently. Because the roll card and talent drawn at the start would directly determine the fate of the chosen one, and the fortune of the entire nation. When everyone saw Zhou Yu draw the dead slave card on the live broadcast, the expressions of all the people in Long Nation instantly turned to fear and despair. Even the experts at the command center stood up in panic. We must evacuate quickly. The strange tales will soon reach our southeastern region. Professor Chan is right. The southeastern region will soon become uninhabitable for humans, a new wasteland. The northwest, southwest, and northeast regions of Long Nation had already suffered 3 visits from strange tales. If the chosen one fails again this time, Long Nation will face the crisis of extinction. Commander, don't hesitate. Beautiful country, Asan country, and Japan's chosen ones have all drawn the hero cards. They will have an absolute advantage in this instance. Furthermore, the chosen ones of the Western 8 nations have drawn the highest class national trump cards, constantly showing off in the international conference videos, openly mocking our Long Nation. Damn it, these little Western 8 nations are just waiting for us to fall so they can steal more of our culture. If Long Nation hadn't suffered these strange tales, would we have tolerated these clowns running wild? The experts in the command center were both angry and fearful. But only the commander, Luozhen, remained calm and composed, his eyes fixed on the live broadcast screen. Calm down. You see, Zhou Yu's face doesn't show despair. This means he should have drawn a good talent card. We still have hope. In the world of strange tales, the dead slave identity card will severely weaken one's abilities and randomly cause a disease. When Zhou Yu saw the card, showing a skeleton-thin figure burdened with a heavy stone, his heart sank in despair. The chosen ones of all nations would participate in the same instance. Depending on the identity card drawn, king, hero, commoner, or dead slave, they would play different roles of varying difficulty. Simply put, Zhou Yu's starting point would be hell level. Entering the world of strange tales for the first time will randomly select an initial talent. Talent. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, reigniting his hope. As long as he could draw a high-level talent, there was a chance for a comeback. Talent draw and progress. Congratulations, you have obtained an SSS-level talent, Reverse Fate. The Reverse Fate talent will bring the chosen one both infinite despair and infinite hope. Each time the talent is activated, it will consume the chosen one's life force. Consume 10 life points to gain the true eye. This allows the chosen one to sense nearby dangers and see hidden secrets for a short time. Consume 30 life points to gain disaster transfer. This allows the chosen one to transfer any damage received to any creature within 3 meters. Consume 50 life points to reincarnate in the instance. The chosen one starts with 80 life points, and each hour of rest restores 10 life points. After Zhou Yu drew Reverse Fate, he only saw hope. Since the arrival of the strange tales, no SSS-level talent had ever appeared. Even the probability of drawing an SS-level talent was 1 in a million. Just as Zhou Yu secretly rejoiced, the surroundings began to gradually change. The rotten room and corpses disappeared. It finally turned into a warm home. On the bedside table in the bedroom, a leather-bound notebook quickly caught Zhou Yu's attention. Opening it, he saw it was written. Copy, Happy Little Town, a family of 3. Rules. Rule 1, you are the only male in the family, responsible for supporting the family and taking care of your wife and children. Rule 2, always keep a smile when facing your wife, never refuse her requests. But be careful, you must not share a room with your wife. Rule 3, no matter what happens or what sounds you hear, never enter the basement. Rule 4, do not look at mirrors in the house, especially at night. Rule 5, return home before dark. No matter who knocks on the door, do not open it. Rule 6, the residents live very happily in the town. Whenever a neighbor or a townsfolk greets you with a smile, you must also smile back. Rule 7, after 7 days, a green train will arrive in the town. This is your only chance to leave the town. Note, since you have drawn the death slave card, your role is that of a miner, and you must work hard every day. Because you inhale dust every day, your body is very weak, and you need medicine to survive. The red pill is your life-saving medicine, take 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. After reading all the rules, Zhou Yu did not immediately close the notebook. Under the faint light of the bedside lamp, he noticed deep scratches on Rule 3, Rule 4, Rule 5, and the note about the red pill. What does this mean? Are there problems with these rules? Or, is it just a coincidence? Zhou Yu dared not overlook any details. In the world of strange tales, a tiny detail could decide life or death. Zhou Yu glanced at the red pills in the glass bottle on the bedside table, then looked up at the clock. It was already night. Take it? Or not? Zhou Yu did not make a decision immediately. He chose to consume 10 points of life energy to activate the reverse fate talent's true eye ability. The moment his life energy was consumed, Zhou Yu felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his body was being drained. But what made him feel even more suffocated was that he suddenly realized the room, which was originally dim, was now filled with a blood-red atmosphere. The true eye could detect dangerous auras around him in a short time. Green meant safe, red meant danger. That meant, aside from the red pill, there was something else dangerous in the room. Realizing this, Zhou Yu quickly pushed open the door to escape the bedroom, only to find, to his shock, that the blood-red dangerous aura was everywhere. The entire house, the whole two-story building, had no corner that was safe. The blood-red light flickered around Zhou Yu. And the most intense blood-red aura was centered on the dining table in the living room. Or, it should be said, the three people sitting at the dining table. At the table, with her back to Zhou Yu, sat a graceful woman in her nightclothes. In front of her were two little girls, about 6 or 7 years old. The girl on the left was very cute, blinking her big eyes repeatedly. The girl on the right, however, had a pale face and an eerie expression. Zhou Yu took a deep breath to calm himself. The woman in front of him should be Zhou Yu's wife, and the two little girls were his daughters. Wait a minute. Zhou Yu suddenly realized, wasn't this supposed to be a family of 3? Why was there an extra person? Chapter 2, The Wife's Deadly Request. Honey? What are you staring at? Come over and eat. A delicate voice pulled Zhou Yu out of his thoughts. Under the blood-red aura, the woman slowly turned her head. Zhou Yu kept Rule 2 firmly in mind, already prepared mentally. No matter if his wife was an ugly monster or a ghost, he must keep smiling, even if it was a fake smile. But to Zhou Yu's surprise, his wife turned out to be a beautiful woman with fair skin and long legs. Under the corner of her eye, there was a black mole that exuded a hint of charm. Zhou Yu, although he had been single for over 20 years, was not foolish enough to lose his mind over appearance in the world of strange tales. He remained calm, sitting obediently beside his wife, eating dinner as if nothing were amiss. Everything seemed harmonious, but the gaze from across the table was unerringly sharp and piercing. Zhou Yu raised his head and saw his daughter, with a pale face, staring at him intensely the entire time. Blood was dripping from her hollow eyes, falling with a plop into her plate, mixing with the ketchup. Meanwhile, the other seemingly normal and innocent daughter appeared unaware, dipping her fries in the blood, mistaking it for ketchup, and eating with relish. In an instant, Zhou Yu felt his stomach churn violently. Honey, what are you staring at? Is work too exhausting today? His wife asked with concern. Old problem acting up, I feel a bit uncomfortable, Zhou Yu coughed a few times. Then you should go rest in the bedroom early. I'll clean up the dishes and look after the kids, his wife said. Zhou Yu nodded, feeling a sense of relief as he retreated to the bedroom. But before long, his wife came into the room and lay beside him. She made a request that was hard to refuse, yet one that he had no choice but to reject. Honey, we already have a daughter. How about we try for a son, she whispered in his ear, her blood-red lips hot against his skin. But at this moment, Zhou Yu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. For right now, Zhou Yu was facing a 100% life-threatening situation. Zhou Yu's mind buzzed, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, other chosen ones were also facing their wives' deadly tests. In the live broadcast of Asen Kingdom, the chosen one from Asen Kingdom, Salhan, had long been unable to suppress the Teddy bloodline inside him. Ever since he first saw his charming wife, he had been losing control. If it weren't for the rules, he would have already acted like usual and gone for it. But now, after hearing such a reasonable request from his wife, the chosen one from Asen Kingdom agreed without hesitation and turned off the bedside lamp. But what awaited him was not speed or passion, but predation and torture. In the dark, his beautiful wife slowly transformed into a grotesque monster, her dry arms wrapping around his neck like vines. At the beginning, the chosen one from Asen Kingdom had drawn a very advantageous hero identity card. In the small town, his role was the mafia boss, possessing a strong body and immense strength. But facing his transformed wife, he had no power to resist. Soon, Salhan's head rolled to the ground, and his transformed wife greedily devoured the blood spurting from his neck. Salhan had been drained dry. When the people of Asen Kingdom saw this strange broadcast, they couldn't help but vomit, but more of them were filled with curses and panic. In the world of strange tales, Salhan actually thought about such a thing? Did you not know? Salhan is a black bus driver. It's over, strange tales are about to descend on our country. The news of the elimination of Asen Kingdom's chosen one soon spread to other countries. Besides the mocking and ridicule, most countries were more worried about whether their chosen ones could survive. I heard Zhou Yu is just a 23-year-old company employee, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. He won't fall for temptation, will he? The problem now is rule number 2, do not refuse your wife's request, but you cannot sleep with your wife. Even if he can resist the temptation, he will still die. In the world of strange tales, his wife's cold hands had already wrapped around Zhou Yu's thin waist. Huff. Huff. But Zhou Yu pretended to be asleep, snoring loudly. So annoying, you fell asleep again. You always shut down at the crucial moment. The wife complained unwillingly, pulling back her reckless hands. Zhou Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to get through the situation. But unexpectedly, the troublesome wife began desperately shaking Zhou Yu's shoulders again. The force was so strong that it almost flipped the bed over, and Zhou Yu dared not pretend to be asleep anymore. Zhou Yu opened his eyes and saw his beautiful and charming wife looking at him with an expectant expression. Husband, I know you're very tired from work during the day, but the medicine can't stop, okay? Husband, it's time to take the medicine. The wife handed him a bright red pill. For some reason, Zhou Yu suddenly felt that this scene seemed familiar, like he had seen it in some ancient drama. The rules did indeed specify that the medicine must be taken every night. But before that, Zhou Yu had used his talent to scan the house, and everything was dangerous, including the red pill. However, he couldn't refuse his wife's request, and Zhou Yu dared not act slippery in front of her, so he had no choice but to take the pill in front of her. Good husband, go to sleep now. The wife affectionately stroked Zhou Yu's head. Wife, I need to pee urgently, I'll go to the bathroom first, you sleep first. Zhou Yu seized the opportunity to run to the bathroom, secretly spitting the pill out from under his tongue. Unfortunately, some of the drug components were still swallowed into his stomach. Immediately, Zhou Yu felt a wave of dizziness, and a constant buzzing sound in his ears. This medicine really has a problem. Zhou Yu hurriedly gagged and spit out the undigested remnants of the medicine, feeling a little better. After washing his face, Zhou Yu was about to leave. But as he regained his senses, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a shadow squatting in the corner of the bathroom. Zhou Yu quickly pressed the switch, but the moment the light flashed, the shadow suddenly disappeared. Dad, save me. A faint cry for help came from an unknown source. Zhou Yu jumped in shock, not waiting to search for the source of the voice, but he found that the black cloth covering the bathroom mirror was slowly falling off. Dad? Is it one of my daughters? Why can't I see her after I turned on the light? Zhou Yu was very confused, but he understood one very important thing. Rule 4, do not look in the mirror at home, especially at night. Zhou Yu hurriedly covered the mirror again, but unexpectedly, a mysterious force was pulling at the black cloth. Daughter, is that you? Stop messing around. Be a good girl and listen. Zhou Yu, whose body was weak, couldn't resist the strange force. The black cloth on the mirror was finally pulled off. When Zhou Yu saw the scene in the mirror, he was instantly frightened and lost all sense of direction. Zhou Yu saw that his reflection in the mirror was slowly turning into a dry corpse. His neck was extremely twisted, hanging upside down from the ceiling. This strange death posture was exactly like those hanging corpses Zhou Yu saw when he first entered the bizarre world. Without using his talent, Zhou Yu knew that this was an extremely dangerous moment. Escape! Zhou Yu had no other thoughts, but he found that his body couldn't move. At the same time, a bloodstained rope slowly descended from the ceiling, wrapping around his neck like a giant snake. The intense fear and suffocation gradually overwhelmed his body, and Zhou Yu eventually lost consciousness completely. He died. Chapter 3, The Non-Existent Daughter. Time reversed. The intense suffocation still made it hard for Zhou Yu to breathe, and even the broken neck couldn't recover immediately. When he came to, Zhou Yu was surprised to see the red pill he had spit out earlier still floating in the toilet. At the same time, his life force had decreased by 50 points. Clearly, Zhou Yu's reverse fate talent had triggered passively and sent him back to the moment before his death. At this moment, the shadow in the corner was stirring, ready to emerge at any time. Now, his life force was only 20 points left. If he was killed by the strange talk again, it would mean true death. Dad! Don't call me Dad, you are my dad. This time, Zhou Yu no longer cared about the strange voices or the shadows. He quickly ran out the door. Away from the bathroom, Zhou Yu leaned breathlessly against the corridor wall, truly wanting to leave this home. Because indeed, there was no place in this house that felt safe. But when he looked out the window, he saw the peaceful little town under the night sky, covered by an even more eerie mist. Rule 5, return home before nightfall. What's more, his wife was still waiting for him in the room, so Zhou Yu had no choice but to go back to the bedroom. At this moment, his wife was already asleep. Zhou Yu gently turned off the bedside lamp, crawled into bed, and hoped to fall asleep quickly, to restore the energy he had lost. But for some reason, when the lights went out, Zhou Yu felt a strange discomfort, as if a pair of eyes in the corner were spying on him. It seemed like there was a third person in the room. In the middle of the night, was he never going to get any sleep? Zhou Yu was on the verge of breaking down, unable to sleep due to the hidden danger in the darkness. Reverse fate, the true eye ability of his talent activated again. Zhou Yu saw that the rune was still filled with a red, dangerous aura, but he couldn't find the source of it. After searching around, Zhou Yu's gaze gradually became fixated on the wedding photo hanging on the wall, as the more he looked at it, the more strange it seemed. In the photo, his wife was wearing a wedding dress, charming and graceful, but he, dressed in a suit, looked as if he had been kidnapped, his expression unnatural. Perhaps his current expression was no different from the self in the wedding photo. Zhou Yu forced a bitter smile, and just as the effect of his ability was about to fade, an incredible scene suddenly occurred. Zhou Yu was stunned to discover that his wife in the wedding photo had undergone a shocking transformation. He saw his wife's face gradually aging, her body deflating like a balloon losing air, and the white wedding dress turning pitch black. In the end, the once beautiful and enchanting wife had turned into a terrifying old witch wearing a black robe. "Hubby, what are you looking at?" His wife, who had been sleeping with her back to Zhou Yu, suddenly woke up without him noticing. Zhou Yu jumped in shock, glancing at her from the corner of his eye, and found that she hadn't turned around. He let out a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, what happened next would become a memory Zhou Yu could never forget. Although his wife's body did not turn around, her head slowly began to turn, gradually rotating 180 degrees, with her body still facing away, but her head eerily looking directly at Zhou Yu. The series of shocks left Zhou Yu completely unprepared. His mind went blank, staring at his wife in fear, forgetting the second rule. By the time Zhou Yu reacted, it was already too late. Their gazes were about to slowly meet. But just then, a black cat suddenly jumped between them, blocking his wife's line of sight. Then Zhou Yu snapped back to reality and quickly put on a fake smile that looked worse than crying. "How did this damn cat get in here? Get out!" His wife didn't pay much attention to Zhou Yu, but became immediately agitated as she fixed her gaze on the black cat, grabbing its tail and violently tossing it out. "Wife!" Looking at his wife acting completely out of character, Zhou Yu felt a sense of fear. "Hubby, next time you go out, remember to close the door." His wife gradually returned to normal. Zhou Yu nodded, instinctively glancing at the wedding photo, and the old witch had turned back into the young bride. "Let's sleep early, hubby." His wife gently kissed Zhou Yu on the cheek, but the touch of her seemingly soft and red lips felt strangely dry and prickly for some reason. And his wife's voice seemed to have a kind of magic, making Zhou Yu's eyes glaze over, and he finally fell asleep. The next day, morning. Zhou Yu slowly woke up. His wife was no longer beside him, but there was a black cat on the bedside table. It happened to be sitting on top of a sheepskin notebook. Notebook. Zhou Yu suddenly remembered something, quickly pulled out the notebook, and carefully examined the scratches on the rules. The scratches seemed to have been made by the cat's claws. The crossed-out rule is: Rule 3, no matter what happens, no matter what sounds you hear, never enter the basement. Rule 4, never look in the mirror at home, especially at night. Rule 5, at night, no matter who knocks on the door, never open it. The red pill is your life-saving medicine, take one in the morning and one in the evening. It has been basically confirmed that taking the red pill will indeed lead to death. But the crossed-out Rule 4 is true. It was because of what was seen in the mirror last night that someone died. Zhou Yu looked at the black cat. Its eyes seemed to have a human-like spirituality, as if there were many things it wanted to say. Perhaps the scratches from the cat were just a coincidence. Or perhaps, there was a deeper meaning. "Honey, come down for breakfast." His wife shouted from outside the door, which scared the black cat away. Zhou Yu walked thoughtfully into the living room, glanced at his wife and eldest daughter at the dining table, and casually asked, "Honey, where's our little daughter? Why hasn't she come for breakfast?" "Little daughter? Who?" his wife asked with a puzzled expression. "Wasn't she here yesterday?" "Honey, are you too tired recently? We only have one daughter, yeah. His wife smiled, gently patting the eldest daughter's head. "Yeah, Dad, are you confused, or don't you like Yaya anymore?" Yaya, with her big eyes, looked at her father, Zhou Yu, and said pitifully, "How could that be? Daddy loves Yaya the most?" Zhou Yu forced a smile. When he thought back carefully, during dinner yesterday, it seemed like neither his wife nor Yaya had interacted with the extra girl. It was as if they truly couldn't see her. More importantly, last night, his wife had actually said that they only had one daughter. At that time, Zhou Yu was more focused on the latter part of what his wife said, "I want to have another son," and ignored this piece of information. But last night, in the bathroom, that faint cry for help didn't sound like Yaya's voice. Zhou Yu was also sure that he had seen the extra girl clearly at the dinner table last night. What exactly is going on here? Are his wife and Yaya pretending not to see, or really not seeing? Chapter 4, I Died Again. After a quick breakfast, Zhou Yu searched every corner of the two-story house but found no trace of the extra daughter. However, during his search, Zhou Yu gradually figured out one thing. perhaps the extra daughter cannot be seen with the naked eye. The reason he saw her last night was because he activated his innate ability. True Sight. It allows one to detect dangerous auras around them in a short amount of time and see hidden mysteries. The so-called mystery is probably the non-existent daughter. At present, the non-existent daughter seems to be an extra person, but would the answer be that obvious? The second time Zhou Yu activated True Sight, the mystery he saw should have been the strange wedding photo. The secret hidden in his wife's body was probably even more terrifying. Yaya, who seemed harmless, who knows if she was just pretending to be weak and hiding her real nature. So, the extra person could be anyone, even himself. In fact, according to the rules, as long as one survives for 7 days and takes the green train out of the town, they can pass the level. However, if the puzzle about the family of 3 in this strange world can be solved, extra points can be earned in the dungeon. And the rating of the level clearance will directly affect the rewards and determine the fate in future dungeons. It may even help the country by lifting the curse that has descended upon the region and restore national power. Zhou Yu was not a merchant's wife, he would not watch the country be destroyed and leave him homeless. Zhou Yu decided to activate his innate ability again to search for the non-existent daughter. In an instant, blood-red light enveloped the entire 2-story house, but still, he found nothing. Returning to the dining table. He didn't see the daughter who was supposed to appear, only the black cat secretly eating the leftovers. Honey, what are you looking for? I told you, our daughter is only Yaya. The wife's cold voice suddenly interrupted Zhou Yu's thoughts. Turning his head, Zhou Yu suddenly realized that the red aura around his wife was gradually becoming stronger, and a line of values appeared above her head. Affection -10, sanity -6. I'm looking for my work ID, I'm going to the mine to make money, thinking of buying a gift for you and our daughter tonight. Zhou Yu smiled widely, clearly knowing that if he kept angering his wife, something bad would happen. Honey, stop wasting money. As long as you think about me and our daughter, I'm happy enough. The wife smiled slightly and returned to normal. Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the clock, and saw that the bus to the mine was about to depart. According to the rules, Zhou Yu had to work like a dead slave during the day. Just as he was about to leave the house, his wife timely handed him the pill and water, watching him closely as he swallowed it. With no choice, Zhou Yu pretended to swallow it as before, hurriedly said goodbye to his wife, and rushed out. In the neighbor's garden next door, Zhou Yu secretly spat out the pill and rinsed his mouth with a nearby watering faucet. But just as he was about to leave, Zhou Yu suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw his neighbor Old Wang, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. Old Wang? What's wrong with you? Old Wang didn't answer, instead, he picked up a stone and ran toward him, filled with rage, completely losing his mind. Zhou Yu was at a loss, so he turned and ran. But this body was too weak, he didn't run far before Old Wang caught up and kicked him to the ground. The sharp stone hit his head again and again, blood pouring out in torrents. Soon, Zhou Yu, like a fish being slaughtered, stopped struggling. Zhou Yu being killed by the stone was broadcast live to Longhua. The whole nation was in an uproar. The expert members in the operations center collapsed again. This is it. After the instance ends, the ghost stories will descend upon Longhua. Hurry up and pack up, retreat. I knew from the moment Zhou Yu drew the slave card, defeat was inevitable. Yeah, Zhou Yu is so weak that he can't even defeat an ordinary NPC. Even if he survives this, he will be killed by stronger NPCs or bosses in the future. Commander Luozhen looked at the live broadcast of Zhou Yu, drenched in blood, feeling very complicated. Sigh, Zhou Yu performed so well last night, yet in the end, he still. It's too late to say anything now, inform the people in the southeastern region, and prepare for evacuation. In the world of ghost stories. When Zhou Yu regained consciousness, he found himself still at the doorstep of his home. The time had also returned to just a few minutes ago. But his head still throbbed with intense pain, as if it had been smashed repeatedly with a stone. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and trying to calm down. Clearly, the ability to defy fate had activated, bringing him back to life. But the problem was, why had his neighbor Old Wang killed him? What had really happened just now? Was it because he drank water from his neighbor's garden without permission? But no matter what, Zhou Yu had to hurry and spit out the red pill he was holding in his mouth. The nearest water source was in Old Wang's garden. Zhou Yu cautiously sneaked into the garden, first picking up the stone that had once killed him. Then, while keeping a wary eye on his surroundings, he spit out the pill and rinsed his mouth. At that moment, Old Wang suddenly appeared behind him. But this time, he didn't come rushing in anger, instead, he wore an eerie smile and waved at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, good morning. Good morning. Zhou Yu's mouth twitched as he forced a smile. Rule 6, the residents live very happily in the small town. Whenever a neighbor or townsman greets you with a smile, you must also smile back. Zhou Yu finally understood why he had been killed just now. Before, he was too focused on clearing his throat, and the noise of the flowing water was too loud, causing him to not notice old Wang's actions behind him. But what kind of nonsense rule is this? If you don't smile back, they will smash you to death. What kind of custom is this in this place? Zhou Yu casually chatted a few words with old Wang next door and hurried to the bus station. Unexpectedly, he had already consumed 60 points of vitality in the morning. Zhou Yu finally understood why this talent brought infinite despair and infinite hope. Once vitality runs out, this talent becomes useless. The new day had just begun, and he had to find a way to restore his vitality, while also being more careful. Soon, the bus to the mine arrived. Zhou Yu boarded the rusty bus and smiled, greeting the workers on board. But one by one, the miners looked pale and thin, listless, and didn't even respond to Zhou Yu, not a single smile on their faces. To avoid being in a blind spot, Zhou Yu cautiously sat in the last row in the corner. But as soon as he sat down, he noticed a miner's manual on the seat. He opened it and saw the following written inside. Miner's Manual. 1. Miners must obey the arrangements of the mine owner. 2. No lighting devices are allowed to be used when working in the mine. 3. In the mine, no matter what happens, do not look at the ores in the mining cart. 4. If a miner dies, do not scream or make a fuss. 5. If you are injured and bleeding in the mine, you must leave the mine as quickly as possible. Chapter 5, The King and the Slave. The night town was covered with an eerie and mysterious veil. But the town in the daytime was a scene of prosperity. Happy Town was a tourist town, filled with amusement facilities everywhere. The tall Ferris wheel, the large amusement park, and the cinema, all attracted a large number of tourists every day. The faces of the local townspeople were all filled with smiles, or rather, what should be called eerie smiles. Zhou Yu felt that these smiles, which seemed to be full of happiness on the surface, were actually hollow and strange. Even now, thinking back to when the neighbor suddenly stood behind him and showed an eerie smile, he still felt a chill down his spine. When the bus drove out of the town, Zhou Yu saw there was no immediate danger and took a nap to restore his vitality. An hour later, the bus finally arrived at the workplace, the remote mine. The dark mine emitted a chilling aura, and faintly, a stinky smell came from within. The miners on the bus looked like prisoners being escorted, driven off the bus by the large, muscular mine boss. After the miners took the mining carts and tools, the boss covered their eyes, kicked them hard, and sent them into the mine like animals. Next, it was Zhou Yu's turn. Can I not wear the blindfold? Once the eyes were covered, the ability of his true eye couldn't be activated, which meant entering the mine was as good as walking to his death. Who cares about your nonsense? Get in there. The boss said not a word more, giving Zhou Yu a harsh kick on the backside. With his eyes covered, Zhou Yu completely lost the ability to resist and staggered toward the mine. The closer he got to the mine, the stronger the eerie and strange aura became. Just as Zhou Yu was about to enter the mine, suddenly a heart-rending scream came from inside. Damn it, I told you not to take off the blindfold. You're looking for death. The boss cursed loudly, causing Zhou Yu, who had originally planned to remove his blindfold, to immediately stop his movements. This wasn't mining, it was clearly going to die. Zhou Yu was unwilling to become a sacrifice, stopped in his tracks, and planned to find an opportunity to escape. The rule was just saying that I am a miner, and I need to work hard every day. But it didn't emphasize that I had to go mining myself. Zhou Yu quietly took off the blindfold, but the first thing he saw was the manager's vicious, murderous glare. Before Zhou Yu could even react, he was bumped from behind by another miner and ended up falling into the endless, dark cave. Anyone who doesn't want to die, put your blindfold back on, the manager said coldly from behind. Zhou Yu hurriedly put his blindfold back on. The already dim cave became completely dark without a single glimmer of light. Zhou Yu could only use one hand to feel the stone wall of the cave, while the other hand rested on his colleague's shoulder, moving forward slowly. At first, the cave was eerily silent, with only the heavy breathing of the miners audible. But soon, a sound of water and strange noises gradually came from the depths of the cave. It sounded like an alligator thrashing in a swamp, or like a wild beast playing in the river. The rancid smell grew even more pungent. The atmosphere became heavy and eerie. Even though he couldn't see, and without the ability to activate his true eye, Zhou Yu could still feel an immense danger. But in the world of strange tales, as long as one follows the miner's manual and obeys the rules, nothing should happen. Continuing to sneak forward, with a clattering sound, the cart in front of him seemed to hit a rock and could no longer move forward. Zhou Yu didn't dare act recklessly, still keeping his hand on his colleague's shoulder, following behind him. But for some reason, Zhou Yu suddenly felt that the miner's shoulder had become very slippery, and his body had turned ice cold, as if it were a different person altogether. Vaguely, Zhou Yu caught a whiff of a rancid smell, like rotting catfish. Just as Zhou Yu began to doubt, the cart seemed to be carrying something. But it didn't sound like ore, it sounded more like some kind of slimy, muddy substance. With the sound of water and bubbling, the cart gradually became heavier, filling up. Zhou Yu suddenly realized something. Since all the miners couldn't open their eyes and couldn't make any noise, who exactly was doing the work? Who was mining? Zhou Yu instinctively withdrew his hand, suddenly realizing that the person he had just touched was probably no longer his colleague. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange, and Zhou Yu was ready to activate his special ability at any moment. But after a long while, the danger never came. Once the cart was full, Zhou Yu and his partner followed the routine and pushed the heavy cart back along the same path. Gradually, they left the depths of the cave, and the dangerous aura and eerie sounds seemed to disappear. It seemed that as long as you acted like a mute and blind person in the cave, you could keep your life. However, Zhou Yu couldn't help but feel curious and wanted to know what the ore in the cart really was. Although he couldn't see, the rules didn't say he couldn't touch it. Zhou Yu boldly reached his hand into the cart. By feeling it with his hand, he judged that the so-called ore in the cart was some kind of warm sludge. Zhou Yu continued to feel around in the cart and finally touched a round, hard object in the sludge. A sudden wave of heat and vibration came, and Zhou Yu could clearly feel that inside the round shell-like object, there seemed to be a living creature. What in the world was this ore? The light ahead slowly came into view, and Zhou Yu hurriedly withdrew his hand, fearing the manager would notice. Congratulations to everyone, you have returned safely. Come over here to collect your wages, the manager's voice came. Zhou Yu took off his blindfold, just about to breathe a sigh of relief, but at that moment, another deep voice came from the mine. Catch that person. Yes, master. Before Zhou Yu could react, the manager and several of his subordinates had already tightly bound him. He was brought before a man. This man had a cunning look, sitting on the only chair in the mining site, looking somewhat familiar. Before entering the world of bizarre tales, Zhou Yu had seen the files of the chosen ones from various countries. Those small eyes, the hooked nose, had left a deep impression. Zhou Yu was certain that the man before him was none other than the chosen one from the Western 8 nations, Park In-yong. Encountering a chosen one from another country so soon in the same instance was not a good thing. The arrival of bizarre tales affects national fortunes, and a natural competition forms among the chosen ones. Although the rules prohibited chosen ones from killing each other, it didn't say anything about doing sneaky things behind each other's backs. In friendly relations between two countries, there might occasionally be cooperation between chosen ones. However, the relationship between Longwa and the Western 8 nations had become increasingly worse in recent years. Zhou Yu never expected such a terrible situation to unfold so quickly. The chosen one from the Western 8 nations turned out to be the owner of this mining site. Clearly he had drawn the country's trump card. The country's trump card played the most advantageous role in an instance. With power, status, and wealth, and the rules were not that difficult to follow, as long as one was careful, passing the instance was possible. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, had drawn the most difficult slave card. The two chosen ones, one the luckiest, the other the unluckiest, met in the world of bizarre tales. Chapter 6, The Disaster Shifts, Reversing the Situation. The two countries were at odds, and Park In-yong would never let Zhou Yu off. The first rule in the miner's handbook was that miners must obey the arrangements of the mine owner. I remember you. You're Zhou Yu from Longwa, right? Kneel down. Park In-yong, sitting on that wooden chair as if on a throne, narrowed his small eyes and said arrogantly. A force from the rules compelled Zhou Yu's knees to bend. Dream on. But Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, holding himself up with all his strength, because every move in the world of bizarre tales was being broadcasted worldwide. But even without the live broadcast, Zhou Yu would never kneel. This was not just about the nation's dignity, it was about his own pride. Kid, don't forget your place. You all must listen to me. Park In-yong coldly raised his whip and lashed out. Zhou Yu was held down by several of his subordinates, unable to avoid it. A fiery, sharp pain stung across his cheek. Little Western 8, if you have the guts, kill me. Grandpa's still itching, come again. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and yelled angrily, though his anger was evident, his heart remained calm. Bring him. Beat him half dead. Remember, leave him alive. Park In-yong sneered and waved his hand, and soon more and more subordinates gathered around. Zhou Yu was like a lamb surrounded by wolves, constantly enduring punches and kicks. But Zhou Yu showed no fear, nor did he cry out in pain, because this was exactly the result he wanted. So, are you going to kneel obediently and spare yourself? Park In-yong said smugly. The live stream was broadcast worldwide. The Western 8 nations watched Park In-yong showing off in the bizarre world, and the entire country went wild, with the bullet comments flooding the screen. Longwa still dares to call itself a grand country, but in front of our Western 8, they still have to kneel and beg for mercy. This time, the Longwa chosen one is definitely dead. Meanwhile, in the Longwa Operations Center, there was outrage. This Western 8 chosen one is too hateful. A small island country dares to be so wild and arrogant in front of our great nation. If we had drawn the Chinese trump card, maybe Zhou Yu would have done the same. Sigh, it's just our bad luck. If this continues, Zhou Yu will be severely injured and won't survive. Should we use a hint to contact Zhou Yu, get him to temporarily submit, maybe there's a slim chance of passing? Commander-in-Chief? My Dragon Kingdom is going to beg for mercy in front of the Western 8 nations? We might as well let the monster tails descend. Commander-in-Chief Luozhen said in a deep voice, staring at the live broadcast screen with a grave expression. Monster tail world. Stop talking nonsense, just fight if you want. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and insisted. You little brat. Park In-young, seeing that he couldn't force the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one to publicly surrender in front of the whole world, angrily kicked Zhou Yu in the face. A buzzing sound filled his ears, and Zhou Yu's vision became a little blurry. He knew deep in his heart that his frail body couldn't take any more damage. Reversal of fate, ability activated. Disaster transfer. In an instant, all of Zhou Yu's wounds and pain disappeared. Looking at Park In-young, however, he had become covered in wounds, his face bruised and swollen. He spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his broken ribs, and knelt on the ground on one knee. At this moment, Zhou Yu, who had just been beaten down by a group, stood up again. Weren't you the one who wanted me to kneel just now? Why is it you kneeling now? What is this? Your ability is... Park In-young exclaimed in disbelief, his small eyes wide open. My ability is damage transfer. You can continue challenging your own ability to take hits. Zhou Yu said coldly, his eyes sweeping coldly around at Park In-young's subordinates. But deep down, Zhou Yu was in a state of panic. Because at this moment, his life force was at 0, and he could be said to be the weakest person in this town. Don't get too proud. As long as you are in the mine, you have to listen to me. Park In-young struggled to stand up, his subordinates, who were staring blankly, quickly helped him to sit down on a chair. Right, you just reminded me. Today, I don't want to work. I'm planning to take a paid day off, and I asked the mine owner for permission. You're dreaming. Fine, then I'll go into the mine, and no matter what damage I take, I will transfer it all to you. You. Fine, do as you wish. Park In-young said with a dark face. No, not do as I wish. You have to give me an order. Zhou Yu smiled coldly. As the mine owner, I order miner Zhou Yu to take a day off, with full pay. Park In-young gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring at Zhou Yu with malice. Boy, don't get too cocky. Let's see how I deal with you tomorrow. Your ability will ultimately be mine. Tomorrow, I will make you lose all your abilities and kneel on the ground begging for mercy. I will make you lose all face in front of the world, on a live broadcast. Park In-young temporarily swallowed his anger, planning how to use his own ability to steal Zhou Yu's abilities. The situation reversed. The citizens of the Western 8 nations, who had just been celebrating, began to curse Park In-young's performance and started posting online to cyberbully him. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were in an uproar. Damn, so Zhou Yu has such a powerful ability hidden? I thought he was a dead man for sure after drawing the slave card. That was too impressive just now, Zhou Yu's move was so cool. Zhou Yu is really a tough guy. He took such a brutal beating and didn't make a sound. Humph, now let's see how the little Western 8 can still act arrogantly. Even if they draw China's ace, what's the use? They're still going to kneel at our Dragon Kingdom's chosen one's feet. Dragon Kingdom Operations Center. A group of experts also didn't expect Zhou Yu to make such a perfect comeback and couldn't help but start cheering. Commander-in-Chief Luozhen let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was last night or this morning, Zhou Yu's performance has been outstanding. Yeah, just the rule of smiling and greeting wiped out 13 chosen ones, but Zhou Yu kept alert and avoided all potential dangers. And Zhou Yu's ability is so powerful, it must be at least A-level, right? Now, our Dragon Kingdom has hope. God bless, we can avoid the monster tails. And just as everyone was celebrating, a staff member ran over with a dark expression. Not good. We have received important information from our undercover agents in another country. It's about the ghost card. What? The ghost card has appeared in this instance again. Commander, we must quickly pass this message to Zhou Yu. Let's wait a bit, Zhou Yu is resting in the corner right now. Don't disturb him yet. The mine is far from the town, so he shouldn't be in any danger for now. Commander Luozhen stared at the live broadcast screen, furrowing his brows as he spoke. Chapter 7, Ghosts Appear, Beware of Backstabbing. In the world of strange tales. Zhou Yu had been resting and idly dozing in a corner of the mine for 6 hours, recovering 60 points of vitality. Less than 3 hours left until nightfall. Zhou Yu stretched lazily and returned to the mine. When he saw the scene near the mine entrance, he was completely awake. There were chunks of flesh scattered all around the mine entrance, and the scene was extremely bloody. A body, seemingly drained of all its blood, had turned into just a layer of human skin. The manager and a few subordinates were cleaning up the bloody aftermath, their expressions emotionless, as if they had grown accustomed to it. Zhou Yu walked over in terror, accidentally stepping on a whole eyeball on the ground, producing a crisp crack sound. What exactly happened here? Not long ago, Zhou Yu had just safely completed his mission inside the mine and was now completely frozen in shock. But what surprised him even more was that Park In-young, who was severely injured before, had completely recovered. Park In-young, what exactly happened here? Tomorrow, when you go down to the mine, you'll know everything. Park In-young smiled cunningly. I'm resting tomorrow. Zhou Yu, who had just entered the mine not long ago, was very clear about the terrifying things hidden inside. He had been lucky to escape once, but the second time, he probably wouldn't be so lucky. Besides, next time, Park In-young would surely do something to secretly harm him. You're so stupid that you still want to threaten me? Don't you know, your abilities are useless against me now. Park In-young spread his arms wide, showing off his strong physique. You? Zhou Yu didn't want to waste more words, making himself a fool. The chosen ones of every country are randomly selected from the common people, so some are smart, and some are foolish. But Park In-young was not a foolish person, he wasn't easily intimidated and still considered Zhou Yu's threat the greatest. If Zhou Yu couldn't come up with a way to break free from the miners' rules or eliminate Park In-young, then tomorrow, his fate in the mine would probably end up like those pieces of meat. It was 5 p.m. when Zhou Yu returned to the town by shuttle bus. During the trip, he rested and recovered 10 more points of vitality. There was still some time before nightfall, so Zhou Yu wandered around the bustling streets of the town, buying a few items. A mirror, non-toxic red pills, and the gift he promised this morning. Zhou Yu couldn't shake the feeling that the rule being scratched by a cat's paw wasn't a coincidence. Although he had seen strange events happen after looking into the mirror last night, where he died. But what would happen if the person who looked into the mirror wasn't him, but his wife? Zhou Yu felt that his wife must also fear looking into mirrors, otherwise, why would all the mirrors in the house be covered with black cloth? During his shopping trip, Zhou Yu wandered around the town and discovered many things that caught his attention. The mysterious fortune teller, the strange amusement park, the vampire witch poster at the cinema, etc. It was as if all these were clues leading to something in the town, enticing the chosen ones to come and solve them. Unfortunately, it was about to get dark, and Zhou Yu didn't have time to investigate further. Avoiding the crowd, Zhou Yu chose a quiet, less traveled path to head home. But just at that moment, a strange voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Zhou Yu, can you hear me? We are the expert team from the Dragon Kingdom Operations Center. I can hear you. Zhou Yu let out a long breath, finally having found the organization. We have limited time to contact you, so listen to me carefully. A special situation has occurred, and in this copy, a ghost card appeared. The chosen one who draws the ghost card has tasks and rules completely different from others. Their only condition to pass is to kill the chosen ones of other countries. The more people they kill, the more points and rewards they will receive. As long as a ghost chosen one does not actively provoke NPCs, they will not encounter NPC attacks in the ghost world. The ghost chosen one has no live broadcast, able to stay invisible at all times. They will appear like a ghost, silently behind you, and kill you. What? When Zhou Yu heard this important news, he immediately became nervous and anxious, looking around warily. This dimly lit path seemed like a place where ghosts liked to linger. Zhou Yu, calm down. Actually, the ghost doesn't pose much of a threat to you, because you drew the Death Slave card, killing you won't give much points. So that's it. Zhou Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Zhou Yu, we only have one chance to contact you, so we held a meeting this afternoon to discuss and we'll give you some suggestions. But before that, I want to ask, what is your talent? My talent. Zhou Yu originally wanted to tell the truth, but then suddenly thought, since the Dragon Kingdom could place spies in other countries to transmit information, who knew if there were also spies from other countries in the Dragon Kingdom? Once other countries, especially the West 8 nations, found out about his talent, Park In-young would become even more reckless. My talent is damage transfer, A grade, Zhou Yu said casually. As we suspected, next you need to carefully listen to the suggestions from our expert team. First, you must fully decrypt the mystery of the 3-person household. As for the progress of decrypting the 3-person household, the West 8 nations and the beautiful country have already taken the lead over other chosen ones. But since each chosen one has different rules in family situations, we can't give you precise suggestions. However, it seems that every family has an invisible member, which should be the key to solving the mystery. Secondly, there are also many doubts about Happy Town. The 7th rule is most likely wrong, and you need to investigate and verify further. Therefore, you need to prioritize dealing with Park In-young, and have more time to move freely during the day. Also, after dark, you need to return home quickly, as 3 chosen ones mysteriously died in the town last night. Follow the 5th rule. As long as you can pass and achieve a top 3 score, perhaps our Dragon Kingdom can lift the curse of the ghostly world. At that time, we will prioritize applying to lift the curse from your hometown and reward you generously. Hometown. Zhou Yu's thoughts immediately returned to his childhood. He longed for his hometown where he grew up. How he wished he wouldn't have to keep drifting, and that his family could reunite again. The reminder time is almost up. Good luck, Zhou Yu. The voice of the expert team gradually faded, but at that moment, a deadly voice rang out beside him. Good evening. Zhou Yu quickly forced a smile, looking around nervously to find the source of the voice. He saw a black townsperson giving a strange smile and waving. But the black man was not greeting Zhou Yu. He was a man leaning against a utility pole, smoking. The man was wearing a town police uniform and had a tall build. Zhou Yu recognized from his appearance that this man was most likely the beautiful country's chosen one, George. At this moment, George seemed to have not noticed the townsperson greeting him and continued to smoke nonchalantly. A good show was about to begin. Chapter 8, Killing with a Knife. Zhou Yu coldly smiled and hid in the corner. Sure enough, when the local townsfolk saw that George ignored him, he immediately became violently angry. He casually picked up the shovel from the garden and rushed forward. But unexpectedly, the chosen one from the beautiful country showed no fear or panic at all. Instead, he slowly drew out a pistol and aimed it at the shovel warrior, pulling the trigger. Blood drifted in the air. A townsperson of the small town was killed with a single shot to the head. Zhou Yu was shocked. He didn't expect such a strange situation to be resolved this way. But then again, the chosen one from the beautiful country drew the hero card. In the dungeon, the hero has an absolute advantage in strength and constitution, and also possesses powerful weapons. In fact, even a commoner card chosen one, as long as they are on guard, can have the strength to fight against ordinary townspeople. After killing the black townsperson, George even disdainfully kicked the corpse. But just as he was feeling smug, something unbelievable happened. A sharp Nepalese curved knife suddenly appeared behind him, instantly piercing through his chest. Blood spurted out, and the chosen one from the beautiful country turned around in shock, instinctively firing his gun. But before he could pull the trigger, his right hand and pistol were cleaved into two by a silver flash. It was a ghost. It was the chosen one who had drawn the ghost card, hunting him. Zhou Yu quickly reacted. Although normally, killing the dead slave wouldn't earn much points, and he wasn't an easy target for the ghost. But with such a close distance, who knew if the ghost would just casually take him out too? Zhou Yu didn't know whether his presence had been noticed, his heart pounding. He felt a vague and invisible danger slowly closing in. Forget about an invisible ghost, he couldn't even defeat old Wang next door. If he was found, the result would be death. Although with his current vitality, he could reincarnate once. But what about after reincarnation? If he couldn't see the ghost, no matter how many times he revived, the outcome would be the same. Couldn't see. Zhou Yu suddenly thought of his invisible daughter. Perhaps the true eye could also see the ghost. The true eye activated. Zhou Yu instantly sensed the dangerous aura coming from behind him. He turned around and indeed saw a man in a black cloak and a skull mask, holding a curved knife, slowly approaching. Before the curved knife could strike, Zhou Yu quickly dodged. Wait. I have an important message to tell you. You can see me? The ghost paused slightly, the curved knife no longer coming. At the same time, Zhou Yu instinctively took a few steps back, keeping a certain safe distance. Only then did he notice that the ghost's feet were actually floating. What message do you want to tell me? The ghost's voice was hollow and hoarse. I drew the dead slave card. Killing me won't get you many points, but if you can kill the king, you can earn dozens of times the points. I know where the chosen one of the Chinese king card is, maybe we can cooperate. Zhou Yu said repeatedly, as a plan to use the knife to kill began to form in his mind. But the ghost didn't respond immediately. Instead, he asked, Are you from the dragon country? Yes, I am a chosen one from the dragon country, Zhou Yu. And you? I am Mir from the Batong country. Batong country. Zhou Yu was both surprised and delighted because Batong country and Dragon country have always had a friendly relationship. Before the strange events began, Dragon country had provided Batong country with aid in many areas. Mir, in the world of strange tales, maybe our two countries can cooperate again. I know the chosen one of the Western 8 kingdoms, Park Inyong, drew the king card. Tomorrow I'll take you to find him. Okay, I trust the chosen ones of Dragon country. The sky is getting dark, see you tomorrow. The ghost Mir turned and was about to vanish into the darkness, but Zhou Yu called out to him again. Wait, I want to ask one last question. What will happen to the town after dark? Zhou Yu knew the ghost could survive in the town after nightfall, unaffected by the rules and unthreatened by attacks. After dark, something even more terrifying than me will appear. As the ghost Miles' words trailed off, the effect of the real eye gradually faded away. Zhou Yu could no longer hear or see the ghost's presence. In a daze, Zhou Yu walked to the body of the chosen one from the beautiful country, only to find his body had turned to nothingness, leaving behind only the police uniform and badge. Unfortunately, the handgun was no longer usable, but perhaps the uniform and badge would still have some value. Zhou Yu picked up the attire and looked up at the horizon. As the sky darkened, a strange mist gradually spread from all directions like a tide. An invisible force pushed Zhou Yu, clearly urging him to hurry home. Zhou Yu snapped back to reality and quickly ran towards his home. When he reached his doorstep, it was completely dark. Before entering, he couldn't help but take a curious glance at the town street. In the darkness, the townsfolk's eyes gradually emitted a faint bloodlight. Then, the residents wandering the street seemed to notice Zhou Yu, who had not yet entered his home, and suddenly ran crazily in his direction. Zhou Yu was startled and hurriedly shut the door tightly, hiding inside. However, upon turning around, he did not expect to find his equally terrifying wife standing behind him, her cold eyes staring at him. "Husband, why are you back so late? I went out to buy gifts for you and yeah, didn't I?" Zhou Yu quickly forced a smile and handed the gifts he had bought to his wife and daughter. "Husband, I told you not to spend money recklessly. It's not easy for you to work hard at the mine every day." Seeing the gifts, his wife's expression softened considerably, her favorability rising. His wife and daughter happily unwrapped the gifts, one being a delicate ornament and the other a teddy bear. "I just ate in town, and after a long day's work, I'm going to rest in my room." Taking advantage of their happiness, Zhou Yu quickly made an excuse and returned to his room. The first thing he did was to replace the deadly pill. The second thing was to use the real eye to peer into the non-existent daughter, as suggested by the Dragon Nation expert team. Zhou Yu always believed this non-existent daughter was a breakthrough point. But this breakthrough point was also a risk point. Zhou Yu could never forget how he had died last night. His talent activated. The blood-red aura reappeared, though not as intense as the first night. Leaving the room, he found that the dangerous aura at the dining table in the living room was almost non-existent. Perhaps it was because his wife and daughter were in good spirits. At the stairs on the second floor, Zhou Yu could finally distinguish the areas of danger in the house. The spot with the strongest red aura was the door leading to the basement, the forbidden place of the home. Next was the places in the house with mirrors, and finally, his own bedroom. While his wife and daughter were dining, Zhou Yu quietly investigated every corner of the two-story building again. But like the morning's investigation, he still did not see that non-existent daughter. Instead, the spiritual black cat stuck to him like a little shadow. In the end, Zhou Yu found nothing and returned to the bedroom. Currently, one question lingered: what danger truly existed in the bedroom? Last night, he also used the real eye to probe but did not find a third person in the room. If there was anything odd about it, it was. Zhou Yu looked at the wedding photo hanging on the wall, reached out to gently take it down, and unexpectedly discovered a shocking secret. Underneath the frame, Zhou Yu felt more than one photo. Carefully taking one out, he saw inside the frame. It turned out there were 5 wedding photos embedded. In the photos, the wife wore different styles of wedding dresses, looking charming and enchanting. But standing next to the wife was not himself, but a series of unfamiliar men. These men were tall and short, fat and thin, and even included a black man. The only thing in common was that all these men looked the same, listless and vacant. In the lower right corner of each photo was a date of capture. The first wedding photo was taken 51 years ago, the second 43 years ago, the third. Almost every photo was taken about 10 years apart, yet the wife remained youthful and beautiful. But for some reason, looking at his young and beautiful wife, Zhou Yu suddenly thought of the old witch in the black robe. Perhaps this was the true face of his wife. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Yu was instantly filled with goosebumps. He carefully flipped through the photos again, finding no other noteworthy details. The 5 men in the photos looked exhausted, they were probably long gone. Calculating, it had been nearly 10 years since he and his wife got married, perhaps he would also become history. Just as Zhou Yu was about to reassemble the frame and photos, he noticed a yellowed envelope stuck to the backboard. However, just as he was about to open the envelope, a cat's meow came from behind him. At first, Zhou Yu didn't pay attention, but the meowing grew louder. Fearing that the sound might attract his wife, he turned around to hush the cat. But to his surprise, when he turned back, he saw a pale and beautiful woman with a gloomy expression standing behind him, intensely staring at him. Zhou Yu was so scared he could barely breathe, not even thinking of smiling. "Honey, what are you looking at?" His wife's voice was still sweet, but it made Zhou Yu feel anxious. I. What a pity, you're the one among them who can satisfy me the most. I thought you could live longer, but it's a shame." His wife stared at the photos in the frame, shaking her head and sighing. "What kind of monster are you? Is our daughter Yaya a human or just like you? Do we have another daughter? Where is she? What on earth is in the basement?" Zhou Yu knew there was no escape, he needed to start a new chapter, so just before dying, he asked his lingering doubts. "You'll find out soon." His wife sneered coldly, her fair arms suddenly transforming into dry tree branches, tightly grasping Zhou Yu's neck. At the same time, his wife's lovely face rapidly aged, turning into the old witch from the wedding photos. Did you see clearly? Didn't you want to know what's in the basement? I'll send you down there soon. His wife's voice became hoarse and chilling. Fear and pain quickly took away Zhou Yu's breath. As a slave of death, he had no strength to resist and soon fell, neck twisted, onto the cold floor. But in the final moment before losing consciousness, he hazily saw the black cat in the corner, its eyes revealing a hint of pity and sigh. Time reversed. When Zhou Yu regained consciousness, the wedding photo was still before him, just not yet removed. Zhou Yu no longer needed to investigate carefully, he only needed to find the unknown envelope. But just as he reached for the wedding photo on the wall, a cat's meow came from behind him again. This time, Zhou Yu finally understood, the black cat was actually warning him. He quickly opened the door, looking toward the living room downstairs. Sure enough, he saw his wife had finished dinner and was slowly walking toward the bedroom. The pain of a broken neck and the sensation of suffocation still lingered. His wife's terrifying face was deeply etched in his mind. Zhou Yu no longer dared to act recklessly. Hastily, he shut the door. Lying on the bed, Zhou Yu glanced sideways at the black cat. Just now, it had repeatedly issued warnings, trying to stop him. Last night, the black cat had saved his life, blocking his wife's line of sight. It seemed the black cat was sincerely helping him, but why did it do so? If the black cat is good, then was the part scratched out by the cat's claws in the notebook really a problem? But Zhou Yu dared not conclude now, because the fourth rule had already cost him a small life. While Zhou Yu was pondering, a noise came from outside the door. Zhou Yu hurriedly turned off the bedside lamp and buried his head in the blanket. Yet despite this, his wife still woke him up with extraordinary strength. Honey, you forgot to take your medicine again. Right, I will take it now. Zhou Yu calmly smiled slightly and swallowed the pill, but his wife still stared at him unblinkingly. Wife, what's wrong? Nothing, go to sleep. His wife spoke after a long pause, seemingly waiting for the effect of the red pill to kick in. Zhou Yu couldn't help but secretly rejoice. If he hadn't swapped the pills tonight, he wouldn't be able to use his tricks to fool his wife. Seeing his wife slowly lie down on the bed, Zhou Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. The fiery body was at his side, the alluring scent wafted in the air, but all Zhou Yu could think about was the decayed black witch. Despite feeling extremely tense, every time his wife said go to sleep, Zhou Yu grew dizzier, even feeling a bit disoriented. It seemed those words held a kind of magic, perhaps a hypnotic power. His wife was obviously not saying this because he had worked too hard during the day, she wanted him to relax and sleep well. She perhaps did not want him to wake up at night, clearly his wife had something to do at night. Or there might be something at night that she did not want him to see. But before falling into a deep sleep, Zhou Yu thought of a way to cope. The next morning, his wife was already up, serving breakfast downstairs. Taking this chance, Zhou Yu quickly took down the wedding photo and found the envelope hidden at the back of the frame. Opening the yellowed, old envelope, he found a rusty key inside. Could it be the key to the basement? In the past few days, Zhou Yu had observed that the door to the basement was tightly locked, with a very old lock. Zhou Yu hurriedly found his daughter's Play-Doh and pressed the shape of the key into it. Then, he rushed to restore everything. When he came downstairs, everything looked normal, and his wife had not discovered anything. After breakfast, Zhou Yu said goodbye to his wife and daughter and left home. He prepared to go to the mine to eliminate the biggest hidden danger and threat, the king. Chapter 10 Hidden Rewards, the slave turns and sings. As he left, passing by the neighbor's garden, old Wang still quietly appeared behind him, making a faint sound. Good morning. Zhou Yu quickly turned around and saw that annoying yet strange smile again. Good morning, old Wang. Zhou Yu did not want to flip over into the gutter again, dying from Rule 6. After getting rid of this plague, he quickly walked towards the bus stop. Before long, the bus to the mine arrived, and Zhou Yu suddenly felt someone gently pat him on the back. But when he turned around, there was no one behind him. Zhou Yu slightly nodded behind him and got on the bus. Surprisingly, the other miners on the bus, who were initially blank-eyed, suddenly turned to look behind him, showing a very wary expression. Could it be that the NPCs in the scenario can see ghosts, and only the chosen one cannot? Zhou Yu sat in the back row, puzzled, but fortunately, after the bus departed, the other miners gradually returned to normal. Mill, can the other NPCs see you? 1 clap means yes, 2 means no. Zhou Yu lowered his voice and asked, and then he felt a gentle pat on his back. This. Zhou Yu frowned. Everywhere in the mine were miners and Park Ringyong's men. Assassinating the king would become very difficult. An hour later, the bus was about to arrive at the mine. Meyer, you jump out of the window first, don't get caught. Then. Zhou Yu hurriedly lowered his voice and spoke to the air next to him, sharing the plan he had just thought of. Soon, the bus window opened, and dust rose from the ground. The bus continued to drive, and not long after, it finally arrived at the mine. Zhou Yu and other miners got off the bus one by one, looking dazed, and when they looked up, they saw Park Rin-young grinning wickedly at them, waving his hand. "Mine owner, what are your orders? Today, you must go into the mine. And you have to work all day." Zhou Yu knew clearly that there must be something terrible in the mine. Park Rin-young wanted to use a knife to kill him, making him die in mystery. "Aren't you afraid that if I get hurt, all of it will be transferred to you?" Zhou Yu said coldly. I promise you, as long as you follow the miner's rules, you will not be harmed, you will only." Park Rin-young smiled cunningly. "Only what?" Zhou Yu frowned. "It's nothing, you must be very curious about what is in the mine, this time I allow you to not wear a blindfold." Staring at Park Rin-young's sinister expression, Zhou Yu knew there must be a trap here. But right now, it didn't matter, because Meyer was already acting in the dark. Just as they were talking, a huge fire broke out in the direction of the mine. "What's going on? Go check it out." Park Rin-young frowned, commanding his men. Zhou Yu also pretended to be very surprised, but he knew clearly that this fire was secretly set by the ghost Meyer who stole petrol from the mine. Seeing the flames growing larger, Park Rin-young was anxious to run over, but Zhou Yu hurriedly stopped him. "I have something very important to tell you, it's information from our expert team yesterday." "What is it?" Park Rin-young stopped, seeming more interested in news from the Dragon Country. "In this round, a ghost guard has appeared, his mission is to hunt down our other chosen ones." So that's the news, our country's strategy team contacted me yesterday." Park Rin-young pushed Zhou Yu aside and continued toward the mine. "Wait, maybe we can cooperate together, to fight against the ghost, after all, you are his primary target." "So what? During the day I'm here at this remote mine, at night I have a more vicious wife at home, the ghost can't find me at all." Park Rin-young said carelessly, but the next second, he was completely stunned. Because a curved knife was piercing through his heart, blood staining his pristine and noble shirt. "Ah, Shiba, you little brat, it's all because of you." Park Rin-young looked in terror at his blood-stained chest, his face filled with unwillingness and rage. "Don't call me Shiba, just rest in peace." Zhou Yu glared at Park Rin-young's twisted face, giving a cold smile. In front of the live broadcast, people from all over the world could hardly believe their eyes. The people of the Shiba country were even more emotionally charged, cursing the Dragon country for cheating. Even the expert team from the Dragon country looked completely stunned. In the world of strange tales, after Park Rin-young was killed, it instantly caused a stir. The person in charge of the mine and other thugs finally noticed that the mine owner had been killed and discovered the killer, Ghost Meyer, rushing over madly wanting revenge. Zhou Yu, fearing for his own safety, quickly hid to the side, but unexpectedly at this moment, a message from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations Chosen One Zhou Yu, you have triggered and completed the hidden task, the rebellion of the dead slave, successfully overthrowing the king. Dead slave chosen ones will be promoted to brave. Power, speed, endurance and fighting skills, 200% boost." As soon as the system's voice fell, Zhou Yu's body immediately underwent an astonishing transformation. The originally weak and short body has become strong and tall, filled with endless power. This feeling is like a transformed Captain America, like Wu Dalong who has drunk AD calcium milk. Zhou Yu looked at his body in disbelief. This kind of hidden reward had never been heard of before, perhaps even the experts at the combat center didn't know. Perhaps because in the world of strange tales, few people can rise from the lowest and weakest identity of a dead slave to the most advantageous identity of a king. Just as Zhou Yu was astonished, the system sent another exciting message. The chosen one can select one reward. 1. Replace the king's selected talent of the national ace. Park Rin-young's drawn talent is S-class talent, Fear Devour. It can devour the life force, mental strength, and talent of the target when the living being falls into fear. 2. Obtain the item King's Scepter. Effect, can manipulate hostile targets for a certain period of time, unlimited quantity, excluding boss, limited to one use. The number of targets that can be controlled and their strength will affect the control time. I choose 2, obtain the advanced spell object, King's Scepter. Zhou Yu made his choice without hesitation because he has an SSS talent. But what he didn't expect was that Park Rin-young's luck would be so against the heavens, not only drawing the national ace but also obtaining a powerful S-class talent. If this Fear Devour talent can be utilized well, it will be a terrifying ability. Zhou Yu finally understood why there was a body by the mine yesterday, drained of blood, leaving only human skin. Park Rin-young must have devoured that miner's life force, restoring his injuries. At the same time, Zhou Yu understood why he insisted on getting himself into the mine today. It was just waiting for him to fall into fear, to steal his talent ability. If he lost his SSS talent, he might not even be able to beat the dogs in the town. After realizing all this, Zhou Yu couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If he hadn't happened to meet the Ghost Chosen One, Mir, last night and persuaded him to join forces to kill Park Rin-young, then today the body lying on the ground would have been his. Chapter 11 Deep in the Mine, the Devouring Monster. Taking advantage of the surrounding chaos, Zhou Yu returned to Park Rin-young's body. On him, he searched out several items. A rule handbook, a mine owner's handbook, a shotgun, and a wad of cash. Zhou Yu opened the rule handbook. Although Park In-young's rules were different from his, the general content was similar. It was just that he belonged to a family of 7, with 2 wives. As for the mine owner's handbook, its content was completely different from the miner's handbook. Mine owner's handbook. 1. Enough ore must be submitted every day. 2. At least 3 miners must be sacrificed every day. 3. No matter what happens, do not enter the mine. Although the miner's handbook and the mine owner's handbook had completely different rules, each point had some connection. Clearly, there must be something terrifying in the mine. But why sacrifice 3 miners? What is the ore, and who is it submitted to every day? Zhou Yu frowned slightly and looked up at the other side. The leader and 3 tough guys seemed to be gradually surrounding the ghost mirror. Although the ghost card is the sharpest fang in the dark, it can silently hunt other chosen ones. But in front of multiple powerful NPCs, the ghost does not have much advantage. Zhou Yu hesitated whether to help Mir. If he were still a dead slave now, he would certainly help him out of the predicament without hesitation. But now that he has been promoted to a hero, with the king dead, the hero identity would be the next target for the ghost to hunt. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Yu still chose to help Mir, honoring yesterday's promise. First, because I represent the dragon country, I must keep my word and maintain the dignity of a great nation. Second, Zhou Yu had a plan in his heart. Perhaps he could use the ghostly mirror to kill the chosen ones of other countries. Moreover, as long as he maintained enough vitality, his talent could restrain the ghostly mirror. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu hurriedly picked up the shotgun from the corpse, hiding in a corner, and fired a shot into the sky. In an instant, the attention of the thugs was drawn, and the ghostly mirror took the opportunity to escape using its speed advantage. Don't worry about him. That guy runs faster than a rabbit. Hurry to put out the fire. Protecting the mine is the priority. We must not let anything escape from inside. The leader and the thugs rushed back to the mine, completely oblivious to Zhou Yu hiding in the corner. However, what the leader just said sparked an infinite curiosity in Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu made a bold decision to enter the mine again. Taking advantage of the chaos above the mine, Zhou Yu quietly approached the area near the mine entrance. But unexpectedly, before he could sneak into the mine, he ran into the leader and thugs who were putting out the fire. Although Zhou Yu's body was no longer weak, it was still difficult to take on 4 hands with just 2 fists. However, this body was much tougher. If it had been before, a single punch would have knocked him out, but now, he only had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. I knew you must resent the mine owner for colluding with assassins to kill him. Get him and throw him into the mine. The leader wanted to take revenge for the mine owner but was also afraid of Zhou Yu's abilities. But this actually aligned with Zhou Yu's intention. Once again entering the mine, Zhou Yu did not wear an eye mask, still closely following the miner like the last time. Gradually, darkness engulfed him. The mine was pitch black before his eyes. Activating the Eye of Truth. The darkness transformed into a blood red, and danger loomed from the depths of the mine. With a loud crash, the minecart collided with the stone wall. This time Zhou Yu finally saw clearly what lay deep within the mine. It turned out the minecart did not crash into a stone but rather a low wall more than a meter high. Behind the low wall was a dark river, its water as black and viscous as asphalt. What he heard yesterday in the mine, the sound of churning, and the foul smell he sensed were not emitted by crocodiles, but rather. Under the glimmer of bloodlight, Zhou Yu was astounded to see strange monsters. These monsters had skin that was purple all over, and their cold, sticky bodies were engraved with bizarre runes. They had no eyes, and their ears appeared to have shrunk into their heads. But on their noses, there were sticky, disgusting tentacles that continuously twitched and extended in the dark mine. What shocked Zhou Yu even more was that these monsters were actually digging for or with their bare hands in the muddy dark river. Then, they scooped the mud and ore together and placed them in the minecart. It turned out the real miners were these strange monsters. Zhou Yu suddenly realized why he felt the fellow miners had changed yesterday. The shoulder he felt was actually these monsters. A wave of goosebumps rose all over Zhou Yu's body. Taking advantage of the Eye of Truth's effect not fading, Zhou Yu found the ore in the mud of the minecart. Just as imagined, the shape of the ore was indeed similar to that of a goose egg, but it was jet black in color. In his hands, something alive seemed to be squirming inside the shell, wanting to break free. Since the miners were all with their eyes closed and the monsters had no eyes, Zhou Yu secretly tucked the ore into his pocket, planning to take it out for further study. But unexpectedly, at that very moment, the formerly focused mining monsters suddenly all raised their heads to look at Zhou Yu. Under the tentacles, the tightly closed mouth suddenly opened, revealing rows of dense, sharp fangs glistening under the slime. Hiss! The monsters let out a roar. Zhou Yu was so scared that he instinctively wanted to run away. But unexpectedly, these monsters were incredibly fast, and the moment he turned, he bumped into a monster with its huge, bloody mouth wide open. Hungry! I'm so hungry! These monsters could actually talk, and their voices were extremely low and eerie, as if they were sounds coming from hell. A drop of blood slowly fell from the tip of Zhou Yu's nose, landing on his hand. Only then did Zhou Yu realize it was not because he had stolen the ore that attracted the monster's attention. Rather, it was the smell of blood that had whetted the monster's appetite. Although these monsters had degraded hearing and eyesight, their sense of smell was acute, especially for the scent of blood. Zhou Yu had been very cautious, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before entering the cave, but he had never expected to have a nosebleed at such a critical moment. Looking at the countless sticky tentacles that had wrapped around his neck, Zhou Yu knew clearly that it was pointless to struggle and escape. This was a done deal. Since that was the case, why not? Zhou Yu picked up the ore and planned to smash it hard on the ground to see what was inside. But unexpectedly, the monster steadily caught the ore, then surrounded Zhou Yu and the other weak miners. Gradually, cold arms pulled at Zhou Yu's limbs and head. In infinite terror, Zhou Yu's body was torn apart, his organs were removed, and every piece of flesh and blood was devoured one by the monsters. At the deepest part of the mine, all that remained were pools of blood and the shrill sounds of cries. Chapter 12, The Collector of Mysterious Ores. Time reversed. When Zhou Yu woke up, the indescribable pain and fear still assaulted every inch of his skin and every cell in his body. Without a doubt, this was the most tragic death he had faced since arriving in the world of horror tales, the most terrifying and bloody one. Zhou Yu sat dazed on the ground, drenched in sweat, and took a long time to regain his senses. Looking at the cave not far away, Zhou Yu no longer wanted to, nor dared, to step inside. About the Miner's Handbook. Zhou Yu now understood why at least 3 miners had to be sacrificed. Because at least 3 miners were needed to satisfy those true miners. But what were those miner monsters? Could they be tools raised by the mine owner, meant to mine the ore buried in the dark river? Zhou Yu vaguely remembered that just before he died in the last round, he saw miners dragged into the dark river, quickly consumed and polluted by the black sludge. Perhaps only monsters could survive in the dark river, ordinary people would be swallowed and polluted by the sludge, unable to mine at all. Compared to uncovering the origin of the monsters, Zhou Yu was more curious about what those ores really were. Why take such great risks and costs to mine them, and who were they given to every day? However, perhaps these matters could be investigated without entering the mine again. Zhou Yu continued to hide in the grass not far from the mine, secretly observing the situation around the cave. After Park Ren-yong died, the person in charge of the mine clearly became the new mine owner, issuing orders there. Without himself, who attracted the monsters because of the smell of blood, this time all the miners who entered the cave safely came out. And they returned loaded with ore-filled carts. Afterward, all the ores from the carts were loaded onto a truck, but the truck did not start immediately. It seemed that the extracted ores had not reached a certain amount yet and needed to wait for a while. Just right, Zhou Yu also planned to regain the vitality he had lost, so he hid in a corner to rest. 4 hours later, his vitality was restored. There was also some commotion at the mine. The transporting truck and bus seemed to be ready to leave. Taking advantage of the busy moment at the mine, Zhou Yu wrapped his hunting gun in cloth and quietly climbed onto the truck. After becoming a hero, This body not only possesses powerful strength, but its movements are also more agile. If it were the previous physical condition, not to mention infiltrating, even climbing onto the vehicle would be impossible. Flipping onto the vehicle, I saw that the collected ore looked like pickled century eggs, carefully wrapped in straw and stored in large wooden boxes. Zhou Yu quietly hid behind a large wooden box, preparing to wait to meet the receiver. Soon, the truck started. But Zhou Yu suddenly heard a thud, and the wooden box in front of him shook slightly. But it was not the eggs inside the box that were moving, rather something invisible had landed on the truck. This breath was very familiar. Zhou Yu guessed someone had just climbed onto the vehicle. Mill, is that you? Zhou Yu tightly gripped the shotgun in his hand, immediately becoming alert. Why didn't Mill escape back to town earlier, but stayed near the mine instead? Could it be that he wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of me? But Zhou Yu soon dismissed this thought. Because if Mill wanted to kill him, the best time to do it would be when he was resting, not now. But having a ghost beside him, invisible and uncommunicative, still made people uneasy. Zhou Yu calculated his life force and decided to use the ability of the True Eye. The innate ability activated. There was no red danger aura appearing around him, but there was also no green safety aura, only the ghostly figure gradually becoming visible. I mean no harm, because you can only reach the town by bus or truck. Mill hurriedly explained. Why? There are void boundaries around the mine, you can't leave on foot, Mill replied. Zhou Yu nodded. Perhaps this was another hidden rule in the world of strange tales. To return from the mine to the town, one could only take a bus or truck. Zhou Yu, thank you for helping me earlier. Although the king is dead, we can still continue to work together. Mill actively extended an olive branch. Zhou Yu had thought about it too, using Mill to get rid of other chosen ones and finally clearing the game together. That way, they could lift the area where the Dragon Kingdom was afflicted by strange tales. But the risk was too great. The ghost's mission was singular, to kill all chosen ones. Who knew if, at the last moment, that cold curved blade would stab into his heart? But it wasn't time to tear their faces apart. Zhou Yu had no choice but to go with the flow, choosing to temporarily ally and then adapt as necessary. Alright, I hope the friendship between our two countries lasts forever. By the way, I meant to ask yesterday, what exactly happens in the town after dark? Taking advantage of the True Eye's ability before it disappeared, Zhou Yu asked again. After dark, the people of Happy Town become bloodthirsty and violent, especially towards the chosen ones, who will face strong aggression. Moreover, their physical condition will also become very strong, even chosen ones who drew the hero card can't withstand them. However, they do not show aggression towards the visitors to the town, being friendly whether it is day or night. Mill detailed everything clearly. What's going on? Zhou Yu was a bit confused. In short, both this town and the natives living in it are very strange. Many people never leave their houses during the day, only coming out to move around at night, including your wife and daughter. Mill stared at Zhou Yu as he said this. What? What are they doing at night? Zhou Yu was very surprised. I didn't pay much attention, I just happened to see them go out. In fact, it's not just your wife and daughter, other chosen ones' families also come out at night. Mill replied. That's even stranger. Zhou Yu wanted to inquire more about what happens in Happy Town after the nightfall, but unfortunately, the effect of the True Eye was gradually fading. If he activated the ability again, his life force would drop below 50, so Zhou Yu had to give up. Not long after, the truck drive arrived at Happy Town first, and Zhou Yu felt a gentle tap on his back, as if the ghost mill had left. Zhou Yu continued to hide, watching as the truck gradually entered a luxurious estate. In front of the villa in the estate, the truck finally came to a stop. Then, two elegantly dressed women appeared in front of the truck, while the mine supervisor jumped down from the vehicle looking subservient. Through the conversation among the three, Zhou Yu was stunned to learn that these two women were actually the two wives of the mine owner, Park In-young. That means Park In-young mines enough ores every day to hand over to his two wives. Zhou Yu frowned. What did they want to do with such a large amount of ores every day? Chapter 13, Everyone's Bad Ending. Park In-young's two wives were very beautiful, dressed in purple and black evening gowns respectively. Once they learned of their husband's death, there was not a trace of emotion on their faces, they seemed only to care about the ores in the truck. Zhou Yu held his breath as he hid in the truck, curled up beside a wooden box, too afraid to peek again. But unexpectedly, he was discovered. It seems a nasty rat has sneaked into your truck. The woman in the purple evening gown waved a fan in front of her nose, her face showing disgust as she stared at the truck. I'm sorry, ma'am, I'll take care of it. The supervisor quickly apologized and, in the next moment, climbed onto the back of the truck, his sinister face pressed against the back door. Zhou Yu wanted to jump out of the truck, but it was too late, he had no choice but to hide in the driver's seat, starting the engine and stepping on the gas to drive away. As long as the precious ores were still in the truck, they wouldn't storm or shoot. Zhou Yu's judgment was correct. But unexpectedly, strange servants began to appear in the estate, blocking his path and even trying to physically block the truck. Seeing the blood-red eyes of the servants in front of him, Zhou Yu instinctively turned the steering wheel and unfortunately crashed into a wall. A wave of dizziness and sharp pain hit him, warm blood flowed down from his head, staining his vision red. Gradually, the blood-red-eyed, out-of-control servants surrounded the truck. But their eyes were fixed only on the ores in the truck, completely ignoring Zhou Yu. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhou Yu clutched his wound and jumped out of the truck, escaping the estate in one breath. At the same time, there was a loud bang. Looking back, thick smoke billowed, and sparks flew everywhere. In the scorching air, there was also the stench of burnt flesh. All the ores were wrapped in straw and packed into wooden boxes, and it seemed the ores had started burning along with the truck. Soon after, a sharp scream echoed, sounding like the voices of the two women. In that sound, besides anger, there was also a touch of despair. The shrill sound made Zhou Yu's head throb even more, and he felt more anxious. Zhou Yu ran away again, escaping back to the bustling area of Happy Town in one breath. Under the setting sun, the faces of tourists and townsfolk in the town were filled with happy smiles. Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the recent crisis had ended. But at that moment, a group of blood-eyed crows suddenly flew over the sky of the town. A dark mass, like clouds of doom. Once the crows passed over Happy Town, the real catastrophe began. While Zhou Yu was still gazing up at the crows, little did he know that strange changes were happening all around him. The villagers, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly turned violent and terrifying, their eyes blood-red and grotesque, wildly grasping at their own jaws. Soon, deep gashes appeared on their jaws and throats, blood spraying from their mouths. But in an instant, the wounds on their jaws gradually healed. Not just Zhou Yu, but the tourists in the town were already frozen in fear at this sight. The women and children screamed in terror, but soon their cries were drowned out by the bizarre and frenzied shouts of the townspeople. It was unclear when, but the townspeople had grown sharp fangs in their mouths. When the tourists saw this terrifying scene, they immediately turned to flee. But the natives, like beasts out of their cages, pounced on all the tourists, blocking everyone's escape route. Then, the sharp fangs sank into their necks, the tourists struggled, desperate, as they were slowly drained of their blood. At this moment, the sky had also been completely stained blood-red by the setting sun. Why did it turn out like this? The rules never said anything about such a terrifying situation occurring. What exactly triggered this near-total failure event? Hidden in a corner, Zhou Yu was utterly shocked, while his brain raced at high speed. Logically, these townspeople wouldn't become aggressive until nightfall. Also, the ghost, Mill, had said that even at night, the townspeople would remain friendly to the tourists. But now, why had the townspeople of Happy Town gone completely berserk? The constant screams and roars in his ears suddenly made Zhou Yu remember the two beautiful wives of the mine owner. After the ore was destroyed, these two women had let out such desperate and angry shrieks. Could it be that the destruction of the ore caused all the natives in the town to go mad? Although Zhou Yu had suspected before that the ore in the town must be connected in some way, he never imagined the connection would be this significant, capable of directly affecting the survival of the town. If the previous failed round still had a glimmer of hope, then this round was completely ruined. After draining the tourists' blood, they were not satisfied, and began destroying the entire town. All the amusement rides were knocked down, and all the houses were burning. Maybe it wouldn't be long before Happy Town turned to nothing. By then, all the chosen ones, including Mill, would be torn apart by the natives, just like these tourists. At this very moment, the whole world, watching the live broadcast, must be in shock. After all the chosen ones were eliminated, the horror story would spread across the world. But for Zhou Yu, everything happening in front of him was just a nightmare. He could use his talent to reverse fate and restart around, avoiding the disaster. Zhou Yu looked around, and at least for now, he was still safe. While he still had half a life left, he might as well make use of the time to continue exploring. This happy town hides too many unknowns and secrets, and so far, he hadn't even uncovered the tip of the iceberg. However, Zhou Yu had a faint feeling that the source of all this evil must be in that mansion. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, preparing to head towards that mysterious mansion once again. But at that moment, a chilling aura suddenly spread from behind him. When Zhou Yu reacted, his neck had already been viciously bitten by sharp fangs, and a cold body greedily sucked his blood. Zhou Yu instinctively struggled with all his might, but he was no match for the frenzied natives, and could only helplessly feel his blood and energy being drained bit by bit. In the end, Zhou Yu collapsed on the ground in frustration, his final sight being a crystal ball rolling onto the ground. Time reversed. Zhou Yu woke up again, rubbing his aching neck, his whole body still weak. After a moment, Zhou Yu carefully looked around and found that he was still hiding on the cargo truck heading to the mansion. But this time, Zhou Yu no longer wanted to, nor dared to enter that mysterious mansion. At the fork in the road, Zhou Yu tightly gripped his shotgun, jumped off the truck, and hurried toward Happy Town. The sun was setting, and it was just the time for the evening of destruction once again. But this time, neither the townspeople nor the tourists. Everyone was beaming with happy smiles, everything was just like usual. Unexpectedly, the root of the catastrophic disaster was truly because the ore was destroyed. Zhou Yu couldn't help but feel more and more curious about that ore, and at the same time, he had figured out another thing clearly. Chapter 14, Stealthy Tracking, The Truth of the Ore. Zhou Yu had always been puzzled. The chosen one who drew the Chinese trump card should, in theory, play a powerful role, like the town mayor or deputy mayor in Happy Town. But Pu Renyong merely played the role of a mine owner, a newly rich man. Now, Zhou Yu finally understood how important a mine owner really is. And compared to the mine owner, obviously, his two wives weighed even more. Although it was just a brief encounter, Zhou Yu felt that the lady of the manor and his wife were kindred spirits. Under the beautiful exterior, there lurked an ugly and terrifying body. In fact, many townsfolk in Happy Town had the same youthful and beautiful appearance. Thus, most of the visitors who came to Happy Town were male tourists. In the town, under the cover of night, there were even many businesses similar to red light districts. All of this made the male tourists intoxicated, lingering without turning back. They even chose to move to the town and become new townsfolk. Zhou Yu glanced at the female fortune teller at the street corner, smiling and waving at him. Although she was draped in a large purple robe, her graceful figure could still be seen. With her purple lips and that faint smile, she exuded an air of charm and mystery. The male tourists around seemed to have their souls stolen away, but Zhou Yu trembled all over and felt a chill. Because in the last round, it was this beautiful fortune teller who killed him, draining the blood from his body. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhou Yu came back to his senses and quickly found the locksmith, retrieving the prepared key. On the way, Zhou Yu bought some supplies, binoculars, night gear, earplugs, and some small gifts, rushing back home before dark. Zhou Yu's thoughts aligned with the Dragon Country expert team. Rather than investigating the secrets of Happy Town and the manor, it was more important to unravel the mystery of the three-member family. Before entering the house, Zhou Yu first hid the hunting gun wrapped in grey cloth in the outdoor storage room. After entering the house, he gave the gifts to his wife and daughter. Seeing the happy expressions on their faces, Zhou Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could increase the goodwill of his wife and daughter, his own danger would decrease accordingly. After that, Zhou Yu still found an excuse to return to his room early to rest, trying to restore his vitality as quickly as possible. Not knowing how long he had slept, Zhou Yu seemed to hear a magical and penetrating voice next to his ear, "Sleep now." But this time, Zhou Yu did not sleep until dawn, because he had plugged in earplugs before falling asleep. At 1 a.m., Zhou Yu finally woke up from his deep sleep. But the hypnotic magic seemed to still linger. Zhou Yu breathed in deeply, alleviating his body's fatigue. As Zhou Yu's mind gradually cleared, he realized that his wife was already gone, but there was still a trace of warmth on the pillow. Zhou Yu carefully opened the door and tiptoed outside. Zhou Yu intended to use the copied key to explore the basement but unexpectedly discovered that his wife and daughter were changing their shoes at the door. Just as Mier said, his wife and daughter mysteriously went out at night. Where were they going? What were they doing in the middle of the night? Zhou Yu hesitated. Should he explore the basement in search of the non-existent daughter? Or should he follow his wife and daughter? In the end, Zhou Yu decided to follow them. After becoming a brave person, this body was no longer weak. Instead, he strode forward confidently, believing he could follow without being discovered. However, just as he was about to exit, the black cat blocked his way. The black cat's gaze held a certain determination, as if it appeared to warn him whenever danger was imminent. But this time, Zhou Yu still chose to take the risk, because 4 days had already passed since the dungeon started, and it might close in 3 days. According to the expert team, he was already behind other chosen ones in exploration progress, so it was necessary to take this risk and find a breakthrough to all the puzzles. Moreover, he had just recovered 60 points of vitality. Even if he died, he could always start again. After making up his mind, Zhou Yu gently stroked the black cat's head and moved it aside before running out. Luckily, his wife and daughter, Yaya, had not gone far. Zhou Yu remembered to put on his night clothes, grab his gear and his only weapon, a hunting rifle, and quietly followed behind. The moonlight was hazy, and the night town was shrouded in a layer of mist. Zhou Yu carefully crept through the darkness, like a ghost dodging the natives who could erupt into violence at any moment. However, for the tourists, the townspeople were especially warm, eagerly trying to do business just like during the day. Yet, unknown to him, behind this surface of enthusiasm lay hidden motives and schemes. Under the bright streetlights, Zhou Yu saw that his wife and daughter, Yaya, were dressed very uniquely tonight. His wife was wearing a formal dress, and she increasingly resembled the two glamorous women from the manor. And his daughter, Yaya, was dressed like a little princess. The two of them were out in ornate garments late at night, as if attending some important banquet. Even stranger, when the local townspeople saw his wife and daughter, they appeared extremely humble, rushing over to bow deeply and flatter them. Yaya, on the other hand, struck a very proud pose, gently patting the townspeople's heads like an elder and displaying an expression she had never shown before. This look and demeanor were completely unlike that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Rather, she seemed like an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s. Once his wife and Yeye greeted the townspeople, they continued westward along the street. Zhou Yu hurriedly followed behind. Despite being extremely cautious, when they passed through a crowd, the townspeople still caught a whiff of his presence. When the townspeople sensed the aura of a chosen one, their eyes turned blood red, becoming bloodthirsty and violent, just as they were during the town's destruction. Fortunately, Zhou Yu reacted quickly, diving into a dark corner and narrowly escaping disaster once more. When Zhou Yu returned to the street, he suddenly discovered that many elegantly dressed people appeared at different crossroads. This was exactly as Mir said. Zhou Yu knew these people were not ordinary humans, so he was especially cautious. After following for a while, Zhou Yu suddenly noticed that everyone seemed to be heading in the same direction. The manor on the outskirts of the town. Upon arriving at the mysterious manor, Zhou Yu no longer dared to rush in. Luckily, there was an abandoned small building opposite the manor, so Zhou Yu climbed up to the rooftop using the wall's ladder and began observing the situation in the manor with binoculars. He saw several tables and floral decorations in the courtyard, as if a party was being held. Soon, the two female hosts of the manor emerged wearing luxurious outfits. Next, the servants pushed dining carts to the tables and opened silver trays. Zhou Yu quickly adjusted his binoculars and was shocked to find that the trays held black eggs. Zhou Yu was very familiar with these black eggs, as they were the ores mined by those monsters in the caves. Chapter 15, Blood Feast. The answers he had long sought were right before his eyes, and Zhou Yu couldn't help but feel excited. Just at that moment, a faint sound of footsteps came from the surroundings. After ascending from a weak body of a dead slave to a brave warrior, Zhou Yu's hearing and vision surpassed that of ordinary people. Zhou Yu became instantly alert, but to his surprise, the newcomers were not the manor's servants, but chosen ones from other countries. They had also found a secluded place to hide, observing every move in the manor. It seemed these chosen ones, like him, had figured out how to break free from hypnosis, then followed their respective families here. Zhou Yu understood that as long as they were not chosen ones who drew the dead slave card, they didn't have to work during the day, so their investigation must be quicker. Seeing that the other chosen ones did not make any unusual moves, Zhou Yu shifted his focus back to the manor. At this moment, more than 30 people had gathered in the courtyard, mostly women, all of whom were young, beautiful, and elegant. But for some reason, whether it was the dim moonlight or the faint lights, their faces looked pale, their skin a bit dry and lifeless, and they seemed quite listless. It was as if they were draped in a decaying skin. But when the main dish, or, was served, all their eyes turned greedy and excited. One by one, they snatched the ore from the platters, cracked open the eggshells, and sucked on what was inside. Zhou Yu nervously swallowed, zoomed in with his binoculars, and vaguely saw a dark liquid flowing from the eggshells. And wrapped in that dark liquid were tender human heads. Zhou Yu finally saw clearly what the squirming things under the eggshells were. It turned out to be freaks with baby-like heads and lizard-like bodies. At first glance, they resembled axolotls, but their heads were like those of infants. Originally, these freaks had their eyes tightly shut, as if in deep sleep. But under the frenzied bites and slurping of the crowd, the freaks suddenly awakened, showing expressions of immense pain, their sticky bodies struggling desperately. Through this bizarre scene, Zhou Yu felt he could hear the heartbreaking cries and wails of infants. Watching this group gorge themselves on the bloody tableau of the freaks from the eggshells made Zhou Yu feel nauseous. And the more the freaks struggled and cried, the more excited the group became as they devoured them. Soon, the faces of these people were smeared with black blood and flesh bits, displaying expressions of extreme satisfaction. By now, the freaks had already fallen silent, leaving only eerie and dreadful white bones behind. After their feast, the bodies of this group underwent a strange transformation. Originally dry skin became plump and smooth, and their pale complexions turned rosy and shiny, as if they were reborn. Dumbfounded, Zhou Yu finally understood the true purpose of the ore. Zhou Yu suddenly felt that these seemingly glamorous young men and women might be even scarier than the monsters deep in the caves. His wife and daughter were probably not normal people. And for the past few days, he had been sharing his bed with such monsters every night. Blood soaked over the entire manor, and the other chosen ones hiding nearby were completely stunned by such a bizarre and bloody scene. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, regained his composure, and continued to observe the situation in the courtyard. He saw that after the main dish was cleared, this group began to eat desserts and drink red wine. Most of the desserts were bright red like the wine, and some were overly sticky. Zhou Yu seemed to catch a whiff of a bloody scent. His daughter, Yaya, seemed to love tasting wine more, gulping down the red wine in her glass. And his wife. At that moment, Zhou Yu unexpectedly noticed that his wife seemed to have disappeared from the courtyard. The telescope swept every corner of the courtyard, yet it could not find the trace of his wife. Zhou Yu's heart flashed with an ominous premonition, recalling the previous experiences of death. Could it be again? Zhou Yu suddenly turned around, terrified to see his beautiful wife slowly approaching him with a gloomy expression. Under the faint moonlight, his wife's hand held a shell oozing with black blood, inside which he could even see the remnants of a monstrous skeleton. Zhou Yu was so scared that his soul left his body, instinctively raising his hunting rifle. But Zhou Yu's hand betrayed him, unable to pull the trigger no matter how he tried. "Husband, you are really naughty. Isn't it good to obediently sleep at home?" His wife's figure, like a ghost, suddenly appeared right in front of Zhou Yu. At this moment, Zhou Yu felt as if he was possessed, unable to move, only feeling a bone-chilling cold invade his entire body. If you could be as obedient as before, perhaps you could live a little longer, but unfortunately. His wife coldly snorted and gently pushed Zhou Yu. Then, Zhou Yu's whole body fell like a kite with a broken string, headfirst from the rooftop. In an instant, Zhou Yu's brain matter and blood exploded like dazzling fireworks. The hidden selected ones from various countries around all cast sympathetic yet terrified glances. Time reversed. When he opened his eyes, Zhou Yu still felt a dizzying spin, his head pounding as if it had shattered. It was another day of being killed by his wife. Zhou Yu secretly smiled bitterly. After a long time, the pain gradually faded away. The light was dim, and Zhou Yu looked around, only to discover surprisingly that he was not on the roof of the abandoned building across from the mansion, but in his own home. The ability of fate reversal could bring the possessor back to a point in time before danger occurred. This meant that the moment he left home, following his wife and daughter, he was already detected? Afterwards, whether he tracked them to the mansion or returned home halfway, the outcome would always be his death at the hands of his wife. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu finally understood why the black cat intervened to stop him. But why did the black cat repeatedly help him? Zhou Yu looked over, the black cat was also staring at him not far away. It seemed that whenever he tried to leave the house, it would stop him again. This time, Zhou Yu certainly would not repeat his mistakes. Although he had suffered a tragic death last time, he had also learned many things. Zhou Yu's heart had many deductions, but they still needed further verification. Zhou Yu looked toward the basement. Next, he should explore another dangerous place. Confirmed that his wife and daughter, Yeye, had left, Zhou Yu crept down to the first floor with a flashlight. Although he was nominally the man of the house, in reality, this home felt even more dangerous to him than that dark and terrifying mine. When he reached the hidden passage to the basement, the sense of crisis grew stronger. Opening the hidden door, a chilling aura instantly enveloped him, dimming even the flashlight's beam considerably. Faintly, a weak voice calling for help accompanied by chilling cries came from inside the iron door, causing one's scalp to tingle. Zhou Yu's hand, gripping the key, began to tremble. He hadn't expected there were actually people locked up in the basement. Chapter 16 Midnight, Don't Open the Door. Descending the dark and cold stairs, Zhou Yu collided head-on with a rusty iron door. Behind this iron door was the mysterious basement mentioned in Rule 3. Previously, Zhou Yu had used his real eye to scout. The dangerous red aura was most intense in front of the basement. Help me! Save me! The weak cries for help mixed with agonizing sobs came from inside the iron door, sending shivers down his spine. Zhou Yu's hand clutching the key began to tremble. He hadn't expected that there were actually people locked in the basement. How many unknown secrets are hidden behind my wife, my daughter, and this two-story little house? Zhou Yu was infinitely curious inside, wanting to urgently unravel these mysteries. But facing the eerie iron door, Zhou Yu hesitated and felt a bit timid. Because of Rule 3, no matter what happens, no matter what sounds you hear, do not enter the basement. Although this rule was also crossed out by the Black Cat, after the earlier incident in the bathroom with the mirror death, Zhou Yu dared not take any more risks. Moreover, he now only had 10 points of life force left, with no extra life to waste. Zhou Yu looked at the black cat that had been following him closely and asked, "Now in this whole house, I can only trust you. Should I open this door?" The black cat first shook its head, but after a while, it nodded. "Should I go in, or not?" Zhou Yu asked again, and this time the black cat firmly nodded. Zhou Yu took a deep breath. At this moment, both his wife and daughter were not home. The best time to explore the basement had come. Zhou Yu chose to take a gamble. But unexpectedly, when Zhou Yu nervously unlocked the door, he found that the backup key in his hand could not open the iron door at all. Zhou Yu hurriedly ran back to the second floor room, dug out the original key hidden behind the wedding photo, and it also could not open the basement's iron door. What is going on? Could it be that this key is not for that door at all? Just as Zhou Yu was confused, a sudden loud knocking sound came from behind him. Zhou Yu jumped in surprise, and no longer cared about sneaking into the basement. Instead, he hurried down the stairs to the first floor. Following the direction of the sound, the knocking was coming from the front door on the first floor. Rule 5, return home quickly before dark, and no matter who knocks, do not open the door. This rule was also crossed out by the black cat. But Zhou Yu did not want to take the risk and wanted to ignore the knocking sound. Unexpectedly, the knocking outside became louder and more urgent. Bang bang bang! The huge noise almost knocked the door open. Looking at the trembling wooden door, Zhou Yu frowned and hurriedly searched for a weapon. But the black cat beside him was very calm. Instead, it walked to the front door. Strangely, when the black cat approached the door, the loud banging disappeared. After a long time, everything fell silent. Zhou Yu curiously approached the door and looked through the peephole. He saw that the outside was empty, not even a ghostly shadow. Bang bang bang! But just as Zhou Yu sighed in relief, the desperate knocking sound suddenly rang out again. Zhou Yu was startled by the sudden loud noise and instinctively took a few steps back. There was no one outside, so what was this knocking? The words ghost flashed through Zhou Yu's mind. However, the aura outside did not feel like the ghost Meyer. Meyer had no aura, but the smell outside was filled with malice and anger, like a true ghost. Now Zhou Yu's life force was only 10, he did not want to take risks and wished to ignore it, sneaking back upstairs to continue sleeping. But at that moment, the black cat squatting at the door suddenly jumped up, trying to turn the door handle. If Zhou Yu hadn't stopped it just in time, the door handle would have just been opened. Why do you want to open the front door? Do you mean there is no danger outside? Or what? Zhou Yu felt confused and conflicted. On one hand, he trusted this black cat, believing its hints could be the breakthrough to unraveling all the mysteries in this home. But facing the current situation, even without opening the true eye, Zhou Yu could sense the treacherous and dangerous aura outside. The banging continued, as if it were a countdown to death. Zhou Yu could no longer hesitate. He had no choice but to consume the last of his life force and activate the true eye to confirm the real situation outside. To his surprise, there was no red, dangerous aura outside the door. Zhou Yu turned back and glanced towards the basement, but there, it was filled with a crimson hue. Peering through the peephole again, with the power of the true eye, Zhou Yu finally saw the appearance of the person knocking on the door. Outside stood a burly, yet somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, whose face seemed oddly familiar to Zhou Yu. But for a moment, he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. As Zhou Yu searched his brain for memories, trying to recall, something unexpected happened. The middle-aged man, who had seemed so worn out, suddenly changed. A terrifying, desiccated corpse appeared in the peephole. The corpse's neck was snapped, its eyes bloodshot, and its flesh had shriveled like dried beef jerky. Zhou Yu was completely startled, falling to the ground, gasping for air. Then, the blood-red light appeared, and danger descended once again. Instinctively, Zhou Yu looked at the black cat beside him, wanting to ask what was happening. But strangely, the black cat was gone, and in its place, the non-existent daughter appeared behind him. The girl's face was still ashen, tears of blood streaming from her eyes, eerie and pitiful. "You!" Before Zhou Yu could speak, the eerie daughter suddenly cried out. "Daddy! I want Daddy! Daddy, save me!" How can I save you?" Zhou Yu quickly asked. But the strange daughter's emotions remained out of control, repeating those three phrases, just like what had happened in the bathroom before. Before Zhou Yu could even react, the daughter suddenly rushed toward the door, trying to unlock it. Although Zhou Yu was confused, he knew very well that there was danger outside, and that this door must not be opened. Zhou Yu quickly grabbed the door lock tightly, just like he had grabbed the black cloth on the mirror before, fighting against the strange force. But the daughter's strength was unexpectedly powerful, even stronger than that of an adult. If Zhou Yu had still been the weak slave he was before, he would have been completely helpless. But now, Zhou Yu had risen to the level of a warrior, with the ability to deal with strange tales. However, the loud banging on the door and the strange daughter's screams made Zhou Yu almost collapse. The tremendous sound buzzing in his ears made his head throb, and it felt like his eardrums might burst. Just when Zhou Yu was about to give in, the situation outside suddenly changed. The red, dangerous aura began to flash. Zhou Yu was more than familiar with this situation, and a more familiar scent also began to spread. It was his wife and daughter returning. Chapter 17, At night, do not look in the mirror. Just when one wave of trouble had not yet passed, another began. Zhou Yu looked through the peephole and saw his wife, dressed up, and his daughter, Yu, walking towards him. At the same time, Zhou Yu noticed the strange daughter, who had been screaming uncontrollably, had turned pale with fear and quickly vanished into the darkness. Zhou Yu knew it was time for him to disappear as well. He couldn't care about the desiccated corpse outside anymore and quickly retreated back to the second-floor bedroom. After confirming his safety, Zhou Yu cracked open the bedroom door slightly to look outside. He heard a wail, followed by the disappearance of the corpse's scent. It was unclear whether it had been driven away or destroyed by his wife and daughter. Then, the front door opened, and his wife and daughter appeared side by side, their faces showing a hint of disdain and annoyance. Zhou Yu dared not continue peeping, quickly hiding back under the covers. Not long after, there came the sound of creaking stairs. Sure enough, his wife entered the bedroom to check on him. Zhou Yu pretended to snore, but his wife still approached. Zhou Yu felt a hot breath approaching him. The wife is approaching. This time, am I really going to be done for? Zhou Yu has a deep shadow cast by his wife, his heart racing and beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. But fortunately, his wife does not show any other unusual behavior and turns to leave the bedroom. Is that guy asleep? His daughter Yeye's voice asks from outside the door. Still the same as before, sleeping like a dead pig, the wife snorts coldly. But this pig seems to have suddenly become much stronger. Don't worry, he's not a threat. His little life is always in my hands. The wife says coldly. Zhou Yu can't help but smile bitterly. This statement is indeed not wrong. What do I have to worry about? It's better if he gets stronger, his blood will be sweeter. Yeah, lets out a chilling laugh. Yeah, it seems he doesn't need to be sent to the slaughterhouse anymore, let's keep him around for a while longer. Maybe with this body, he'll be more useful than before. I really can't wait to taste this strong body. The wife lets out a spine-tingling seductive laugh. Alright, it's getting late, we should go feast. Unless you want to miss the taste of that or... Yeye's tone is cold and arrogant, even somewhat commanding. And the deadly wife, although officially a mother. In front of her daughter, she appears like a child, obediently following behind. The footsteps gradually fade away, and with a bang, the front door closes, the dangerous atmosphere completely disappearing. But lying on the bed, Zhou Yu still does not dare to act rashly, continually pondering the conversation he just overheard outside the door between his wife and daughter. After a long time, Zhou Yu thoughtfully gets up from the bed, returns the key to the envelope to avoid revealing any flaws. When he takes off the wedding photo, a few pictures on the back accidentally fall to the ground. Zhou Yu picks one up casually, but is shocked to find an unexpected clue. By the faint light, Zhou Yu discovers the wedding photo from 50 years ago. The man beside his wife seems to be the same despondent middle-aged man he just saw outside the door. Previously, due to the urgency of the situation, Zhou Yu hadn't taken the time to look closely at each wedding photo. Now, he unexpectedly finds that this wedding photo seems to appear somewhat different. In the other wedding photos, including his own, his wife's expression is particularly charming and enchanting. And all the men appear listless, with dull looks, as if they have been taken hostage. But the wedding photo from 50 years ago, the wife does not have such a charming pose, her expression is very natural, exuding a simple beauty. The man beside her seems to be full of life, with a heartfelt smile on his face. In simple terms, only this photo looks like a normal wedding photo. Zhou Yu stares blankly at the photo in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, he thinks of something and his heart holds a bold guess. Previously, there was one thing Zhou Yu could never figure out. Why did he see himself as a dry corpse in the mirror that first night in the bathroom? Could it be that his original appearance is a dry corpse? Did he actually die long ago? Just like the dry corpses he saw when he first entered the horror world? Maybe he is one of them? To verify these guesses, Zhou Yu rummages through his backpack and takes out the mirror he bought earlier. This time, Zhou Yu does not see himself turning into a dry corpse in the mirror, but his heart feels even more astonished and shocked. Because, no matter from any angle, under any light, he could not find his own body in the mirror. Zhou Yu looks like a ghost in the mirror, intangible and elusive. What is going on here? Zhou Yu stares blankly at the mirror, boldly running to the bathroom to pull off the black cloth on top. In the bathroom, the mirror still could not reflect his image. Could it be that he had truly died long ago? But that doesn't seem right. Zhou Yu recalled carefully, and it seemed that even while passing by the glass windows of bustling streets, he had never seen his reflection. If no mirror could show his image, then why had he seen a corpse in the mirror on the first night? Could it be? A chill ran down Zhou Yu's back as he suddenly realized that the corpse he had seen that day was not himself, but the middle-aged man knocking at the door. In other words, that corpse had used a rope to kill him? However, if that corpse was the first husband of his wife, why would it want to kill him? If it was seeking revenge, it should have gone after his wife instead. Zhou Yu frowned, unable to make sense of these connections at all. He had thought that gathering many clues would bring him closer to or even unravel the mystery of the family of three. Unexpectedly, everything had become even more confusing. Zhou Yu sighed and was just about to put away the mirror. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed a dark shadow in the corner of the bedroom from the mirror. Zhou Yu's heart jumped, and he turned around abruptly, only to find nothing in the corner. But when he looked back at the mirror, that dark shadow appeared again and was getting closer to Zhou Yu. That shadow seemed to only be visible through the mirror, it could not be seen with the naked eye. Zhou Yu instinctively stood up, keeping his distance from the shadow in the corner, and looked at the mirror. He saw in the mirror a pale face nearly pressed against his shoulder. Zhou Yu was both surprised and terrified, for he was very familiar with that face. A bitter cold gradually invaded Zhou Yu's entire body. The scent of death grew stronger and stronger. Zhou Yu fearfully retreated repeatedly, ultimately crashing against the window. His vitality had already been exhausted, Zhou Yu couldn't activate his talent, and now the only thing he could do was to escape. Chapter 18, The Rule of Counterattack. Zhou Yu hurriedly opened the window, wanting to jump out and run away. Unexpectedly, a cold arm tightly grasped him, and a sharp pain from the cold shot through him. Then, another icy hand fiercely grabbed Zhou Yu's neck. Naturally, Zhou Yu was unwilling to be slaughtered. He lifted a foot to kick out, but to his surprise, he kicked into emptiness and couldn't harm the dark shadow at all. The strong sense of suffocation robbed Zhou Yu of his strength to resist. Just when Zhou Yu felt utterly hopeless, the mysterious black cat, which had been missing, suddenly appeared before him and let out a growl at the dark shadow. Perhaps this cat's roar would not scare even a dog, but that dark shadow seemed truly frightened. In an instant, Zhou Yu felt the chilling aura vanish, and the cold hands that were choking him released. Zhou Yu let out a breath of relief, slumping to the ground and gasping for air, his heart filled with dread. If he had been killed this time, it would mean true death. Zhou Yu patted the black cat's head. It looked just like an ordinary house cat, arching its neck with a look of enjoyment. After his mood gradually calmed down, Zhou Yu picked up the fallen mirror, preparing to put it away. But at that moment, another figure appeared in the mirror. It was the non-existent daughter. But this time, the daughter did not look strange or pitiful. In fact, she looked even more innocent and cute than his daughter Yaya. Zhou Yu took out the mirror again, wanting to carefully search for his daughter's figure, but the shadow vanished in an instant, and he searched the entire house but couldn't find it again. Zhou Yu sighed to himself, stroking the black cat that was lying at his feet. After that, Zhou Yu took down the wedding photo again, flipping through the group photo from over 30 years ago. Sure enough, the man in the photo was indeed the same pale face he had just seen. Zhou Yu simply couldn't understand. Why does each of them want to kill themselves? Clearly, it was their wife who caused their deaths. Zhou Yu had a suspicion in his heart that the mirror at night seemed to have the same effect as his real eyes. It could see the hidden mysteries of this two-story small building. Or rather, it could awaken these restless spirits. The reason they attacked him might be because of the resentment in their hearts, which made them violent and uncontrollable. And he was merely an outlet for their wrath. Zhou Yu subconsciously glanced at the corner, thinking, could this man have died in this bedroom? How did he die? Tortured to death, drained of blood, or exhausted by his wife? Zhou Yu looked at the bed, always feeling there was a corpse lying motionless there, its hollow, unblinking eyes staring directly at him. Whenever he recalled that pale face from earlier, Zhou Yu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. But now, with just 5 hours left until dawn, to restore his vitality, he could only steel himself and try to sleep quickly. Fortunately, the black cat also stayed in the room, lying on the notebook. With it there, Zhou Yu felt a little more at ease. A night full of both fullness and terror passed. Yet the morning sunlight brought Zhou Yu little comfort, for he had to face his deadly wife and an even scarier daughter upon waking. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhou Yu saw his diligent wife, dressed in an apron, had already prepared a table full of breakfast. His daughter appeared innocent and adorable, munching on fries and dipping them in unusually bright red ketchup. This scene looked very warm, but Zhou Yu's mind was filled with images of the bloody feast from last night. Bloody desserts, thick red wine, the sounds of a crying baby and heart-wrenching screams seemed to echo. Looking at his wife dipping the red jam on her bread, Zhou Yu felt his stomach churn. Sometimes Zhou Yu found it strange, were they really so obsessed with role-playing? Did they need to pretend to be the virtuous wife and obedient daughter in front of him? They might as well lock themselves in the basement, that would achieve their goals just as well. Zhou Yu glanced towards the basement, which in the daytime seemed to be just a storage room filled with clutter. It seemed as long as his wife and daughter were present, the basement no longer produced any strange sounds. But Zhou Yu knew that those who were imprisoned, like the invisible daughter, were deathly silent in front of the mother and daughter duo. The basement must hold many secrets, but unfortunately, without a key, he could not open that rusty iron door. Where would the key be? Could it be on his wife? Honey, did you not sleep well last night? Why are you staring blankly right after getting up? Come eat. His wife's gentle voice broke Zhou Yu's thoughts. The bus to the mine is about to leave, you both eat first, I'm going to make money for you. Zhou Yu really didn't want to stay in this home for another moment, so he grabbed a piece of bread and dashed out the door. However, Zhou Yu did not leave immediately, instead, he quietly hid to the side, observing the situation inside through the window. As soon as he left, his wife and Yaya did not reveal their true selves, still enjoying their breakfast leisurely. From the mouth of the ghost, Meyer, he learned that they seemed to prefer not coming out during the day, but rather liked to go out at night. These past few days, Zhou Yu also noticed that whether it was morning or evening, the living room curtains had never been drawn open, especially on sunny days. Perhaps, fearing the light was the weakness of his wife and daughter. Bloodthirsty, super strong, magical, and afraid of light. This inevitably made Zhou Yu think of a type of monster. And just as Zhou Yu observed, a disgusting voice came from behind him. Good morning. Zhou Yu turned around cautiously and saw old Wang from next door waving at him. And revealed that signature sly smile. Zhou Yu instinctively wanted to wave and greet, but suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face turning cold, as he picked up a stone from the ground and walked quickly towards the next door. Seeing Zhou Yu not returning the greeting, old Wang instantly became enraged, losing all rationality. But Zhou Yu did not back down, instead, he took a swift step forward, raising the stone and fiercely smashing it down toward old Wang's head before he could find a suitable weapon. Can't you greet me a bit louder? I let you sneakily grin at me from behind. I let you throw stones at my head. Aren't you fond of laughing? Give me another laugh. From a dead slave to a brave warrior, Zhou Yu was extremely powerful, hitting down with the stone again and again, venting the hatred from being killed in the past. Soon, old Wang's head was smashed to a bloody pulp, collapsing in his own yard like Zhou Yu had once done, dead. Looking at old Wang's corpse next door, at his hands stained with blood, Zhou Yu felt an immense sense of relief. It seemed that all the resentment from being killed by his wife had finally been released. When old Wang was killed, the long-lost system unexpectedly sent a notification. Congratulations, Chosen One, you have successfully killed an NPC, you can choose one of the following rewards. Chapter 19, A True Household of 3. 1. Restore all vitality. 2. Gain certain points after clearing the level. 3. Gain a chance to dodge a monster tail. Zhou Yu was somewhat surprised, he didn't expect that a hero could gain additional rewards for killing an NPC. It turns out that the previous Beautiful Nation's Chosen One killing the black man in the town was not based on instinct. Zhou Yu unhesitatingly chose the first option, and his vitality was instantly fully restored. Just as Zhou Yu was secretly rejoicing, a strange gaze suddenly fell from the old house next door. Zhou Yu turned his head and was astonished to find a stunning woman hiding behind the curtains in the room at the back of the courtyard. That woman seemed to be the mistress of the house, old Wang's wife. The young and beautiful woman also revealed a strange smile, but this smile felt completely different from old Wang's sly grin. The woman's sly smile was dangerous and deadly, just like his wife's smile. Same kind. The word flashed through Zhou Yu's mind, while a wave of fear enveloped his heart. To them, the dead husband meant nothing, instead, it was just out with the old and in with the new. They couldn't wait to be widowed. Zhou Yu quickly distanced himself from the neighbor's house, but discovered that old Wang's wife seemed to have never stepped outside, just like his own wife and daughter. Sure enough, they feared the sunlight. Leaving the street where he lived, Zhou Yu first found a secluded corner. Then, he reached into his backpack and pulled out the police uniform and badge he had picked up after killing the Beautiful Nation's Chosen One in Ghost Mill. Exploring Happiness Town was today's top priority. Zhou Yu had just started his investigation on the morning of the fourth day and was completely behind other chosen ones. So, Zhou Yu decided to take some shortcuts. Zhou Yu changed into the police uniform in the corner and wore the badge from the town's police station. Then, he naturally headed to the town's police station first. To understand everything about the town in the shortest time, he needed to investigate the information and files first. The police station was located in the town center, and as he arrived at the front door, he happened to stumble into a tourist dispute incident. Zhou Yu hurriedly lowered his head, intending to sneak in amidst the chaos. However, a police officer suddenly called out to him. "Sheriff, where have you been these past couple of days? The chief has been looking for you everywhere." Zhou Yu was a bit taken aback. It felt like donning this police uniform and wearing the badge had transformed his identity completely. Unexpectedly, everyone in the police station regarded him as the sheriff played by the beautiful nation's chosen one. Just as Zhou Yu was filled with doubts, the system sent another notification. Since you have collected the equipment that symbolizes the identity of other chosen ones, you can choose whether to inherit their identity. Zhou Yu decisively chose to inherit, as the identity of the sheriff was more beneficial for investigation and exploration. Now he could openly and freely begin his investigation at the police station. Zhou Yu immediately went to the archive room and started browsing the documents related to the town. Soon, Zhou Yu found information about the neighborhood he lived in. While reading quickly, Zhou Yu inadvertently discovered that Old Wan was once a tourist. Later, he gradually became attracted to the town's environment, or more accurately, to his young and beautiful wife, and ultimately decided to settle down here. In fact, not only Old Wang, but many male townsmen in Happy Town were once tourists, not originally from here. But this was strange. How did normal tourists like Old Wang turn into those bloodthirsty monsters? Were they cursed in some way? Or was it related to those beautiful wives? Zhou Yu continued to browse through the town's household registration documents and made another shocking discovery. Since 50 years ago, the death rate in Happy Town had risen year after year. And these deceased came from the later settlers like Old Wang. Typically, they did not live more than 10 years after moving to the town. Old Wan was quite unfortunate. He died just 2 years after moving to Happy Town. Although the death rate was high, the rate of incoming residents was even higher. In these past few days, Zhou Yu also saw countless tourists coming to the town every day to enjoy their visit. The town had invested a large sum of money in tourism, and all aspects of development were very well established. But these blinded tourists who chose to settle down would never suspect that this was a gentle trap. In the end, they would all be treated like fattened pigs, to be disposed of once they had been well fed and tired of. Zhou Yu once again recalled the bloody feast from last night, wondering whether these people would ultimately end up as desserts or red wine, or perhaps as sacrificial minors. Or, would they be sent to the slaughterhouse mentioned by their wives and daughter, Yeye? Zhou Yu took a deep breath and continued searching the files. Finally, he found information about a family of 3. It turned out that the 2-story building he lived in had a history of 50 years, and the first owners were a young couple. When Zhou Yu pulled out a photo from the file, he was instantly stunned. This was a family portrait of 3. The man was the one who knocked on the door last night, and the woman was his wife. The expressions of the young couple in the photo were just as natural and simple as those in the wedding photos he saw yesterday. But what surprised Zhou Yu was that the daughter in the photo was actually that non-existent daughter. However, the daughter in the photo looked perfectly normal, not at all like the pale, bloody-eyed girl. Instead, she resembled the innocent and lovely figure he caught a glimpse of in the mirror last night. Staring at this photo, Zhou Yu furrowed his brows and bit his thumb tightly. Now it was clear that it wasn't a matter of who the extra person in the family was, but rather who the actual members of the family of 3 were. Clearly, the current wife and the woman in the photo from 50 years ago were not the same person, they only looked alike. As for why there was such a change, the archives certainly wouldn't record that. But Zhou Yu knew that her husband and daughter must know the reason behind it. The problem was how to find them and how to communicate with these 2 out-of-control individuals. There were also no records of Yeye's origin. Searching through the town's birth records revealed no trace of this daughter's name. This weird pair of mother and daughter seemed like invaders. Suddenly, it intruded into this originally happy and peaceful family of 3. Zhou Yu stared at the family photo in his hand, once again recalling the scene from the first night. The male head of the family, who had turned into a dry corpse, might have been angry and wanted to strangle him because he was an outsider, intruding into their originally warm family of 3. And at that time, the non-existent daughter shouting "Dad" was not referring to him, but to that dry corpse. And last night, she so desperately wanted to open the door, she just wanted to let her biological father in. The "Dad, help me," she shouted, was also a plea for help to the dry corpse. But there was one thing Zhou Yu couldn't understand: why did the black cat also want to open the door? Could it be? Chapter 20, Hell Level Difficulty. Could this black cat have once been the pet of the family of 3? This could explain why the black cat had been helping him all along. because it wanted him to save its owner. But in fact, Zhou Yu had an even bolder guess about the black cat's identity in his heart. However, this guess still needed further verification. The top priority was to solve the mystery of the family of 3 and complete this task to earn a high score. If this family photo is the truth of the family of 3, Zhou Yu would naturally be willing to help the black cat. But the problem was that the wife and daughter, Yu, were too scary and powerful. Even as a hero, he couldn't fight them. The only way was to find the wife and Yu's weaknesses or find help. The vengeful spirits in the 2-story building, the people imprisoned in the basement, all had deep grudges against the wife. But they seemed to lack the courage and strength to resist. Zhou Yu thought again about the cursed object, the king's scepter, but using such a high-level cursed object on them seemed a waste. If he wanted to pass with the previous 3 scores, just solving the family of 3's mystery would definitely not be enough. Scenting that familiar yet terrifying aura. Entering the fortune-telling shop, he saw the fortune-teller still draped in a purple robe, with a clear, sparkling crystal ball in front of her. When the fortune-teller spotted Zhou Yu, a captivating smile immediately appeared on her lips. "Welcome. Please take a seat. It's a bit dark in here, can you open the curtains?" Zhou Yu glanced at the dim room. Of course, the customer is king. The fortune-teller surprisingly opened the curtains, and bright sunlight flooded in. This took Zhou Yu by surprise. No matter if it was his wife, daughter Yaya, or the woman next door, they all shared a common fear of sunlight. "Customer, what's wrong?" the fortune-teller asked. "Nothing, I want a fortune reading," Zhou Yu said as he took out 2 coins. "All right, then draw 3 cards from these." The fortune-teller laid out the tarot cards on the table. "Focus your mind, silently think about the question that troubles you." Zhou Yu nodded and casually drew 3 cards. The Fool, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Hanged Man. The 3 cards were arranged in order before him. In the order you drew them, these 3 cards represent your past, present, and future. If you want to hear further explanations, remember to come back tonight at 8 o'clock. The fortune-teller leaned forward, showcasing her alluring figure. I want to hear it now." Zhou Yu frowned. "You can listen now, but it will cost extra," the beautiful fortune-teller said, pulling the curtain shut while unzipping her top, revealing a snowy white expanse. "Forget it, my fate is in my own hands." Zhou Yu had no interest in a monster that once drained his blood. He had no intention of wasting money and time, so he turned and walked out of the fortune-telling shop. "You will regret this." The beautiful fortune-teller's expression suddenly shifted, revealing a meaningful smile. Zhou Yu didn't pay her much mind and continued exploring the small town, arriving at the luxurious cinema next to the amusement park. 4 movies were playing in the cinema. They were Vampire vs. Witch, Taming the Devourer, Escape from the Graveyard, and Braving the Valley of Death. "Customer, the movie is about to start. If you want to buy a ticket, please do so promptly." The pretty female staff smiled and reminded him. "Hold on, I haven't decided what to watch yet." Zhou Yu stood in front of the cinema, staring at the posters of the 4 films, deep in thought. The 4 films felt meaningful, as if hinting at something more. Vampires, witches, and devourers. Zhou Yu naturally recalled the figures that appeared at the blood feast and the monsters deep in the mine. The first 2 movies seemed to spell out the identities of the monsters in the town. Other chosen ones who came to the cinema probably guessed this information too. The title of the 3rd movie seemed to tell the chosen ones to escape from this happy town. This was similar to Rule 7. Rule 7, after 7 days, a green train will arrive in the town. This is your only chance to leave the town. This was the simplest way to clear the game, just survive for 7 days in the quest. The 4th movie seemed to present another way to clear the game. I want to see Braving the Valley of Death. Suddenly intrigued by the 4th film, Zhou Yu bought a ticket. The screening room was filled with visitors, and the movie started soon. The plot of the movie was quite cliched, telling how a hero conquered monsters in adversity, saving the residents of the Valley of the Dead. Perhaps the film not only indicated another way to clear the game but also revealed one important information. Only chosen ones with the identity of a hero could fight monsters and rescue the residents of the happy town. Chapter 21, Taming the Monster, The Dark Hall. Leaving the cinema, Zhou Yu had planned to return home before dusk. Test whether the wife and daughter really fear the sunlight. But just as he passed by a construction site, Zhou Yu suddenly smelled a hint of a foul odor. This smell felt incredibly familiar to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu could never forget the time he had died the most horrific and painful death in this copy. Repulsive tentacles and a large mouth full of sharp teeth flashed through his mind. Zhou Yu was certain that the monster deep within the mine was nearby. Following the scent, Zhou Yu made his way to the depths of the construction site. However, as he tried to enter, he was blocked by a security guard, several security lines, and a tall fence. "Sheriff, this is a construction area, very dangerous, please take another route." The security guard raised his hand to stop him. I'm tracking a thief, I suspect he is hiding inside, please cooperate with the investigation. Zhou Yu said casually. But the security guard's attitude was very firm, no way, no one is allowed to enter here. Zhou Yu stopped talking nonsense, seeing no one around, he shot the guard in the head. In an instant, the guard was shot, blood splattered everywhere. The sound of the gunshot was drowned out by the noise of construction, and Zhou Yu was not worried about being heard. Congratulations, the chosen one has successfully killed an NPC. You can obtain the following 2 rewards. 1. Restore all vitality. 2. Gain a life spring water. After consuming it, you can restore all vitality. Zhou Yu's vitality was already full, so he naturally chose the life spring water. Then, Zhou Yu felt a weight in his backpack, as if something additional had appeared. Zhou Yu greatly enjoyed the privileges of a hero, but he could only do so in a hidden, unruly place. After killing the guard, Zhou Yu successfully sneaked into the construction site. But before he could start inspecting, he found himself face to face with more than 10 eyeless monsters, covered in runes and with their noses filled with tentacles. The shadow of his previous death reappeared. Zhou Yu's heart was filled with terror, and he instinctively raised his powerful shotgun. But unexpectedly, the eyeless monsters completely ignored Zhou Yu, instead pouncing towards his back. Zhou Yu turned around and saw all the eyeless monsters excitedly leaping on the guard's corpse, beginning to feast. The bloody scene stimulated Zhou Yu's brain. But at least the one who died was not him. Zhou Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the eyeless monster's mealtime, Zhou Yu hurriedly snuck into the construction site. What lay before him was a construction site that was currently being worked on, but it was unclear what was being built. However, he could see a shocking scene. Terrifying eyeless monsters were scattered in every corner of the site, helping to move construction materials, digging foundations, and chiseling stone and sand. Some of the eyeless monsters were even engaged in more delicate construction work. Seeing this bizarre scene, Zhou Yu suddenly remembered the movie that had recently been released in theaters. Taming the Devouring Beasts. Clearly, the monsters in the town had tamed the eyeless monsters. Not only using these monsters for mining, but also for construction work. No wonder Happy Town continually expanded its amusement facilities every year. With the help of these eyeless monsters, the speed of construction could be greatly increased. Moreover, they didn't need to pay any money, they only needed to feed these creatures. Thinking of this, another word surfaced in Zhou Yu's mind, slaughterhouse. Although Zhou Yu didn't yet know where the slaughterhouse his wife and daughter spoke of was, he could roughly guess that the slaughterhouse did not slaughter livestock. But rather, the people sent to the slaughterhouse were likely those deemed worthless to the town. They could neither bring profit nor be turned into desserts and red wine. Just like he once was, weak and sickly. The eyeless monsters were extremely sensitive to sound and smell, so Zhou Yu didn't dare to get too close. After investigating the area, he left the construction site. He returned the same way to the fence. Zhou Yu glanced over and saw that the security guard's body had long been picked clean, leaving only white bones behind. On this day of investigation, they had basically visited all the tourist spots in the town center. But there were still many key locations they hadn't been to, like the train station mentioned in the rules. They would need to continue the investigation tomorrow. Returning to the bustling street, the sky had begun to darken. Zhou Yu quickened his pace, and on his way back, he inadvertently discovered a very suspicious building. This building looked like an auditorium, completely black, and the dark door seemed even more oppressive and heavy. Whether it was the overly dark color or the deep tone, Zhou Yu felt that this auditorium was shrouded in a black mist. As he approached, the cross suspended above the auditorium caught Zhou Yu's attention even more. This metal cross was turned upside down. Suddenly, Zhou Yu thought of something and quickly took out the replicated key. The key also had an upside-down cross engraved on it. At first, Zhou Yu didn't pay much attention to this symbol, originally thinking it was just carved incorrectly. But now it seemed that this upside-down cross had a deeper meaning. Zhou Yu remembered that an inverted cross symbolizes a rejection of God's salvation, and is fundamentally opposed to God. Therefore, naturally, the inverted cross would be associated with Satan and demons. In Zhou Yu's memory, that deadly wife was hardly different from a demon. In this building shrouded in darkness, there must be some hidden secret. If the key hidden inside the envelope behind the wedding photo could really open this dark door, then perhaps, from this building, he could find the weaknesses of his wife and daughter. Seeing no one around, Zhou Yu quickened his pace and ran to the door. The key turned, and the lock actually opened. Zhou Yu excitedly stepped forward, about to go in. But at the same time, a chilling aura suddenly appeared behind him. Zhou Yu hurriedly turned around, only to see a tall figure cloaked in black, appearing like a wall behind him. You. Before Zhou Yu could react, a blade, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, swung towards him. A silver light flashed. When Zhou Yu came to his senses, his head and body had already separated, with his head rolling onto the auditorium floor. However, Zhou Yu had finally achieved his wish to enter this mysterious place. In the dim light, Zhou Yu saw something incredibly terrifying. Time reversed. Zhou Yu instinctively touched his neck. Fortunately, his head was still there. Before him was still the building shrouded in darkness, but at that moment, Zhou Yu was in a very safe position. However, if he took a few more steps forward, he might end up like last time, losing his head. In that moment of near death, Zhou Yu clearly remembered that his head had rolled onto the auditorium floor, but now he couldn't recall what the interior of the auditorium looked like. But Zhou Yu could never forget that what he saw in the auditorium was even more terrifying than the beheading knife. Even if he could evade the man in black and successfully enter the auditorium, the outcome would still be death. Chapter 22, The Mysterious Basement. Zhou Yu did not dare to recklessly charge in again. At least he had to figure out what horrifying things were inside the auditorium. And where that man in black, wielding the beheading knife, had suddenly appeared from. But these matters would likely have to wait until tomorrow to resolve, for it was getting dark quickly. He looked back at the pitch-black auditorium and quickened his pace. But on the way home, Zhou Yu felt a sense of unease, as if someone was following him from behind. Yet when he turned around, there was no one in sight. "Is it you, Mir?" Zhou Yu stopped and asked the air beside him. The air did not respond, but Zhou Yu felt a tap on his shoulder. Zhou Yu knew that at this moment, Mir would come to find him. Surely there was something important. Life force -10, Zhou Yu did not hesitate to activate the Eye of Truth. Instantly, Mir appeared before him in a black cloak, but there was no sense of danger. "Is there something you need?" "It's getting dark," Zhou Yu asked curiously. "For some unknown reason, the other chosen ones have become very cautious, and I am having a hard time finding targets to hunt," Mir said. Zhou Yu understood clearly that it must be the expert teams from other countries who had used their only chance to contact him to inform the chosen ones about the ghosts. "So what?" Zhou Yu asked. "I hope you can help me find the other chosen ones and lure them to a place where we can act." "I'm afraid I can't help you with that because I can't locate other chosen ones aside from you." "No, if you can make good use of your current identity, it shouldn't be difficult to find them." Mir pointed to the badge Zhou Yu was wearing. "Alright, I will do my best. But in exchange, you need to help me investigate something." Zhou Yu suddenly thought of something. Perhaps Mir could help. "No problem, we agreed on this before," Mir replied without hesitation. "I know that as long as you don't provoke the NPCs, you won't be attacked. But if you sneak into a dangerous place, it's unclear if they would attack you. At night, I can briefly enter a state of high invisibility, and the NPCs won't notice," Mir answered. "That's good to hear. I hope you can help me investigate a place, a black auditorium." Zhou Yu entrusted this most difficult task to the ghost Mir and agreed to meet tomorrow morning at his doorstep. He just didn't know if Mir would still be alive by dawn. Before it got dark, Zhou Yu returned home and made an excuse to go back to his room early to regain life force. But just as he lay down, before he could even fall asleep, footsteps were heard outside the door. Zhou Yu quickly pretended to snore, but this time it did not work. His wife, dressed even more lightly, hugged Zhou Yu from behind once again. Zhou Yu could feel the warmth emanating and smell the enticing scent of her perfume. "Honey, mining during the day is truly exhausting, why not another day?" Zhou Yu preempted before his wife could make a request. "No, I want it today." His wife's cold hands reached down from Zhou Yu's solid chest, slowly moving downward. But Zhou Yu's mind was filled with the image of his wife as a dark witch, leaving no room for any thoughts of that nature. "Honey, how have you become so strong recently? It really makes me feel somewhat." His wife's actions became increasingly bold and excessive. Zhou Yu was sweating profusely, unable to refuse his wife, yet not wanting to engage with her. What should he do? Just at the moment things were on the verge of escalation, his wife's entire body became extremely hot. Zhou Yu sensed that something was off. When he turned to look, he saw his wife's face was particularly unpleasant. What's wrong, wife?" His wife did not answer. She got dressed and walked straight to the wedding photo, taking out the key hidden behind the envelope. Zhou Yu thought that perhaps she had discovered his secret of peeking at the back of the wedding photo, and his heart raced with tension. But unexpectedly, after taking out the key, his wife did not question Zhou Yu. Instead, she coldly said, "You sleep, I'll go out for a bit." Once his wife left, Zhou Yu finally sighed in relief. Calming down and looking out at the pitch-black night, Zhou Yu quickly realized. It should be that Mir had entered the dark auditorium at that moment and was noticed by his wife. From his wife's reaction, it was clear that there was something very important inside the auditorium. Zhou Yu felt increasingly curious about the secrets within the auditorium. At the same time, he was also worried for Mir, not knowing whether he could successfully infiltrate the auditorium and uncover what was inside. However, even if Meyer is dead, it doesn't count as a bad thing for me. After all, the identity of a ghost is the opposite for all other chosen ones. Zhou Yu can't guarantee that when only 2 of them are left alive, Meyer won't turn against him. Although his wife left in a hurry, his daughter Ye is still at home. Zhou Yu can't conduct an investigation and can only obediently sleep to recover his vitality. Midnight. The clock struck 12 times. Zhou Yu woke up from his dreams and tiptoed to the door to observe for a while. After confirming that his wife and daughter were both out, he dared to leave the room. Just as he opened the door, the black cat followed him like a shadow. The third rule should be the one you crossed out, right? Zhou Yu asked, and the black cat nodded slightly. So that means, the basement is not dangerous? The black cat initially nodded but then shook its head, leaving Zhou Yu confused. But now, regardless of whether the basement is dangerous or not, Zhou Yu has made up his mind to investigate. Do you know where the key to the basement is? The black cat nodded firmly this time and ran out. Zhou Yu hurriedly followed and arrived at the warehouse outside the house. Unexpectedly, such an important key was hidden in an abandoned warehouse that anyone could enter. But strangely, Zhou Yu searched all around and could not find the key. Where is the key? The black cat jumped up and tapped a hammer hanging on the wall with its paw. I asked you to help me find the key, but instead you found me a hammer? The black cat nodded. Zhou Yu suddenly understood, and with a wry smile said, I see, you want me to use the hammer to break the lock? The black cat nodded again. Indeed, the rules didn't mention that the lock must be opened with a key. Zhou Yu took a hammer and returned to the basement. At this moment, the strange and chilling cries and wails echoed throughout the two-story house once more. Zhou Yu used the hammer to smash the rusty lock. This old-fashioned lock would leave no marks when broken and could still be locked again. Looking at the dark space behind the door, Zhou Yu took a deep breath, holding an oil lamp in one hand and a gun in the other, carefully entered the mysterious basement. Chapter 23: The Truth of the Three-Person Family. Zhou Yu was already mentally prepared to face the terrifying and tragic scene in the basement. But when he arrived in the basement, he found that there was a large door not far away, and the eerie breath and sounds were coming from there. The space in front of him looked like an ordinary storage room, piled with some abandoned and old items. Help! Help me! Help! Perhaps the person being held captive sensed Zhou Yu's arrival. The originally weak cries for help turned into desperate shouts. Zhou Yu hurriedly ran over, wanting to open the iron door to rescue them. But inadvertently, he knocked down an old photo album from a shabby wooden table. Originally, Zhou Yu had no intention of looking at it, but the black and white old photos inside the album caught his attention. The light chased away the darkness. The images on the album gradually became clear, and the faces of the three-person family reappeared. Sure enough, they looked just like the ones seen in the police department's archives. 50 years ago, the owners of this house were that young couple, along with their daughter. From the captions under the photos, Zhou Yu finally learned the names of the three-person family. The invisible daughter was named Yao Yao. The mystery of the three-person family could be considered completely unveiled. But Zhou Yu knew that knowing the answer was far from enough. The final task of the three-person family was to expel those who did not belong to this home, allowing the true three-person family to reunite once again. But the problem is, the current wife was no longer the former mistress, the male owner had turned into a corpse, and even this house could not enter. That non-existent daughter. To this day, he still hasn't found a way to see her. The eerie and chilling cries for help continued in his ears, and Zhou Yu had no time to carefully look through each photo. But after Zhou Yu quickly flipped through the entire album, he discovered a strange problem. That is, there was not a single photo of the black cat among all the pictures. If the black cat is the pet of the family of three, how could it not appear in the photos? The only explanation is. Zhou Yu now carefully recalled that when he accidentally saw Yao Yao in the mirror last night, the black cat just happened to be in that spot. And when he couldn't find Yao Yao in the room, he found that black cat rubbing against his feet. It seemed that all along, the non-existent daughter Yao Yao and the black cat never appeared at the same time. Looking back, the black cat was still shadowing him closely, and its pair of spirited eyes was fixated on the album. Zhou Yu took out the mirror again, and indeed, Yao Yao's innocent and lovely face appeared in the reflection. Sure enough. At the same time, behind the black cat, a girl gradually appeared, with big eyes and a light smile, but her expression seemed much more mature. What on earth is this? Zhou Yu was about to ask, but at that moment, there suddenly came a frantic knocking sound from above the basement. It's Dad! Yao Yao ran up without a care for anything, and Zhou Yu hurriedly followed. Arriving at the old house's front door on the second floor, Zhou Yu nodded to Yao Yao, and they both pulled the door open with all their might. A rush of cold air swept in, and the terrifying dry corpse appeared again. With blood-red eyes, it stared fiercely at Zhou Yu and lunged at him madly. But at the critical moment, Yao Yao suddenly stepped in front of Zhou Yu. Dad, it's me. Yao Yao. Tears, wet with moisture, flowed from the dry corners of the corpse's eyes. Under the moonlight, the corpse gradually transformed into the appearance of the male protagonist, regaining his sanity and tightly embracing his daughter. Dad, I'm finally home. Perhaps in these 50 years, the male protagonist had knocked on this door every night, wanting to go home, wanting to see his family again. After 18,000 nights, he finally got his wish. Although Zhou Yu knew that they were in a world of haunting tales, seeing the warm yet lamentable scene before him stirred mixed emotions within him. But Zhou Yu quickly regained his composure, looked at the perilous night, and said, "Close the door quickly, they could come back at any time." The three of them firmly shut the door and returned to the living room. As he looked around the old house, the male protagonist's expression was filled with complex feelings. However, Zhou Yu was eager to know all the answers, asking about the doubts in his heart. All the tragedies began on that night 50 years ago. Staring out at the night, the male protagonist began to narrate the tragic experiences of this family and the entire happy little town. The story was just like the movie Zhou Yu had seen in the cinema. Happy Town was originally a remote town that was almost isolated from the world. But then came the unwanted guests, vampires and witches. To escape the church's pursuit, they wanted to create a world only for monsters to live in the remote town. 50 years ago, they invaded the town. That night, the bloody cleansing action began. Vampires turned the residents into bloodthirsty subspecies, controlling their bodies and turning humans into monsters. The witches took control of their minds to achieve complete manipulation. And the leaders of these monsters were the two women in the mansion. After listening to the male protagonist's narrative, Zhou Yu was not too surprised, as he had guessed some from the investigation the day before. But unexpectedly, 50 years ago, in the struggle for control over the town, the two groups of monsters had a battle. However, later on, both sides reconciled again. This was just like the plot of the movie Vampire vs. Witch that played in the cinema. In fact, these 4 movies completely showed the Chosen One all the answers. But regarding the mystery of the 3-person household, Zhou Yu still had some doubts. Then who are these 2 monsters living in our home? One is a black witch, the girl who looks about the same age as my daughter is a terrible vampire, the male host answered. Sure enough, but why does that black witch look exactly like your wife? That's because she used dark witchcraft to skin my wife alive. To keep herself young forever, the male host gritted his teeth and shouted, his face gradually returning to that of a dried corpse. If it weren't for his daughter Yao Yao comforting him by his side, the male host would probably have gone berserk again due to anger. After the male host calmed down, Zhou Yu asked again, "Then why did you become?" "I was drained of blood for resisting them. In the end, I became a wandering soul in the form of a dried corpse, unable to return home forever. But I felt the remnants of my wife's soul in Yao Yao's spirit. I know they are waiting for me at home. Both Yao Yao and I have become bound spirits due to our deep obsession, and even that black witch cannot completely drive us away." Zhou Yu nodded and looked at Yao Yao, asking again, "What about the black cat?" "The black cat is the witch's pet. I have no physical body and can only attach myself to the black cat to touch things," Yao Yao answered. Zhou Yu nodded, but unfortunately, the black cat's power is too small, only able to make hints on the notebook and scratch at the door. "Congratulations, Chosen One, you have solved the mystery of the 3-person household and will receive a high-level cursed item, the Eye of Horus." The system's voice appeared in Zhou Yu's mind again. Chapter 24: The Secret of the Basement. With the faint light, Zhou Yu raised his right arm to take a look. On his arm appeared a rune shaped like an eyeball. High-level cursed item, the Eye of Horus, can allow the Chosen One to avoid a fatal death once, and the Chosen One can freely choose whether to trigger it. Zhou Yu looked at the eye-shaped rune. He remembered that the Eye of Horus symbolizes protection. Only this protection is for the dead, guarding the souls from harm on their way to the underworld. He didn't know if this cursed item had any other meanings. However, at this moment, Zhou Yu had no time to think deeply about this matter. While his wife and Ye Ye had not returned, Zhou Yu needed to explore the basement as soon as possible. But before entering, Zhou Yu cautiously asked the male host and Yao Yao if there were any dangers in the basement. Unfortunately, both of them knew nothing about the basement 50 years from now, having never been there. When Zhou Yu returned to the basement, the chilling cries for help became more piercing. The rusty iron door opened, and a wave of eerie and rotten smell instantly spread. The weak light of the flashlight shone, and before Zhou Yu could see the layout inside, he was completely shocked by the sight before him. The beam of light revealed a chain. It seemed to be hanging something rusty. The dry muscle fibers looked like dried salted meat. Zhou Yu immediately recalled the scene he saw when he first entered the horror world. As the light shone downwards, Zhou Yu was astonished to see several dried corpses hanging upside down from the ceiling. The desiccated flesh was crawling with maggots, emitting a nauseating rotting smell. Upon seeing the light and Zhou Yu's arrival, the 4 dried corpses struggled and swayed, the chains making a clattering sound. The piercing cries for help nearly shattered Zhou Yu's eardrums. Zhou Yu frowned, covered his ears, took a deep breath, and calmly observed the situation inside the basement. He saw the 4 dried corpses head down, while on the floor, there was a circular pentagram, looking like a black magic summoning used by a witch. Each corpse corresponds to one corner of the pentagram, but one corner is still missing. This position surely wouldn't be left empty for oneself, right? Just as Zhou Yu was secretly sneering, the blood-red eyes on the upside-down faces suddenly stared intensely at him. The chains rattled, and all the corpses propped themselves on the ground, lunging forward in an extremely eerie manner. Zhou Yu was startled and hurriedly stepped back. But upon closer inspection, he found that the chains binding the corpses were incredibly strong, and the corpses couldn't break free at all. After a false alarm, Zhou Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that these 4 corpses were indeed the former husbands of his wife. Looking at the 4 furious corpses, Zhou Yu comforted them, saying, "As long as you don't hurt us, I will release you." Hearing this, the originally angry corpses gradually calmed down. Zhou Yu didn't do this out of kindness, but rather to destroy his wife's formation. But just as Zhou Yu was about to unlock the chains, a familiar aura unexpectedly reappeared. Zhou Yu instantly felt a terrifying sense of oppression, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. "What are you doing here?" "Husband," a delicate voice asked. Zhou Yu turned around trembling and saw a figure cloaked in black, with a wrinkled, pale face. Zhou Yu inhaled sharply. When his wife revealed her true face, it meant his death was imminent. At the same time, all the corpses fell silent, crawling back to their positions, turning back into lifeless beings. Even after death, these people could not escape their fear of their wife. However, there was one exception. When the male host from 50 years ago saw the appearance of the Dark Witch, he turned back into that raging corpse. "Return my wife to me." But the Dark Witch merely snorted, easily tearing the male host's soul apart, turning it into nothing in the darkness. Seeing her father's soul shattered, the daughter Yao Yao became completely terrified, trembling and curling up, crying. "Humph, finally no more knocking on the door." The Dark Witch's voice dropped its disguise, becoming old and hoarse, like a voice from hell. Yao Yao cried even more pitifully, her hoarse screams echoing throughout the basement. "It's too noisy. Little ghost, I've tolerated you for too long. Don't you want to enter this basement? Then go in and keep them company." As the Dark Witch spoke, she grabbed the daughter's soul and tossed it into the deepest part of the basement. Before Yao Yao could resist or escape, a cold iron chain appeared from the corner, firmly binding her soul. "Daddy, save me. Daddy, Mommy. I want Daddy and Mommy." Yao Yao completely broke down, staring at the horrifying scene around her, holding her head with her hands. The Dark Witch seemed to be enjoying herself. She even personally twisted the neck of the black cat. Zhou Yu instantly felt a chill at his neck. Especially when he saw the Dark Witch's pale face turning towards him. "Husband, it's your turn now. How do you want to die?" He. The Dark Witch's voice returned to a youthful, delicate tone. But paired with that pale, old face, it became even more eerie and terrifying. Zhou Yu knew he could not escape this disaster. There was no chance for redemption left. Even if he could save himself, the male host whose soul was destroyed and the imprisoned, broken Yao Yao could never be restored. Therefore, this time Zhou Yu did not plan to use the high-level magical item, the Eye of Horus. "I want to experience a different way of dying. I'm tired of being strangled, suffocated, being killed by a knife, or having my head smashed open." Zhou Yu coldly smiled, fearless of death, and the Dark Witch looked quite surprised. "Aren't you afraid at all?" "Not afraid. Even if my head falls, big scars will show. In 18 years, I will be a good man again." "No, or maybe it won't take that long." "You are very brave." "Well. Then I will gut you." The Black Witch glared at Zhou Yu and said in a deep voice. "Gutting? I've experienced that before." Zhou Yu snorted coldly. "Oomph, good. Then try this." The Black Witch said, pulling out a box from the shelf, retrieving a bottle of green unknown liquid from the old wooden box. "If you have the guts, drink this." In the dim light, the Black Witch's eerie, dry claws reached out. What is this?" A drug that makes you unable to live or die. I call it Godslayer." The Black Witch smirked. Zhou Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. It seemed he had overestimated himself. Perhaps this time he would face pain more intense than death itself. Just then, a mature woman's voice echoed in the basement. "Wait, don't kill him yet." Chapter 25, The Death of the Hanged Man. Zhou Yu looked up to see a 6 or 7-year-old girl appearing at the basement door. Though the girl looked youthful and cute, her expression was heavy, especially her eyes, which held a deep intensity. "Your poison can kill even gods. Using it on a mortal would be a waste, wouldn't it?" The daughter, Yaya, laughed coldly as she walked up to Zhou Yu, gently caressing his sturdy chest. "Such a healthy body shouldn't be wasted. However you want to deal with it in the end is fine, but let me enjoy it first." The small figure in front of him vanished, a shadow flashed, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Zhou Yu. In an instant, Zhou Yu felt sharp fangs biting into his neck, as all his blood and energy rapidly drained away. Gradually, Zhou Yu's consciousness faded. But when he awakened again, he still found himself in the dangerous basement. Fate hadn't reversed, but everything around him had turned upside down. Zhou Yu then realized he was hanging upside down in the depths of the basement by a cold iron chain. Nearby lay 4 other corpses. Unexpectedly, the last position of the pentagram was indeed reserved for him. I didn't expect your physical condition to be this good, that you could hold on until now. Ye's voice echoed in the darkness, followed by a sharp little knife cutting through Zhou Yu's forehead. Blood dripped steadily down his forehead, and none was wasted. It all fell into the red wine glass on the ground. Your blood is very sweet, don't worry, I won't waste a single drop of it. You will just slowly die in despair. Zhou Yu heard the peculiar laughter of the Black Witch and Ye fill the air. And in that laughter, there was also Yao Yao's sobbing. Though Zhou Yu knew he would be able to revive again shortly. Watching Yao Yao curled up and crying, looking at the dead black cat, feeling the shredded soul of the male master, Zhou Yu's heart felt a sorrow. Never before experienced despair and unwillingness made Zhou Yu desperately wish to turn this all around. Drip, drip, his blood slowly flowed away. More than an hour passed, and even the body of a hero reached its limit. Death gradually approached. At the last moment before Zhou Yu lost consciousness, he suddenly remembered a seemingly insignificant detail. That was the 3 cards drawn during the day at the fortune teller's. The Fool card representing the past. The Wheel of Fortune representing the present. The Hanged Man representing the future. The beautiful fortune teller who secretly operated special services truly foresaw his future. Time reversed. Zhou Yu's brain remained somewhat chaotic, as if shock from excessive blood loss clouded his thoughts. Yet Zhou Yu still pondered the question just now. The Hanged Man. That's exactly how he just died. Could it just be a coincidence? However, in the world of bizarre tales, it seemed there were no coincidences. However, now is not the time to think about such things. Zhou Yu quickly observed the surrounding environment. At this moment, the time had returned to the warm moment of the father-daughter reunion. Seeing the male host and Yao Yao still present, Zhou Yu felt very relieved in his heart. This time, he must protect this family of 3. Next, logically, it was time to explore the basement. Zhou Yu hesitated, wondering whether to go or avoid it. Normally, he shouldn't take any more risks. But earlier, Zhou Yu thought of a perfect plan that might deal with that even scarier Yu than the Black Witch. However, the problem is that just getting rid of Yu isn't enough. The Black Witch is equally deadly. Hurry and leave, the Black Witch will soon be back. I will find a way to reunite your family of 3. Zhou Yu said to the rational male host. The male host nodded in gratitude. Thank you, but I hope you won't harm the remaining soul of my wife. I understand. By the way, do you know of a black hole on the west side of the town? Zhou Yu asked, knowing the male host had been wandering in the town for over 50 years, he must know something about that dark place. I know that black hole, it was built by those monsters after they arrived in the town. But I can't enter it. However, I know that every full moon night, those monsters gather inside. Full moon night. Zhou Yu looked out at the night sky. The moon was becoming rounder, and the full moon would be in 2 or 3 days. Also, on the east side of our town, there is a white hall, a church. 50 years ago, the first thing those monsters did after invading our town was to destroy the church. Zhou Yu nodded. Yes, you mentioned those monsters fled to the town to escape the church's pursuit, so they would naturally eliminate the church here. Exactly. Although the White Hall was destroyed, I once saw an elderly figure appear there, like the young pastor from back then. Elderly, young. Yes, it's been 50 years. Alright, I will go check the White Hall tomorrow. As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, the wall clock chimed the hour. Zhou Yu hurriedly let the male host leave and quickly hid back in his room to continue sleeping. After that, Zhou Yu narrowly escaped another deadly crisis. The next morning, it was the 5th day of the mission, with only 2 days left until the train arrived at Happiness Town Station. Zhou Yu was determined to deal with his wife and Yu tonight. Otherwise, he would have even less time to complete the hidden high-difficulty mission, deal with the monsters in the town, and save the residents. Leaving the old house, Zhou Yu arrived at a secluded corner nearby, where he had agreed to meet Meyer. But after a long time, Zhou Yu did not sense Meyer's presence, only hearing a dripping sound, like liquid falling. Just as Zhou Yu was puzzled, he suddenly felt a light tap on his shoulder. Zhou Yu quickly activated his ability, the True Eye. Gradually, a ghost cloaked in black, with feet hovering, appeared before him. But what surprised and moved Zhou Yu was that Meyer's aura was very weak. His right arm under the black cloak was completely empty and was still dripping with blood. You are injured? Did my wife hurt you? Zhou Yu asked curiously, as it was clear his wife had sensed the intrusion in the hall last night and had suddenly left. But Meyer shook his head. No, I was harmed by something inside the hall. You successfully sneaked into the black hall? The ghost Meyer nodded and, with a weak breath, began recounting his experiences from last night. Following Zhou Yu's hint, Meyer successfully evaded the black-clad figures wandering around the black hall, carrying decapitated swords. Afterward, after entering a state of invisibility, Meyer safely used a key to sneak into the black hall. However, he did not expect that there existed an even more terrifying monster in the auditorium. Chapter 26 White Auditorium, Competitors. What kind of monster is it? Zhou Yu hurriedly asked, as the image of that dark, tall figure resurfaced in his mind. It's a monster with a goat's head, nearly 3 meters tall, looking extremely similar to a goat-headed demon. Goat's head. Zhou Yu finally remembered the scene he saw in the black auditorium. When his own head rolled inside the auditorium, he saw a creature like the goat-headed demon from the Bible. In the end, it was the goat-headed demon that raised its hoof-like foot and crushed his skull. Apart from the goat-headed demon, Zhou Yu also remembered seeing something even more important in the auditorium. So what happened next? The ghost, Mir, covered his injured severed arm and spoke softly. The goat-headed demon instantly sensed my presence and forcefully tore off its own arm. If I hadn't escaped in time, I probably wouldn't have survived. Then my wife, no, did that black witch appear? Zhou Yu asked. When I escaped the black auditorium, I did see her, but she didn't see me. Zhou Yu nodded, and Mir continued, if I had known from the beginning that you wanted to explore such a dangerous place, I would have never agreed. I'm really sorry, I also didn't expect the black auditorium to be so dangerous. Are you hurt badly? Zhou Yu showed his apology on the surface, but in reality, he cared nothing about Mir's injuries. You owe me a big favor this time, but as long as you can quickly tell me the locations of the other chosen ones, I might be able to escape danger. Mir's words caught Zhou Yu's attention. Zhou Yu guessed that Mir's ability might be to heal his injuries by killing targets. Or perhaps, like Park Rignon's ability, able to devour the life force of others. Zhou Yu looked at Mir, who was silent, estimating that if he didn't agree, he might not reveal the important discoveries in the black auditorium. Okay, I will definitely give you the locations of the chosen ones before noon, and you can wait at their doors at dusk. Zhou Yu said this not as a delaying tactic, because in the police station's household registration files, he could discern the roles of the chosen ones from the photos. It can be said that Zhou Yu knew the locations of all the chosen ones like the back of his hand. Seeing Zhou Yu's certainty, Mir nodded, then I will trust you once more. I saw hearts in the black auditorium. Hearts? On the altar of the black auditorium, there were many glass containers, soaking in them were beating hearts, very eerie. Mir said. Whose hearts? I don't know that. I've already told you everything I know. Now I need to deal with my wound. I will wait for your good news here at noon. If you break your promise, then you can take my life. Zhou Yu smiled bitterly. And Mir did not answer, but instead left again like a ghost. The hearts in the black auditorium. Zhou Yu suddenly remembered the black witch's reaction last night. It seemed she subconsciously covered her heart and her body suddenly heated up. Zhou Yu vaguely thought of something, seeming to understand the wife's weakness. Time was tight, and there was no time to fantasize. Zhou Yu then went to the east side of the town, searching for the white auditorium mentioned by the male host. Although the central area of the town was bustling, the edge of the town was quite desolate. Around a cluster of abandoned houses, Zhou Yu quickly discovered a ruin, and the white crumbling walls caught his attention. At the same time, Zhou Yu also noticed 3 suspicious individuals loitering around. Zhou Yu had never seen these 3 people, but their faces looked very familiar to him. Because the 3 of them were the chosen ones from other countries. The young man walking in front was Yano Daisho from Japan. Yano Daisho looked strong, holding a katana in his hand. The other 2 chosen ones following behind him were like his little brothers. Zhou Yu learned from the Dragon Kingdom expert group that Yano Daisho had initially drawn the identity card of a hero. Now it seemed that Yano Daisho not only located this Whitehall first but also gathered 2 allies. For himself, he was definitely a powerful competitor. Although, in this instance, chosen ones were not allowed to fight privately. It didn't mean everyone would get along in peace. Zhou Yu naturally did not expose himself but hid in the shadows to observe first. Soon, Yano Daisho and his companions found a secret underground door in the ruins and walked in. About half an hour later, the 3 hurriedly left. In the sunlight, Zhou Yu suddenly discovered that Yano Daisho's katana was stained with blood. After the 3 walked far away, Zhou Yu took out a flashlight from his backpack and immediately entered the dark basement. With a flash of light, Zhou Yu was shocked to see a corpse lying on the ground. The person seemed to be 60 or 70 years old, wearing a black uniform, and holding a religious book in his hand. Could it be? Zhou Yu's heart sank. Clearly, this person was the priest mentioned by the male protagonist. At the same time, Zhou Yu understood why Yano Daisho wanted to kill the priest. Because only the priest knew the weaknesses of the monsters in Happy Town and other secrets about the town. After Yano Daisho learned this important information, he killed the priest to prevent other chosen ones from getting this intel. Despicable, shameless. Zhou Yu cursed, but at that moment, a sudden flash of white light appeared in the darkness. Zhou Yu instinctively dodged to the side as a dagger stabbed towards him. If he hadn't been promoted to a hero, enhancing his body, that attack would have certainly taken his life. After dodging, Zhou Yu quickly pulled out his gun and aimed at the attacker. When the flashlight shone on him, Zhou Yu saw that the dagger-wielding person was a young man, also dressed in a black uniform. You, who are you? You evil people, die. Wait, I am not in cahoots with those three just now. I also deeply hate their actions. Zhou Yu hurriedly explained. But the young priest remained vigilant and still furious. I swear to the gods, I am not lying. Who are you? I am the sheriff of Happy Town. Don't worry, I will help you catch those three murderers and take revenge for the old priest. Zhou Yu quickly revealed his identity. When the young priest saw the badge Zhou Yu wore, his attitude softened significantly. So it's the sheriff. Don't worry, I, like other people in the town, have not been controlled by those monsters. Zhou Yu continued to comfort him, and the young priest nodded and lowered his dagger. I want to know, why was the old priest killed? Did he say something to those three just now? Zhou Yu asked the most crucial question. Chapter 27, Hero vs. Ghost. Zhou Yu finally got the answer he wanted from the young priest. For the past 50 years, the old priest and the young priest relied on each other and hid in the basement of the White Hall. Originally, the faith of the town's residents was in the deities worshipped in the White Hall. But since the townspeople were transformed, controlling their bodies and minds, they abandoned their original faith. Afterward, the old priest and the young priest could only survive by scavenging, trying to get by in the dim, damp basement. Over the years, the Black Witch also wanted to eradicate them completely. However, the old priest possessed the ability to resist the Black Witch and ultimately managed to protect that ruin from destruction. There was a guy named Yaya who on the surface looked like a girl, but he was indeed a vampire, likely several hundred years old, said the little priest. Having a century-old man call me dad really shortens my life. Zhou Yu said with a bitter smile. Vampires are very powerful, no matter how many wounds they suffer, they won't die. But they do have a weakness. Is it sunlight? Zhou Yu asked. The little priest nodded, yes, their weaknesses are indeed sunlight and fire, but they are not fatal, they merely weaken their abilities. Even during the day, they are stronger than normal people. So can we say they practically have no weaknesses? What about the Black Witches? Zhou Yu asked. The Black Witches seem to have even fewer weaknesses, their bodies are only slightly weaker than vampires, far exceeding normal humans. Moreover, they are skilled in using dark magic and summoning spells. However, to possess such abilities, they must sacrifice their own hearts, said the little priest. Sacrificing hearts? The Black Hall. Zhou Yu suddenly understood. That's right, their hearts are kept in the Black Hall, sacrificed to their evil god. However, the Black Hall is heavily guarded, and infiltration is nearly impossible. Zhou Yu nodded, yes, even the Ghost Mire almost fell there. What kind of monster is the Goat Man, and does it have any weaknesses? You know quite a bit, the Goat Man is a demon summoned by Black Witches and has almost no weaknesses. But as long as the witch who summoned it dies, the Goat Man will disappear as well. Then this problem is almost unsolvable. Zhou Yu sighed. But since vampires and Black Witches are so invincible, how did the old priest and you fight against these monsters? Zhou Yu curiously asked again. We rely on holy ruin water and the teacher's white magic, but these abilities are just for survival, said the little priest. Holy ruin water? Holy ruin water can make Black Witches unable to use any magic or summoning spells for a short time, and it can also strip away their disguises, causing them to lose their first layer of protection, explained the little priest. Strip away disguises? Is it like shedding skin? I heard that Black Witches wear a layer of human skin to keep youthful forever. Zhou Yu asked. Yes. Then can you give me some holy ruin water? Zhou Yu suddenly thought that perhaps he could use this method to protect the remnant soul of the main character's wife. But the little priest shook his head. I cannot give you holy ruin water unless you help me with one thing. What is it? Kill those three people from just now. Avenge the teacher, said the little priest with anger. Okay. No problem. Zhou Yu agreed without hesitation, as he initially harbored murderous thoughts towards Yano Daichi and the others. And at the same time, it would also be repaying a favor to the Ghost Mire. After leaving the White Hall, Zhou Yu immediately went to the police station. By investigating the household archives, Zhou Yu quickly confirmed the addresses of Yano Daichi and the three others. At noon, Zhou Yu arrived at the location agreed upon with Ghost Mire and revealed the information about the three to him, once again borrowing a knife to kill. After that, Zhou Yu curiously went to the fortune-telling shop in the bustling street, wanting to seek the results of the fortune-telling. But to his surprise, that beautiful fortune-teller was gone. The new fortune-teller was equally enchanting, but she said that there had only ever been one fortune-teller in the shop. Zhou Yu struggled to recall the time when the town was destroyed, when he was ambushed and drained of blood by someone from behind. And that attacker seemed to resemble the fortune-teller in front of him. So who exactly was the one who divined for him yesterday? Zhou Yu was filled with questions, but there were more important matters to attend to, leaving him no time to explore this issue. Afterward, Zhou Yu arrived at the train station. Happy Town's train station is unique. It is built with distinctive features to attract tourists, selling all kinds of exquisite gifts. There are also delicious snacks, beautiful welcoming ladies and clowns at the station. At this moment, a green train was approaching from that direction. This made Zhou Yu think of Rule 7. 7 days later, a green train will arrive at the town, and this is your only chance to leave the town. At first glance, this rule seemed to predict some disaster would occur on the 7th day. The chosen one would need to take that green train to escape the town. The green train. It seemed that both the train arriving and the train departing were green. Could it be that the chosen one needed to blend in with the tourists to take their chance to leave the town? Although this rule was not crossed out by the black cat, also known as Yao Yao. However, this did not mean that this rule was without issues. Because the rules that Yao Yao crossed out were all related to the three-member family. She was the earthbound spirit of the old house and could not go to the town, naturally unable to judge the correctness of other rules. If leaving the town on the 7th day is the way to clear the game, then it is too simple. For these 7 days, as long as one plays their role properly and does not touch the red line of those rules, they can survive to the 7th day and then leave safely. Zhou Yu always felt that something was off. Either this train station is a trap, or on the 7th day, a disaster will definitely occur to prevent the chosen one from escaping. Zhou Yu chose to use his talent and activate the Eye of Truth to investigate. But there was no red danger aura around, and even a green safety aura was floating. It seems that only on the 7th day will the answer be known. In the evening, Zhou Yu did not return home immediately but waited near Yano Daisho's house. Soon, the sky gradually darkened, and Yano Daisho's figure gradually appeared. Yano Daisho was still carrying that large sword, walking proudly, completely unaware that danger was approaching. But Zhou Yu knew that Meal would never miss this good opportunity, so he quickly activated the Eye of Truth. Sure enough, Zhou Yu saw the ghostly figure of Meal slowly approaching behind Yano Daisho. To Zhou Yu's surprise, the brave Yano Daisho seemed to sense the crisis and caught a hint of blood in the air. He actually drew the large sword from his back and looked behind him. And the ghost Meal was right in front of him. The sharp large sword and the curved blade, at the same time, were confronting each other. Chapter 28, The Demon-Slaying Plan begins. Yano Daisho swung the large sword behind him furiously, the cold light carving a sharp arc in the sunset. Zhou Yu thought to himself that if it were him behind, he would probably find it hard to dodge this fierce attack. But unexpectedly, the ghost Meal's speed was ghostly swift, and he actually dodged the fatal strike. Although Yano Daisho sensed the crisis, he could never see Meal's figure. He could only swing the large sword wildly in place and dodge into a building. If this stalemate continued, Meal would likely make a mistake. But unexpectedly, at a critical moment, the ghost Meal actually threw the curved blade, injuring Yano Daisho's right leg. Yano Daisho was both pained and shocked, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Immediately after, Meal picked up the curved blade and stabbed it into Yano Daisho's heart. This series of actions flowed like water, evidently showcasing that the ghost's ability granted a greater speed boost to the chosen one. In the end, Yano Daisho died under Meal's curved blade, his eyes wide open, unable to close them. Perhaps tonight he would be dealing with the monsters in his own house, taking the lead in completing the three-member family task. So even from a distance, Zhou Yu could see that he did not have a look of acceptance on his face. After successfully stabbing the hero, Zhou Yu was surprised to find that the ghost Meal's originally severed arm was gradually regenerating, and other injuries on his body were also healing rapidly. Indeed, the ghost Meal's talent was similar to Zhou Yu's previous judgment. His talent can be said to perfectly match the identity card he drew. This is definitely not a good thing for him. After the ghost mirror disappeared again, Zhou Yu hurried over, picked up the sword, and rode his motorcycle to the east side of the town as dawn broke. On the way, the system once again sent a notification. Because you have collected the equipment katana that symbolizes the identity of the chosen one from the Japanese country, you can choose whether to inherit the other's identity. The role played by Yano Daisho is the leader of the mafia in the town, possessing a certain source of funds. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment and rejected the idea of inheritance. Because by now, money was no longer that important, especially since he still had to give the katana to the little priest. Arriving at the ruins of the White Chapel, Zhou Yu informed the little priest about the deaths of Yano Daisho and the others, and exchanged the katana for the most important holy ruin water. When he returned home, it was just getting dark. To dispel the wariness of his wife and daughter, Zhou Yu spent a lot of money to buy 2 gifts. After giving the gifts, Zhou Yu originally planned to go back to sleep, but his wife suddenly called out to him. "Honey, you haven't had dinner with us for several nights. I made a lot of dishes tonight, let's eat before sleeping." He couldn't refuse his wife's request, so Zhou Yu had to sit at the dining table. Since coming to the world of strange tales, he indeed hadn't eaten many good meals. This table of food was truly the most lavish meal he had in the past few days. However, with these 2 monsters around, Zhou Yu really had no appetite. But surprisingly, his wife was particularly virtuous tonight, and his daughter was also very well behaved. His wife's cooking skills were excellent, constantly serving Zhou Yu dishes. However, based on experiences from previous deaths, Zhou Yu remained cautious at all times. Maybe his wife and daughter had noticed something, or they learned that he had been to the Whitechapel. So, they might secretly poison his food, taking the first strike to kill him. Zhou Yu activated the Eye of Truth again. But the result was unexpected. In the entire two-story building, only the dining table and his wife and daughter in front of it were not in danger, surrounded by no red aura. Perhaps due to his good behavior these past few days and bringing gifts home every night, his wife and daughter's impression of him had risen sharply. They genuinely wanted to express their gratitude with this meal. This dinner was safe and even somewhat warm, with no sense of crisis at all. This made Zhou Yu feel a bit unaccustomed and somewhat flattered. If it weren't for the previous several tragic deaths that revealed his wife and daughter's true nature to him, Zhou Yu might really have been deceived by this warm scene. The holy ruin water was in hand, and Zhou Yu also came up with a perfect plan. Although dangerous, it might succeed in getting rid of his wife and daughter. This dinner could be seen as a farewell for them. But it could also possibly be a farewell for himself. In any case, tonight will end with either your death or mine. After dinner, Zhou Yu returned to his room to rest, and his wife did not continue to pester him. Soon, midnight arrived. His wife and daughter left the old house on time. Zhou Yu's plan could begin to be implemented. He went to the living room on the first floor, and the male host knocked on the door right on time. Zhou Yu and Yao Yao opened the door together, welcoming the true owner inside. Once trust was established, the male host was no longer the furious dead corpse, but faced Zhou Yu with his real face. You must seize the opportunity, Zhou Yu urged. However, what they were asked to do was not dangerous. From yesterday's end of B, it was clear they were no match for the Dark Witch. Therefore, Zhou Yu hoped there would be no more accidents, otherwise, he would fail to complete the family's mission perfectly. Once the male master and Yao Yao were hidden well, Zhou Yu entered the basement again. He opened the iron door deep in the basement, and horror scenes and sounds came rushing back. But this time, Zhou Yu did not attempt to break the magic circle or unlock the dead body's chains. Because Zhou Yu believed that as soon as the magic circle was destroyed, the Dark Witch would sense it instantly, just like someone breaking into the black hole. Zhou Yu made a shushing gesture towards the dead bodies, then looked at the shelf and found an exquisite ancient wooden box. Under the light of the flashlight, the liquid in the glass bottle of the wooden box emitted a ghostly green glow. God-slaying. The name alone reveals how powerful this poison is. And Zhou Yu decided that when the right moment arrived, he would take this bottle of poison to test its power. After finding the poison, all the plans were ready. Zhou Yu tucked the poison and the holy ruins water into his clothes. Next, there was just waiting. The heartbreaking screams of the dead bodies still echoed in his ears, making Zhou Yu feel a bit restless. Looking down, he saw 4 dead bodies with their hands on the ground, assuming a strange posture, staring at Zhou Yu. If you continue to make noise, I'll blow your heads off. If you want release, keep quiet. I will help you take revenge. Zhou Yu, furious, pulled out his gun and aimed it at the dead body's head. Instantly, the dead bodies stopped making noise and obediently turned into inverted corpses. The basement fell silent again. Time passed second by second, and finally, a loud cat's meow came. This was the signal that wife and daughter had returned. Chapter 29, Poisoning the Daughter. When he heard Yao Yao's signal, Zhou Yu felt an inexplicable tension rise in his heart. Zhou Yu instinctively glanced at the Eye of Horus tattoo on his right arm, then looked at the shotgun hidden in the corner. Before long, footsteps were heard come. Yaya did not show that extremely satisfied expression. Instead, her face twisted in painful struggle, turning a ghastly pale, her entire body becoming utterly stiff. Her once elusive body finally swayed and collapsed to the ground. This is, your. Yaya's complexion gradually turned purple, her blood-red eyes nearly bulging out as she glanced at her wife beside her. This is my god-slaying poison, how could it be? The wife's expression was even more shocked, looking incredulously at Zhou Yu, then glancing at the already lifeless Yaya. However, at this moment, Zhou Yu's condition was not much better. If it weren't for the protection of the Eye of Horus, the pain he was enduring would be even more severe than that of Yaya. Your poison is nothing like that, it can't even kill me, what talk of god-slaying? Zhou Yu sneered. How do you know where my poison is hidden? How are you alive? Because I am immortal, you can never kill me. You once strangled me to death, pushed me off a height to my death, but in the end, I survived. The only thing I'm curious about now is whether your magic circle can truly kill me if it is activated. Zhou Yu displayed a proud demeanor, trying to provoke the Black Witch before him. You. Fine, then I shall do as you wish. The wife gradually became incensed, though she didn't turn into the Black Witch, her expression was particularly ferocious. Then, just like yesterday, Zhou Yu was hung upside down headfirst. The silver knife once again sliced open the blood vessels on Zhou Yu's head. Drip, drip, blood flowed into the groove on the ground, staining the magic circle bright red. Is this all? I thought you black witches were more vicious, but it seems you can't even manage a butcher's methods. Zhou Yu continued to provoke with words. Oomph, I've never seen someone like you, not afraid of death and fond of suffering. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. The wife gritted her teeth and said, starting to use the small knife to slice open every inch of Zhou Yu's skin, almost like execution by 1,000 cuts. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and endured. He wasn't doing this because he liked suffering, but because he wanted to trigger another ability of fate reversal. An ability that had not been used for a long time. Seeing Zhou Yu silent, the wife's lips curled up as she increased the intensity of the torment. The sharp knife not only sliced through flesh but also nearly stabbed into the bone, turning painfully around. Bone scraping therapy was nothing compared to this. Zhou Yu was sweating profusely from the pain, gradually unable to hold back his screams, almost on the verge of collapse. Disaster transfer requires an active activation, unlike the passive skill of wheel revival. Therefore, the previous deaths had been too sudden, and Zhou Yu didn't have time to trigger the disaster transfer ability. But this time, Zhou Yu finally had the chance to reverse his fate. Life force consumed 30 points, disaster transfer skill activated. In an instant, all the pain transferred to his wife. Originally beautiful skin became riddled with wounds, blood gushing out. Zhou Yu endured a full half-hour of excruciating pain, instantly transferring it all to his wife. Even if the Black Witch's physique was beyond ordinary, she could not ignore this level of damage, nor could she calm such extreme pain. The wife looked at her bleeding body in horror, her hands trembling, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu's body returned to the optimal state of a hero. It's time! Zhou Yu shouted loudly towards the staircase of the basement. Soon after, the male host in Yao Yao finally appeared and delivered the fatal blow. The Holy Ruins water was not wasted a single drop, all splashed on the Black Witch's head. Immediately, the Black Witch's body reeled as if doused with concentrated sulfuric acid, emitting thick plumes of white smoke. A heavy smell of blood wafted through the chilly basement. The wife let out an even sharper scream. Covering his head soaked by the sacred water with his hand, he crashed around the basement like a headless fly. Taking this opportunity, the male protagonist in Yao Yao hurriedly untied Zhou Yu, who was suspended upside down. Finally, everything before his eyes was no longer upside down. Zhou Yu looked at his wife, who was suffering severe injuries at that moment. He saw that she could no longer maintain her beautiful appearance, her skin burned and loosened by the sacred water. A curious and bloody scene unfolded. In the dim light, his wife, like a shedding poisonous snake, began to peel her skin from the top of her head. Gradually, a perfect human skin outfit fell to the ground. And when he looked at the Dark Witch, only the bloody body beneath the skin was left. The blood light and muscle structure were clearly visible, and on the bloody and terrifying head, there were particularly pale eyeballs. This frightful appearance was far more terrifying than the dry corpse behind her. Amidst the struggle and pain, Zhou Yu vaguely saw the Dark Witch's bloody mouth trembling up and down, as if chanting some spell. At the same time, the magic circle behind him faintly emitted a black light. Chapter 30 Kill the Wife. Zhou Yu took a cold breath and quickly regained his calm. He absolutely couldn't let the magic circle activate. Taking advantage of the Dark Witch's extreme weakness and loss of defense, Zhou Yu hurriedly picked up the powerful shotgun. With several loud bangs, sparks flew in the darkness. The Dark Witch's body was blasted away by the tremendous impact, crashing heavily against the wall. Zhou Yu frantically pulled the trigger, firing all the bullets, trying to completely crush the Dark Witch. When all the bullets were fired, the Dark Witch seemed unable to stand up anymore. Zhou Yu quickly turned around and saw that the terrifying aura and black light emitted by the magic circle had disappeared. But just when Zhou Yu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he was shocked to find that the Dark Witch's life force was still incredibly strong, and she actually managed to crawl up. The activated spell might have required chanting for a certain amount of time. The Dark Witch directly recited a spell against Zhou Yu. Suddenly, Zhou Yu's body became as heavy as a lead block, making it nearly impossible to move an inch. Yet the Dark Witch quickly approached, opening her claws, wanting to strangle Zhou Yu once again. I don't want to die again. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, powerful willpower driving his body to dodge. Finally, Zhou Yu reached the magic circle and untied the ropes on the 4 corpses. The 4 corpses fell to the ground with a clatter, but they remained too frightened to move, curling up in a ball to hide. Now the Dark Witch is no different from you. Are you still afraid of a broken body? Were you also such cowards in life? If so, you'll hang in the dark basement forever, ruled by fear. You bunch of softies. What are you waiting for? Don't you want revenge? Get up and act like men. Zhou Yu angrily shouted. Finally, the corpses were scolded awake, recalling the imprisonment and torture over the years. The suppressed anger finally exploded. The 4 corpses suddenly sprang up, lunging at the Dark Witch, tearing at her broken body, making the scene even bloodier. Perhaps because Zhou Yu's voice had been too loud just now, the other vengeful souls dead in the 2-story building were also ignited by anger. In the end, countless vengeful souls gathered in the basement, like zombies breaking free, lunging at the Dark Witch and the vampire, Yaya. When the heavy pressure on Zhou Yu's body was lifted, he saw that both the Dark Witch and Yaya had been torn into pieces of flesh. Zhou Yu turned over the river and overturned the sea, quickly escaping from this bloody and wicked basement. When he returned to the living room, he saw the souls of the 3 family members standing right in front of him. Time seemed to have returned to 50 years ago, and their faces were filled with innocent smiles. Zhou Yu's heart seemed to be purified, and he took a deep breath. However, everything had not completely ended. The basement emitted a sinister aura, and the sounds of furious screams sent chills down Zhou Yu's spine. What's going on? Isn't the Dark Witch already dead? Maybe their vengeful souls have lost control, the ghosts she killed have been holding back their anger all along. Yao Yao looked at the basement, her face pale as she spoke. So, does that mean we will become their next target? This is bad, let's leave quickly. Zhou Yu hurriedly said. But I can't leave here anymore. Yao Yao glanced at her parents pitifully. Zhou Yu then realized that Yao Yao and the heroine had become bound spirits, unable to leave this 2-story house. What should we do? The heart-wrenching screams echoed through the 2-story house, and the sinister aura spread like a cold knife, cutting across his cheek. Zhou Yu began to feel anxious, the holy water was already used up, and he had no other means to deal with the evil spirits. At this moment, the bodies of the Dark Witch and the vampire, Yu, could no longer calm the anger of the vengeful souls, and slowly all the resentful spirits began to surge toward Zhou Yu. Fearful of the Yin energy, Zhou Yu and the family of 3 were gradually pushed to the front door. Zhou Yu still had a chance to escape, even if he couldn't get away, he still had 50 points of life energy to reincarnate. But even so, he still couldn't rescue the family of 3, unable to perfectly complete the task. As the claws of the vengeful spirits reached out, Zhou Yu's body was already against the door. Just then, a sudden knocking sound came from the door. Who is it? Zhou Yu asked in surprise, afraid it was the Dark Witch's accomplice. But if it was her accomplice, they probably wouldn't knock politely. It's me, the priest. The person outside said. Little priest. Zhou Yu exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly opened the door. Little priest, this place. No need to say more, I understand. The little priest pushed past Zhou Yu and rushed into the haunted old house, pulling out sacred texts and a cross, chanting spells. Soon, the out-of-control vengeful souls became much calmer, their forms dimmed, and they were successfully guided away and disappeared from the 2-story house. At the same time, the souls of the family of 3 beside Zhou Yu also began to fade. Thank you. In that last moment, the couple and Yao Yao waved goodbye to Zhou Yu. I hope your family can reunite well in heaven. Zhou Yu sighed, finally able to relax his tense nerves. But just as the family's souls were about to vanish, the sensitive Yao Yao suddenly turned very pale. Be careful. What should I be careful about? Zhou Yu asked anxiously. But unexpectedly, the spirits of the 3 completely disappeared in the dim room. Zhou Yu didn't sense any existing danger, and he still had 50 points of life energy left. To ensure he could reincarnate again, Zhou Yu did not plan to activate his true eye, as the little priest was right beside him. If there were any dark evil beings, he should sense them in advance. Unless Yao Yao was warning him about the little priest. Zhou Yu turned to look at the little priest and saw that he still radiated a white light, symbolizing brightness, showing no signs of evil whatsoever. As it stands, there are no evil spirits in the old house, and I don't know what Yao Yao wanted you to be careful about. The little priest shook his head and said. Maybe it's just Yao Yao's illusion. Zhou Yu said so, but he remained vigilant. How about this, I will stay in the old house tonight to ensure no danger occurs. The little priest offered. Okay, then thank you very much. No need to be polite, I didn't expect you to actually kill the powerful vampire in Dark Witch, even my teacher might not have achieved that. The little priest felt a bit more respect for Zhou Yu in his heart. What I want to kill goes beyond just these 2 monsters. I want to eliminate all the monsters in the town and save everyone. Zhou Yu said, looking out at the full moon. Okay. I will help you, this is also the teacher's wish. My life was saved by the teacher, so even if I die, I will help fulfill the teacher's last wish. The young priest said firmly. Zhou Yu secretly felt relieved. With the young priest's involvement, it would undoubtedly provide great help in completing the hell-level hidden difficulty task. Chapter 31, Nightmare Reborn. Zhou Yu suddenly thought, if Meyer had not killed Yano Daichi, if Yano Daichi did not kill the old priest. Perhaps tonight, he would have been the first to complete the family of 3 mission. After that, Yano Daichi would also receive the stronger old priest's help to complete the subsequent tasks. However, in both the real world and the world of urban legends, there is no if. Congratulations, chosen hero, for perfectly completing the family of 3 mission. You will receive extra clearing points, as well as a high-level cursed item, the God-slaying poison, and a mid-level cursed item, the Radiant Stone. Zhou Yu did not expect to receive the poison made by the Black Witch again. Zhou Yu believed that these two cursed items would greatly assist him in his future actions. In the real world. At this moment, it was also midnight in Longwa. However, almost everyone across the nation was unable to sleep, staying up late glued to the live broadcast, watching every move Zhou Yu made in the world of urban legends. That night, everyone's minds were highly tense, with palms sweating. Their heartbeats were even more intense than Zhou Yu, who was in the world of urban legends. When they saw Zhou Yu almost perfectly kill the wife and daughter, the whole country erupted in cheers, showering him with praise. The expert team from Longwa rated Zhou Yu very highly. Vision, this is vision. If Zhou Yu had a narrow mind like Yano Daichi and had killed the priest, then tonight Zhou Yu would likely not have lived either. It seems our country's chosen one is guaranteed to secure the top rank in points. The expert team began to celebrate excitedly, opening champagne in advance. But at that moment, intelligence personnel brought two other important pieces of information. The first piece of information was that the islands of Japan and Shiba had joined together to complain, questioning Longwa of cheating and wanting to sanction Longwa. Regarding this news, both the commander and the expert team scoffed, not taking these two small countries seriously at all. However, the other piece of information was somewhat unexpected. What? There are two countries chosen ones who completed the family of 3 mission faster than Zhou Yu? That's right, it's the chosen one from Beiyuan country, Nari Matsukawa, and the chosen one from Silla country, Jin Yongjun. Both are commoners, but their talents seem very strong. Indeed, without strong talent, how could they complete the mission faster than someone with a hero identity? In the world of urban legends, talent is more important than identity, just like our Zhou Yu. The expert team began to discuss enthusiastically and analyze the upcoming situation. By the way, how many chosen ones are left alive now? There are still 23 chosen ones from various countries alive, most of whom are commoners. When you count, Zhou Yu is the only one with a hero identity. What about the performance of these 23 individuals? The commander, Luo Ozhen, asked the intelligence personnel. Almost all chosen ones, after experiencing a few dangers, chose to survive until the 7th day, taking the train to leave the town. And what about Nari Matsukawa from Beiyuan country and Jin Yongjun from Silla country? According to investigations, there are 10 powerful NPCs in this instance, monsters that have been secretly resisting invaders for 50 years. Nari Matsukawa and Jin Yongjun have already found 2 NPCs whose strength surpasses that of the young priest. The intelligence personnel answered Luo Ozhen's questions one by one. Luo Ozhen nodded. No wonder those two would prioritize solving the family's problem over Zhou Yu. It seems Zhou Yu's desire to achieve the top score won't be easy, said an expert. But as long as he can get into the top 3, he can also lift the area of our dragon country from the horror stories, just the rewards won't be as good, another expert said. Don't forget, there is still a chosen one. Commander Luo Ozhen turned back to speak to the optimistic experts. Mr. Luo, are you talking about the ghost? That's right, currently, there are 4 people most likely to rank in the top 3, and based on the current situation and past few days' performance, Zhou Yu does not have the advantage. Luo Ozhen analyzed, and the expert team felt a bit discouraged upon hearing this. But anyway, it's already not easy for Zhou Yu to achieve several comebacks. As long as he survives to the last moment of the instance, he is a hero of our dragon country. Exactly. The experts nodded. Everyone don't lose heart, maybe a miracle will happen. Commander Luo Ozhen looked towards the live broadcast screen again. In the horror story world, the once perilous 2-story building is now silent as a grave. Whether it was the true owners of the family, or the black witch and vampire who occupied it, they had all vanished along with the vengeful spirits of the old house. The entire 2-story building felt empty, making Zhou Yu a bit unaccustomed. However, tonight he could finally sleep well, no need for earplugs, and no need to disguise himself. The clock struck once, 6 or 7 hours until dawn. Zhou Yu lay comfortably in bed, hoping to fall asleep quickly to regain his energy. In a daze, he didn't know how long he had slept. Suddenly, Zhou Yu woke up for no reason. Opening his blurry eyes, he found no danger around. But for some reason, he could always smell a strong blood scent. This smell seemed to be coming from the bed. Zhou Yu instinctively lifted the cover beside him. Hubby, you're sleeping so soundly. Zhou Yu was so frightened he almost fainted. What he saw was a bloody human head under the blankets. The face had no skin, only a mass of bloody vessels and flesh. The pale eyes and yellow teeth made Zhou Yu feel very familiar. You, how? Zhou Yu's mind went blank, fear left him with only one thought, escape. But before he could jump off the bed, bloody hands grabbed his feet tightly. Hubby, am I that scary? Look at me now, am I not more beautiful than ever? He. The old, hoarse laughter echoed in the bedroom, constantly irritating Zhou Yu's nerves. Why are you still alive? Zhou Yu stared at the blood-soaked face, shouting in terror. More than why I'm still alive, I want to know why you didn't die. Since you're so curious, come with me. I will tell you why I'm still alive. The Black Witch's eyes gradually filled with immense anger, her bloody, mangled hands reached out again, almost pressing her entire broken body onto Zhou Yu. Chapter 32, Falling into Hell, A New Way to Die. At this moment, Zhou Yu gradually calmed down. The Black Witch was terrifying, but she was already at the end of her strength. As a brave person, he should be able to handle her. But unexpectedly, the Black Witch somehow gained powerful strength and managed to overpower Zhou Yu, who was supposed to be a hero. The Black Witch was like an eagle catching a chick, once again controlling Zhou Yu, fiercely grabbing his head and dragging him out of the bedroom. Zhou Yu used all his strength to resist, but could never escape the Black Witch's bloody, sticky arms. These dry and bloody arms were like two unshakable steel bars. "What do you want to do?" Zhou Yu shouted loudly. He did not want to die without knowing why. He wanted to take this chance to figure things out. But the Dark Witch did not answer, only letting out a series of hoarse, cold laughs. In the end, Zhou Yu was dragged to the steps leading to the basement. Looking at the familiar living room, Zhou Yu suddenly realized. He finally understood why Yao Yao had cried out to be careful before her soul vanished. It turns out that at that moment, the perceptive Yao Yao sensed that the Dark Witch was not completely dead. "I never expected you to be torn to pieces by those wrong souls and still be able to revive?" Zhou Yu continued to probe. "Humph, as long as my heart is still beating, I will never be killed." "But I know, you will soon be dead," the Dark Witch said coldly, dragging Zhou Yu down into the basement. As he walked down the cold steps, Zhou Yu's head repeatedly hit the stairs, nearly making him faint. When they reached the eerie basement, Zhou Yu saw not only a floor covered in minced flesh but also 5 exceptionally fresh corpses. These 5 corpses hung like slaughtered pigs, suspended over a pentagram formation. Then, the Dark Witch slammed Zhou Yu heavily to the ground and lit an oil lamp. In the dim light, Zhou Yu was shocked to see that one of the corpses was actually the little priest. The little priest, who had previously been bravely dispelling the wrong souls, now had an extremely twisted expression and a tragic death. As for the other 4 corpses, they looked somewhat familiar, seeming to be residents of this neighborhood. "Aren't you curious about what my formation does? Now let me show you." The Dark Witch chanted an unknown spell. Then, the pentagram formation glowed with a dark light. An incredibly powerful, terrifying aura gradually radiated out. Zhou Yu, originally sitting on the ground, slowly began to rise, wanting to take the chance to escape. But when the formation activated, that overwhelming, terrifying aura completely immobilized him. Zhou Yu can only watch helplessly as a horror-filled demon gradually crawled out from the dark light. With goat horns, a human face, large arms, and evil eyes. "Now you know why I couldn't gather 5 corpses to activate the formation sooner?" The Dark Witch asked Zhou Yu, who was frozen in shock. "Because no one was worthy to die under this powerful formation, but you are an exception. I want to see if you can crawl back from hell," the Dark Witch said coldly, raising her bloody right arm. Avada Kedavra /VDKDVR. When the Dark Witch uttered this spell, the goat-headed demon's huge arms suddenly dragged the spell into the formation. At that moment, Zhou Yu felt his body enveloped by a pitch-black space, eventually falling into searing lava. In less than a second, Zhou Yu's body turned into a wisp of white smoke. Time reversed. Zhou Yu still felt like he was in an endless sea of fire, being burned by the scorching lava and flames. After a long time, this pain gradually faded away. "What's wrong with you? Are you okay? You look very pale." "Priest?" Zhou Yu opened his eyes and saw the little priest beside him, then glanced at the clock on the wall. It turned out that time had reverted to just after the souls of the 3-member family had vanished, and the little priest was about to leave the 2-story building. It seemed that once the little priest left, he would fall into danger. No, even if the little priest were still there, he couldn't fight against the Dark Witch. It should be said that at this time, the Dark Witch had not yet resurrected. Now, Zhou Yu's vitality was completely at 0, and any small mistake could. Zhou Yu took a deep breath and looked at the quiet, silent basement. "Pastor, do you think the Dark Witch will come back to life?" The young pastor shook his head. "I don't know, she has been torn to pieces. If she can still come back, that would be too terrifying. The Dark Witch's heart is still in the black hall, maybe still pounding in the container. We must not be careless," Zhou Yu quickly said. The young pastor nodded. "Being cautious is right, but we cannot enter the black hall to destroy the Dark Witch's heart." "Then can we seal her body?" Zhou Yu asked again. "Yes, but with my strength, I can only seal it for 3 days. If we want to completely kill the Dark Witch, we can only destroy her heart." 3 days. Zhou Yu calculated the time. In less than 3 days, the green train would arrive at Happiness Town. 3 days is enough. "All right, wait for me a moment," the young pastor said as he walked to the entrance of the basement, holding the holy ruins water and reciting a spell. Finally, he hung a cross on the rusty iron door. "Okay, within 3 days, even if she comes back to life, she won't be able to get out. If nothing happens, I will leave now. It would be bad if those guys see me." The young pastor, holding the scriptures, was about to turn and leave. Wait, I won't be sleeping here tonight. Leaving the shadow of fear that loomed over the second-floor building, Zhou Yu went to the police dormitory for the night. The next day, the 6th day of the instance, Zhou Yu found the young pastor under the ruins of the White Hall, discussing strategies to save Happiness Town. The best time to act was clear, naturally during the full moon night, when all the monsters gathered in the Black Hall. Tomorrow night is the full moon. Tomorrow? Not today? Zhou Yu frowned, because tomorrow was the 7th day. Rule 7, after 7 days, a green train will arrive in the town. This is your only chance to leave the town. Zhou Yu had seen the train schedule, and tomorrow at 3 p.m., the Paradise train would pass through Happiness Town. Is there any way we can eliminate those monsters tonight? If you want to defeat them one by one, it's impossible. Even if we gathered together, my teacher and I failed back then. The young pastor shook his head firmly. I'm not foolish enough to think about defeating them one by one. However, I remember they gather at that manor every night, right? Zhou Yu asked. That manor is their stronghold, heavily guarded, with a group of powerful slaves under control. It's very difficult to infiltrate. Then, what should we do? Zhou Yu sighed. If you insist on acting tonight, there are still some ways. The young pastor suddenly thought of something. What method? Zhou Yu quickly asked. Happiness Town actually has many people like me and my teacher who are not controlled, and they have been trying to fight against those monsters. The young pastor said. Really? Where are they? Some are hiding deep in the mountains and forests outside the town, while others lurk in the town. If you insist on acting tonight, I can help you contact them. That's great. However, whether they are willing to come is uncertain, as tonight is not the best time to act. Zhou Yu nodded. I will also look for some helpers. Zhou Yu decided to unite with other chosen ones to act together. Because this hidden hell-level mission was not something one person could complete. As the initiator and organizer, even if everyone completed the task together, more points would be added to his own score. The rating system in the Ghost Tale world is the fairest. As long as one performs outstandingly, it is not difficult to rank in the top 3 to clear the game. Besides manpower, we also need to find something even more important. Something they fear the most. The young pastor said solemnly. What? Flame. Okay, I understand. I will look for the flame. Zhou Yu instantly understood the little priest's meaning. In an urgent situation, the two began to act separately. Zhou Yu first organized all the data of the chosen ones in the police archives. After inquiring with the personnel managing the household registration, he learned the number of survivors. Then, Zhou Yu went to the homes of the surviving chosen ones, trying to persuade them to join. However, unexpectedly, almost all the surviving chosen ones were unwilling to fight against the monsters in town. They even showed strong resistance to Zhou Yu's arrival and looked nervously behind them. Behind them were their wives and daughters. It was clear that their fear of their wives and daughters was no less than that of Zhou Yu. Most surviving chosen ones, shrouded in fear, chose to hide and wait for the green train to arrive tomorrow to escape Happy Town. However, there were still 2 chosen ones Zhou Yu could not find. They were Risong from the Beiyuan Kingdom and Kim Yongjun from the Shilla Kingdom. Strangely, their homes were empty, and no other family members were seen. Normally, whether it was a black witch or a vampire, they do not like to move around during the daytime. So there was only one possibility: their wives and daughters were dead. Zhou Yu was not surprised. His progress had lagged behind from the very beginning due to his identity as a dead slave. So, other chosen ones must have completed the task for a family of 3 or more first. Perhaps the 2 of them were preparing to complete the next hell-level task just like himself. Since the little priest said there were other powerful resistors in the town, it was likely that Risong and Kim Yongjun also had helpers like the little priest. From their neighbor, Zhou Yu learned about their approximate whereabouts. According to the direction, he quickly found the construction site located in the town center. Because here, there was a gas station for refueling transportation vehicles and machinery. To create the most dazzling flame, they naturally needed to obtain fire from here. Arriving at the familiar construction site, Zhou Yu unexpectedly discovered that the guarding security personnel were still alive. It was likely that these 2 had thought of other methods to sneak into the site, rather than forcefully breaching it like he did before. After all, in a game instance, the identity of a brave is also quite rare. Moreover, only the brave have the privilege to kill ordinary NPCs and receive rewards. From this, it could be inferred that their identities were probably not brave, but civilians. Although Zhou Yu could also use killing to intrude into the construction site, in order to avoid unnecessary commotion, he chose a more discreet approach. After searching around, Zhou Yu found a gap through which he could sneak into the construction site. Then, Zhou Yu quickly found the gas depot that stored gasoline. Near the gas depot, Zhou Yu saw more guards, and each guard was equipped with hunting rifles, on high alert. Zhou Yu hid in a corner, daring not to show himself, first observing all movements in secret. Before long, he saw a transport truck driving out from the gas depot. Zhou Yu noticed that the driver wore the construction site's work clothes, with the brim of his hat pulled down low, greeting the guards. Everything seemed normal, but Zhou Yu unexpectedly found that the driver was Kim Yong-jun. However, Kim Yong-jun was posing as a coffee shop manager, which meant he had blended into the construction site by disguising himself, with no flaws. It's hard to imagine why he was so familiar with the people and things at the construction site, perfectly evading all screenings. To survive until the 6th day, complete the task, and actively strike at this moment. Jin Young-jun's talent must be incredibly powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a commoner to reach this level of progress. Zhou Yu observed for a while longer. Jin Young-jun successfully drove away in a transport vehicle loaded with gasoline. Just as Jin Young-jun left, another chosen one named Na Rishong appeared. Unexpectedly, Na Rishong's actions were completely the opposite of Jin Young-jun's. Na Rishong was tall and robust, looking even stronger than a hero. As soon as he appeared, Na Rishong struck down all the guards, leaving no chance for the NPCs to react. Whether it was strength or speed, Na Rishong's power seemed to surpass that of the heroes. Zhou Yu even felt that his strength could perhaps rival that of a vampire. After Na Rishong defeated all the guards, he immediately seized a transport vehicle and left the construction site. Zhou Yu had no time to think too much. Taking advantage of the chaos, he also snatched a transport vehicle and drove out of the town. The 3 transport vehicles quickly arrived at a relatively concealed location in the suburbs. I didn't expect someone to have the same idea as me. Or maybe, you all received guidance. The stout Na Rishong was the first to jump out of the car, crossing his arms with a somewhat arrogant expression. I am the chosen one of the new Joseon kingdom, Jin Young-jun, nice to meet you all. Jin Young-jun looked much friendlier, taking the initiative to shake hands with Zhou Yu and Na Rishong. Time was tight, and Zhou Yu didn't beat around the bush. After a few polite exchanges, he directly expressed his desire to cooperate. Upon hearing this, Jin Young-jun agreed without hesitation. But Na Rishong had a nasty attitude and refused to cooperate. I wouldn't want to cooperate with you. If the rules of this round allow chosen ones to kill each other, I will slay you all. What you do is none of my concern, but don't disturb me. Na Rishong recklessly pushed past Zhou Yu and the slender Jin Young-jun, turning to leave. Is something wrong with this guy? Relying on being a hero, he really thinks he can go solo and slay dragons? Zhou Yu snorted coldly. He is also a commoner like me, but he single-handedly killed a witch and a vampire. What? Zhou Yu was quite surprised, struggling to imagine how Na Rishong had killed the seemingly immortal dark witch and vampire. What is his talent? How can it be so ridiculously strong? I'm not sure about Na Rishong's talent, but I can judge that his talent level is at least A grade. Moreover, his talent ability should be enhancement type, greatly boosting his physical condition, which indeed gives him an advantage in such a dungeon. Jin Young-jun analyzed. How do you know so much? Compared to Na Rishong, Zhou Yu is even more curious about this seemingly friendly Jin Young-jun. I also know that your talent is likely stronger than Na Rishong's, but your danger level is lower than his. I'm curious about what your talent ability is. Jin Young-jun smiled slightly. Your talent ability should be of the knowledge or prediction type, right? Zhou Yu naturally wouldn't reveal his abilities and instead tested the waters with the other party. I mean, no offense, just think that before we cooperate, we should have some simple understanding. Jin Young-jun changed the topic to ease the atmosphere. I understand. What I can tell you is that I currently have a high-level cursed item, a poison called God Slayer that can kill vampires. Zhou Yu said, holding back some information. Then let's act separately tonight. You deal with the vampire at the manor, and I'll head to the Black Hall to burn the witch's heart. Jin Young-jun said casually. That works, but how confident are you that you can succeed? Zhou Yu was well aware of how terrifying the goat-headed demon in the Black Hall was, so he naturally questioned Jin Young-jun's capability. If it were just me alone, I would say I have no confidence at all. But I have a very powerful helper, just like the little priest you found. You? Zhou Yu frowned, realizing that Jin Young-jun seemed to know everything. His talent was probably more than just perception. So, who is your helper? Zhou Yu asked. Whether it's vampires or black witches, they all fear the same target, the church. My helper is an exorcist from the church who is lurking in Happy Town. He is the strongest among the 10 superpowered NPCs in the town. And the one you found is actually the weakest. However, this also proves your own talent is powerful, which is why you could complete the mission of the 3-person family. So, do you feel confident now? Zhou Yu let out a slight hum and nodded. Good, then we will split up tonight. But to be honest, tonight is not the best time for action. We should choose tomorrow night. You should know the reason. Jin Young-jun suddenly said. But you should also know that the only train that will take us away from the town will arrive in the afternoon tomorrow, so we only have tonight as our last chance. Zhou Yu replied. Alright then, I wish you success. Jin Youngjun nodded, but his expression was somewhat profound. After they separated, Zhou Yu found the little priest, while he found two companions. One was a hunter living in hiding outside the town, and the other was a winemaker lurking in the manor. Tonight, these two would participate in the action and play a significant role. In half a day's time, the four of them devised a detailed plan. If everything could be implemented smoothly, perhaps they could deliver a fatal blow to the monsters in the town. Night quickly arrived. Zhou Yu, the little priest, and the hunter arrived near the manor, still choosing the abandoned small building as their observation point. Looking through the telescope, the manor was still extremely lively, with a blood feast about to take place. However, tonight, many exquisite wines in barrels, carefully prepared by the winemaker, were added to the banquet scene. Wonderful music began to play, but the musicians appeared numb, clearly under control. Without a soul, their bodies couldn't play soulful music. But the monsters in town still savored the red wine joyfully, toasting and feasting on ore. Suddenly, all the monsters froze as if turned to stone, halting their movements. Time seemed to stand still, and the soulless music also stopped playing. Zhou Yu knew this was because the poison of god-slaying had started to take effect. One by one, the glasses of red wine fell to the ground, and all the monsters collapsed. Their expressions were as painful as Yeye's, struggling in agony, including the Black Witch. Zhou Yu didn't expect it to go so smoothly, letting out a silent sigh of relief. But who would have thought that after a while, these monsters actually crawled up again? Though they looked weak and in pain, it seemed they still had the strength to struggle desperately. It seems the dose of poison was too little. It's not enough to kill so many monsters at once. Zhou Yu frowned. It's fine, the best part is yet to come. As soon as the little priest finished speaking, flames erupted, rising into the sky. The winemaker had already grasped the timing, pouring gasoline from the barrels. The flames formed walls of fire, surrounding the monsters that feared the flames. Hunter, the next move is up to you. The little priest said to the hunter, who was already prepared. But before the hunter could shoot the poisoned feather arrow, a big man appeared on the roof of the manor villa. That day, Song. Zhou Yu knew that day, Song would definitely appear, but he didn't expect him to come at this moment to steal the show. Under the moonlight, that day, Song had a huge package on his back. Curiously, Zhou Yu looked through the telescope and saw that the package contained bottles of wine. Immediately, that day Song excitedly threw the bottles one by one. Inside the bottles was indeed gasoline, and when the gasoline hit the ground, it ignited even hotter flames. After throwing all the Molotovs, that Daesong surprisingly jumped down from the roof. As he fell, Zhou Yu was shocked to see that Daesong's body underwent a startling transformation. Just as that Daesong landed safely on the ground, he had actually transformed into another person. No, it was no longer accurate to call him a person, but a werewolf. His entire body was covered in gray and shiny fur, with eerie green eyes, sharp fangs, and claws. With that Daesong letting out a long howl towards the moon, he charged forward in his werewolf form, starting the slaughter. Werewolves are the natural enemies of vampires. Zhou Yu finally understood how that Daesong had managed to kill the nearly immortal vampires and dark witches. Faced with the fierce werewolf, the weakened monsters had no chance to fight back. Soon, the one-sided massacre came to a halt. All the monsters fell again, full of wounds, both inside and out. Gradually, the fire died down, and that Daesong returned to human form, revealing a smug and proud look. Humph, the head was snatched away by this guy. Zhou Yu snorted coldly. But unexpectedly, just when it seemed the victory was clear, the soulless music suddenly began to play. The deep tones of the cello gradually became high and invigorating. Under the flames that had not fully extinguished, one by one, the black-robed, decayed, old witches suddenly stood upright. Chapter 35, Backstab, Betrayal. In the light of the fire, the pale faces of the dark witches looked even more terrifying. The horrifying faces awakened Zhou Yu's inner fear once more. However, there was one person more terrified than Zhou Yu, which was that Daesong, at the center of the blood feast. It seemed that the ability to transform into a werewolf could only be used once in a short time. That Daesong did not transform again but chose to run away. But before he could take a few steps, he was surrounded by the strange-looking dark witches. Worse still, the vampire, previously severely injured, was gradually recovering. It seemed that the toxins in their bodies had slowly dissipated. A bottle of god-killing poison was not enough to kill a group of vampires. At this moment, that Daesong, who had been like a god of war, was like a lamb surrounded by wolves. His unruly laughter turned into screams of despair. Zhou Yu put down the telescope and stopped watching this bloody scene. This was not because Zhou Yu felt pity, but rather because he felt a bit anxious inside. The dark witches could come back to life, which had only one explanation: their hearts were not destroyed. It was clear that over at the Black Hall, Jin Youngjun had failed. Recalling Jin Youngjun's expression of absolute confidence and seeing through everything, Zhou Yu secretly sneered. What to do? Should we attack or not? The hunter next to him asked as he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Forget it, we have no chance, let's go back. Zhou Yu sighed, feeling it was a wasted opportunity. But no matter what, at least they had dealt with that group of vampires and gotten rid of the competitor, that Daesong. I'm afraid it's too late. The young priest suddenly furrowed his brows and turned to look back with a gloomy expression. Zhou Yu quickly turned around and was shocked to see that, at some point, several dark witches had climbed up to the roof of the abandoned building. The hunter immediately shot a poison arrow, hitting its target accurately, with each arrow striking the center of their foreheads. But in this state, the dark witches were almost invulnerable, neither poison nor fire could completely destroy them anymore. Don't linger, run quickly. Zhou Yu didn't want to die in the same place twice, escaping through the vines climbing the wall to the other side of the roof. Not far away, there were parked patrol motorcycles. Zhou Yu hurried over. Fortunately, there were no dark witches chasing after him. But just as Zhou Yu was about to escape to safety, a sharp curve suddenly stabbed into his heart. Zhou Yu looked in disbelief at his bleeding chest and slowly turned his head back. There was nothing behind him, but Zhou Yu knew that the ghost, Mir, was right across from him at that moment. Sure enough, you never intended to cooperate with me sincerely. Zhou Yu knew that once all the chosen ones with brave identities were killed, he would become Mir's next assassination target. At this moment, Zhou Yu had not died immediately. The brave enhancement made his physique exceptionally strong. Zhou Yu fiercely grabbed the invisible arm and glared at the invisible ghost, Mir, saying, "Next time, it will be my turn to take your life." Seeing Zhou Yu's fierce expression, the ghost Mir seemed a bit afraid and quickly stabbed him a few more times. Zhou Yu coughed up blood but still firmly held onto Mir's arm until he completely lost consciousness. Time reversed. Zhou Yu had gradually gotten used to death, covering his heart, and quickly observing everything around him. At this moment, he was still on the rooftop of the abandoned small building across from the manor. Perhaps Mir was lurking nearby, secretly watching his every move. It was likely that from the very beginning, when he acted at night, he had already been targeted by Mir. Only now, with the little priest and the hunter by his side, Mir dared not act recklessly. But once he was alone, he would become a target for hunting. Zhou Yu took a deep breath and then looked at the scene inside the manor. He saw that the blood banquet had not yet begun, everything was in a storm's calm. Let's withdraw, we failed. We couldn't get the dark witch at the Black Hall. Zhou Yu sighed as he lowered the binoculars. How can you be so sure? The little priest asked. Trust me, I want to kill these guys more than you do. The little priest furrowed his brows and asked in confusion, even if we go to the Black Hall and destroy the dark witch's heart, what about over here? Who will deal with the vampires? Don't worry, someone will help us kill these vampires. Time was pressing, and Zhou Yu didn't want to explain too much. He quietly left the manor under the cover of night. Just before reaching the Black Hall, he saw the sky over the manor burst into dazzling flames. It was likely that Risong had already started his action, but he didn't know if he could handle those monsters alone. Upon arriving at the Black Hall, Zhou Yu did not act recklessly but first observed the surroundings. Strangely, however, there was still no sign of Jin Youngjun and the exorcist. According to plan, they would stack gasoline near the Black Hall and then charge in amid the chaos. But around him, there wasn't even a gasoline barrel, not even a piece of wood was to be found. The people you mentioned seem to have never come. The agreed time has passed, the little priest asked. Zhou Yu glanced at the time on his watch. It had already been half an hour, and the flames from the manor were about to extinguish. At this moment, it was too late for Zhou Yu to take action. Moreover, all the gasoline had been hidden in barrels in the manor. There was simply no chance or time to move it over here. How could this happen? Where did Jin Youngjun go? What does he want to do? Zhou Yu angrily punched the wall. Let's go back, otherwise, today is not the best time to act, the little priest said. Zhou Yu clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling, wasting the high-level cursed item, god-slaying poison for nothing. It seemed that without destroying the dark witch's heart, Risong over at the manor was also in grave danger. In this way, it would have been better to stay at the manor just now and wait for the fire to finish before retreating. That way, they could have worked with Risong to kill a few more vampires and earn some points. But now, it turned out to be all for nothing. All the blame falls on Jin Youngjun. If you're still standing there, I'll take you to kill someone else. Zhou Yu shouted towards the dark corners around him. Immediately, Zhou Yu angrily found Jin Youngjun's house and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, and Jin Youngjun appeared, rubbing his sleepy eyes, wearing pajamas. Seeing Zhou Yu's dark face, Jin Youngjun showed an extremely surprised expression. Humph, it seems you didn't expect me to be alive and appear here, right? Zhou Yu said coldly. Aren't you supposed to be in the manor? Jin Youngjun asked. Aren't you supposed to be in the Black Hall? Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? Zhou Yu asked louder. Chapter 36, The Train to Hell. We shouldn't have acted today, the Black Hall isn't that easy to break into. Jin Youngjun yawned and said lightly. How do you know without trying? You have a big shot behind you, right? That exorcist from the church? Zhou Yu asked. Even if we destroy the witch's heart, we still may not be able to kill those vampires. Your poison isn't that powerful. Facing Zhou Yu's anger, Jin Youngjun remained unfazed. Did you anticipate all these results? Wait, did you know from the beginning it wouldn't work? Then why did you make me go to the manor? I get it now, you wanted me and Risong to go to our deaths. That way you wouldn't have any competitors, ensuring your top 3 or even first place ranking. Right? Zhou Yu asked loudly. Although he had noticed Jin Youngjun's heavy thoughts from the very beginning, he didn't expect it to be this extreme. Facing Zhou Yu's series of questions, Jin Youngjun didn't deny it. Instead, he revealed something shocking. You're right about everything. Since you're still alive, I'll tell you the most crucial information. Consider it my apology to you. What information? Zhou Yu asked harshly. 7 days from now, a green train will arrive in the town. This will be the only chance to leave the town. This rule is wrong. Completely wrong. What? Zhou Yu furrowed his brows. This paradise train doesn't lead to paradise, it leads to hell. Jin Youngjun said in a deep voice. What exactly is going on, how do you know? My talent allows me to detect and foresee danger. I'm not lying to you about this. Jin Youngjun said sincerely, though he was hiding something. Jin Youngjun had always been highly cautious and wary of Zhou Yu, because among all the chosen ones, only Zhou Yu's talent could not be seen through. Jin Youngjun's true talent was to see hidden hints. According to these hints, Jin Youngjun could not only see relevant tasks and hints but also a series of hidden clues. At the same time, Jin Youngjun could see each chosen one's talent level, but Zhou Yu's talent level was the only one he couldn't see. Jin Youngjun judged that Zhou Yu's talent level was at least S-level, even higher than his own. Are you really not lying to me this time? Zhou Yu asked, half skeptical. He had completely lost trust in Jin Youngjun, or perhaps never trusted him from the start. Tomorrow, you can see whether I will board the train. That will tell you whether I'm lying to you. Zhou Yu, you don't need to harbor such hostility towards me. Actually, we can still cooperate. Compared to the Asan country and the Westate country, our relationship with the Shilla country and the Dragon country has always been good. Jin Youngjun smiled and said. Humph, cooperate? I've already been killed once by a partner, betrayed once. I won't trust anyone. If you want to improve the relationship between our two countries, then tell me, what's the way to pass? Zhou Yu said coldly. The day after tomorrow, no, it should be tomorrow morning, a train will arrive at Happy Town. That K414 is the only train that can safely take the chosen ones out of Happy Town. Jin Youngjun said. So what are you planning? Zhou Yu asked. Of course, I plan to board that train and leave this terrible little town, safely ending this horrifying story. Aren't you thinking about making a final effort? Don't forget, the night of the full moon is the best time to kill those monsters, Zhou Yu said. My instinct tells me that doing so would be very dangerous. Why would I choose an uncertain path to finish this? Humph, true enough. You can already secure a top 3 ranking, Zhou Yu snorted coldly. If that brute Rishing dies, you will also be safe and secure a top 3 ranking. Stop being so eager to throw your life away, enjoy the last happy moments in this town, Jin Youngjun smiled slightly, turning to go back inside the house. Wait, I have some very important information I want you to see, but the file is at the police station. This file records the weaknesses of the monsters in town. Perhaps if we team up, we can defeat them tomorrow. Zhou Yu said to Jin Youngjun. I appreciate your goodwill. Jin Youngjun sneered, glancing toward the dark corner behind Zhou Yu. Isn't your talent to foresee danger? Come with me and take a look. If we can finish this with hidden difficulty, the rewards will be richer than just surviving to the end. Zhou Yu continued to tempt him, trying to get Jin Youngjun to step out of the house, even if it was just a few steps. I've already sensed danger, Zhou Yu. Spare me, your little tricks are better saved for others. Jin Youngjun laughed coldly and cautiously shut the door. Soon after, several flirtatious laughs from women echoed in the room. It seemed Jin Youngjun was truly enjoying his time after becoming a widower, cherishing every second of happiness in this blissful little town. Zhou Yu also laughed coldly. The new Luo kingdom was almost a feudal and closed-off country. In this terrifying nation, Jin Youngjun could actually be free to pursue his desires. Having failed to lure Jin Youngjun out, Zhou Yu saw no need to linger any longer. Walking into the dark corner, Zhou Yu spoke in a low voice, if you're patient, stay here tonight, this is a target worth assassinating. Zhou Yu didn't know if Jin Youngjun had value. But Zhou Yu knew he could never die by Meyer's hand again. Fortunately, with the little priest and the hunter by his side, Zhou Yu safely returned to the police station. The police station had many staff on duty at night, and the dormitory's doors and windows were strong, so Zhou Yu no longer had to fear. Zhou Yu hoped that when he woke up the next day, he would hear news of Jin Yongjun and that brute Rixing's deaths. But unfortunately, the next morning, both of them were still very much alive. Not just them, even the group of monsters that had participated in the bloody feast last night were still around. It seemed that without his help, Rixing had also failed. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Zhou Yu sat alone at the police station's entrance, pondering the next steps. Based on his deductions, the person currently ranked first was likely the Ghost Meyer. He had killed many chosen ones, whether they were kings or heroes, and many ordinary people had fallen to his blade. The second-ranked person was Jin Yongjun. His talent was even better suited for survival in this horror world than Rixing's. He not only solved the family's crisis effortlessly but also gained the strongest NPC as a companion. As for the third-ranked person, Zhou Yu wasn't sure if it was himself. Because Rixing's performance was also remarkable, and having the identity of an ordinary person, he completed the family's task earlier than Zhou Yu. Only the top 3 ranked chosen ones could lift the curse on their nation caused by the arrival of horror. If Zhou Yu wanted to return to his homeland and save his hometown, his quests were only beginning. Zhou Yu had only one choice left. Chapter 37, The Deadly Journey. Zhou Yu came again to the White Chapel to visit the young pastor, preparing to take action on this moonlit night. The young pastor always wanted to fulfill the old pastor's wishes, so he gladly agreed, stating he would go look for stronger helpers again. Though the young pastor had almost no power to fight the Dark Witch, he was wholeheartedly devoted and had strong faith. After that, Zhou Yu went again to Jin Yongjun's house to borrow something important. Since you don't want to participate in tonight's action, can you give me 1 truckload of gasoline? Zhou Yu knocked on Jin Yongjun's door and asked bluntly. Have you made up your mind? You want to face all the monsters in town alone? Jin Yongjun was somewhat surprised. I only have this way out, so what? Can you give it to me, since you won't use it anyway? Zhou Yu said coldly. Of course, I have no reason to refuse you. Jin Yongjun handed the car keys to Zhou Yu without hesitation. And Zhou Yu did not say another word before turning and leaving. Good luck to you, and I hope we meet again. Jin Yongjun waved his hand with a cold smile, hoping Zhou Yu would take the risk, leaving one less competitor. Your talent is too great, and I hope we do not meet again. Jin Yongjun murmured to himself softly, as he did not want to encounter such a powerful opponent like Zhou Yu in the next monster story world. After all preparations were ready, Zhou Yu arrived at the train station. At this moment, the time was 2:30, the 7th day of the monster story world. According to the 7th rule, today was the time to board the train and leave Happy Town. Sure enough, most of the surviving chosen ones followed this rule. Zhou Yu saw many familiar faces among the crowd in front of the station, all of whom were the chosen ones who chose to survive until the 7th day. But among this group of people, Zhou Yu did not see Jin Yongjun. Strangely, Zhou Yu did not see Risong either, who should not have known there was a problem with this rule. Soon, a green train slowly arrived at the station. From the appearance, this green train seemed not very different from the train that tourists took. However, Zhou Yu noticed that not a single tourist boarded this train. To be precise, there were no tourists at the platform at all. Except for the surviving chosen ones, there were only some town residents standing in line at the train entrance. These residents looked thin and lifeless, one by one. Like himself when he once was a dead slave, extremely weak. Wait a minute. Zhou Yu saw the scene before him and suddenly thought of something. Slaughterhouse. Zhou Yu realized something and murmured to himself. From the previous conversation with the wife and daughter, Zhou Yu could deduce. The people sent to the slaughterhouse were those who had no value to the town. Even the weak and decayed bodies could not be made into desserts or wine. Their only remaining value was to be turned into jerky, to feed those eyeless monsters that were more like beasts. Now, Zhou Yu completely believed the information provided by Jin Yongjun. The 7th rule indeed had a huge problem. At this moment, a few observant chosen ones seemed to have also noticed something was off. They started looking around, observing those despondent townsfolk, hesitating for a moment, and did not immediately board the train. Zhou Yu also felt it increasingly suspicious and approached the train to observe carefully. Hey, what are you doing? If you're not getting on the train, don't stand too close. A conductor shouted loudly at Zhou Yu. I am the sheriff of the town, I am investigating, please cooperate. Zhou Yu said in a deep voice, displaying his badge. Oh, it's the sheriff, then please proceed as you wish. The conductor's attitude changed instantly. Zhou Yu smiled coldly, this inherited identity was truly too convenient. Zhou Yu continued his investigation and finally discovered that the body of the Paradise train seemed to have recently been repainted. Zhou Yu used the car key to scrape off the new paint and was shocked to find that the original train body was covered in mottled bloodstains. A bloody scene suddenly appeared in his mind. In an instant, the smell of blood and a chill filled the air. Zhou Yu frowned slightly and instinctively took a step back. The train is about to depart, passengers please hurry aboard. The conductor shouted loudly. At the moment when the train door was about to close, Zhou Yu stepped onto the train. Zhou Yu was really curious about what the slaughterhouse was like, and what would happen when he boarded this train, what would be the fate of the other chosen ones. Anyway, his vitality was full right now, and at worst he would just lose 50 points of vitality to restart the game. What if, just what if Rule 7 was actually true, and boarding this train meant clearing the game? It wasn't impossible, Zhou Yu couldn't determine if Jin Yangjun was telling the truth. So, this risk was worth taking. After boarding, Zhou Yu found a spot that was convenient for observation and sat down. 1 minute later, the train began to move slowly. At that moment, Zhou Yu suddenly saw a person shouting loudly from outside the window. That person was the one who possessed the ability to transform into a werewolf, Ri Song. He saw that Ri Song had his left hand bandaged and was roaring angrily, demanding the train to stop. Zhou Yu sneered. It seemed that Ri Song didn't want to board the train, he simply missed the time to board. Although Ri Song was unruly and hot-tempered, he was easier to deal with than the deep-minded Jin Yangjun. Ri Song, who was behind the train, was desperate and almost transformed into a werewolf to catch up, but in the end, he couldn't outrun the speeding train and was left behind. The Paradise train soon drove out of the happy town. Outside the town, the scenery along the way was beautiful, and gradually the chosen ones from various countries in the number 4 carriage became more relaxed. After the train had been moving for an hour, nothing had happened yet. One of the chosen ones who was playing a hotel owner even brought champagne to share with the others. In this harmonious and pleasant atmosphere, Zhou Yu also felt less nervous. Like the joy of surviving a disaster, the chosen ones, who initially were competitors, began to communicate and celebrate amicably. About 2 hours into the train journey, the sky gradually became somewhat dim. In the distance, a picturesque village gradually appeared before everyone. Then, the train began to slow down and finally stopped in front of that village. There, a signpost was erected at the village entrance, with the words Paradise Village prominently displayed. On both sides of the village road behind the signpost were peach blossom groves. Under the setting sun, the peach blossoms of Paradise Village bloomed extraordinarily beautifully, their colors even somewhat bright red. Seeing this beautiful scenery, the chosen ones became even more relaxed. But Zhou Yu felt increasingly uneasy. Next, the frail residents of the town started to get off the train, followed by chosen ones from various countries. Zhou Yu remained alert and walked at the end. When everyone had passed the village entrance, Zhou Yu instinctively glanced back. To his shock, he saw that the signpost that said Paradise Village had the bloody word Slaughterhouse written on the back. Chapter 38, Paradise Village, Slaughterhouse. Sure enough, the Paradise train was not heading to a paradise, but to a. They had long been blinded by the scene before them, eager to step onto the village path. But Zhou Yu remained at the village entrance, daring not to take another step forward. It's over, everything is over. Finally made it to the 7th day, completely leaving that unfortunate little town. Finally free, I want to go home. The people on the bliss train were indeed about to be free, but not to go home, but to set off. The monsters lurking in the darkness quickly heard the noisy sounds. Rustling sounds came from the grass, and blind monsters with purple skin rushed in like a tide. Before they fully appeared, Zhou Yu had already caught a whiff of that familiar and horrifying stench. In an instant, the sky, peach blossoms, and everything before him turned even more vividly red. The first to be slaughtered were the thin townsfolk at the front, turning into prey for the blind monsters. Once lost and vacant, the residents finally showed expressions, their eyes filled with fear, letting out heart-wrenching screams. The townsfolk, whose arms and legs were bitten off, desperately crawled backward, trying to return to that happy little town that had abandoned them. And seeing the horrific bloodshed before them, the chosen ones from various countries finally realized the immense crisis. The chosen ones began to flee in fear, but were ambushed by the blind monsters, cutting off their escape route. A battle, no, it should be said, a one-sided massacre was about to begin. The real answer was already known. Zhou Yu looked at the blood-red scene before him and gave a bitter smile. Escaping from here was no longer possible, death was the only outcome. But just as Zhou Yu was about to give up, he suddenly thought of something. Zhou Yu immediately changed his plan and idea, joining the fight. The flare gun might not cause much harm to the blind monsters. But the blind monsters, sensitive to sound, were somewhat fearful of the loud gunfire and retreated. Why are you all frozen? Run! Zhou Yu shouted at the panicking chosen ones and then turned to run toward the bliss train. At this moment, the bliss train was moving slowly. Zhou Yu and the surviving chosen ones ran for their lives, trying to board the train. And what was even more frantic than Zhou Yu and the others were the blind monsters chasing behind them, their speed almost faster than the speeding train. Zhou Yu kept shooting behind him, finally slowing down the blind monsters. However, still several chosen ones with poor stamina were surrounded and devoured by the blind monsters. In the end, Zhou Yu and 7 chosen ones finally escaped to the train and slammed the door shut. Though the blind monsters were incredibly destructive, it was also very difficult for them to run alongside the train while smashing the sturdy door. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, the chosen ones collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. What the hell is going on? Didn't Rule 7 say this train was the only chance to leave the town? Idiot, you still haven't figured it out? This rule is wrong. Then how are we supposed to clear the level? The chosen ones looked outside with confused expressions, their faces turning very complicated. And before everyone could figure it out, an unexpected event happened again. They saw the blind monsters chasing from behind getting closer, with a few even climbing onto the roof, smashing the door. What's going on? Why have these monsters suddenly sped up? The chosen ones shouted in panic. But Zhou Yu was particularly calm, looking out the window and said, "No, it's not that the blind monsters have gotten faster or stronger, but this train is about to stop." What? There's no time to be surprised, hurry to the driver's cabin. Zhou Yu urged, clearly the driver didn't want to see anyone escape from the slaughterhouse. But when everyone reached the front of the driver's cabin. But to their surprise, the door to the cockpit turned out to be a heavy iron door, with a password lock on it. When they saw this big door, everyone felt despair. This door was just like a bank vault door, impossible to break from the outside. Unexpectedly, just when everyone was at a loss, the solid door opened from the inside. A young man with pale skin wearing a suit walked out from behind the door. "Driver, hurry up and drive. Those monsters are about to invade this cabin." The chosen one from Yugo said naively, having chosen to hide at home, knowing almost nothing about the truth of Happy Town. However, Zhou Yu, who had almost figured out all the truths of the town, knew exactly who the young man in front of him was. Zhou Yu instinctively took a few steps back, and at the same time, he saw the young man's eyes radiate a blood-red light. Soon after, the chosen one from Yugo was the first to become the young man's food. Sharp fangs sank deep into the chosen one's neck. Tisk, so tasteless. Just a bunch of stinky men, not even a woman? The young man coldly snorted in impatience and casually snapped the chosen one's neck. Seeing this scene, the others finally woke up, hurriedly retreating. Several timid chosen ones were so scared that they turned and ran. But they escaped the vampire, yet did not escape the pursuing eyeless monsters, instead hastening their deaths. The smell of blood filled the entire cabin, making the already panicked people even more restless. And when the eyeless monsters, drawn by the scent of blood, appeared, the young man frowned and turned to retreat back into the cockpit. The young man quickly pressed a few numbers on the password door, just as he was about to open the door behind him. Zhou Yu carefully noted this string of passwords, reciting it over and over again, all while raising the flare gun. With a loud bang, the flare gun hit the young man's head. At such close range, the flare gun had unleashed its full power. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been shot dead instantly. But the young man only had his back skull blown off, and his flesh rapidly regenerated. Yet this hit thoroughly enraged the young man. The young man glared at Zhou Yu with blood-red eyes, revealing sharp fangs, and extended his claws to pounce. Faced with the terrifying vampire, Zhou Yu dropped the flare gun. Zhou Yu was not giving up on his life, but pulling out a staff that shimmered with golden light. Chapter 39, The King's Staff, Taming the Eyeless Monsters. On the line between life and death, Zhou Yu did not hesitate to use the King's Staff. The staff emitted dazzling light, driving away darkness and blood. The furious vampire who had just been angry suddenly froze in place. But Zhou Yu was not controlling the vampire before him, he was controlling a train full of eyeless monsters. In an instant, the bloodthirsty and crazed eyeless monsters became as obedient as puppies. Under the control of the King's Staff, they all crouched in place, waiting for Zhou Yu to give the latest command. What did you do?" the young vampire asked in shock. "You don't need to know." Zhou Yu waved the King's Staff gently, and in that instant, all the eyeless monsters opened their mouths filled with fangs, pouncing on the vampire like hungry wolves. Tearing, biting, devouring, a nightmare scene replaying. But this time, Zhou Yu did not feel fear, instead, he felt secure. Because this time, the eyeless monsters were his pets, completely tamed by him. Under the frenzied attack of the eyeless monsters, the young vampire was quickly on the verge of collapse. Although the vampire was powerful and possessed rapid regeneration ability. Even a fierce tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves, and its regeneration can't keep up with the speed it's being torn apart and consumed. On the other hand, the vampire also regenerates, which only excites the eyeless monsters more. Soon, the originally strong vampire would turn into a chilling skeleton. However, even as it became a skeleton, the vampire still struggled like a trapped beast, trying to escape only to be devoured by its misfortune. The chosen ones from various countries around saw this bizarre and peculiar scene and had their jaws drop in shock. In fact, Zhou Yu felt extremely uncomfortable witnessing this scene of eerie skeletons as well. But Zhou Yu still fought back his nausea and said to everyone in a deep voice, "Stop staring, those who want to live, come with me to the driver's cabin." Zhou Yu was the first to enter the driver's cabin, and the other 7 surviving chosen ones hurriedly squeezed in after him. Once everyone was inside, Zhou Yu slammed the heavy door shut tightly. Because the King's Scepter had a time limit, who knew when those eyeless monsters would break free from control? Stop dawdling, who can drive the train? Even if you can only understand a little, it's better than nothing. Zhou Yu looked at the unfamiliar control panel in front of him and asked. Originally, Zhou Yu never expected anyone to step forward, but unexpectedly, a middle-aged man with glasses and a gentle appearance said, I understand. You really understand? This is a matter of life and death. I am a train driver in the real world, I should have no problem. Zhou Yu nodded, good, then started quickly. Full speed ahead. The man with glasses hurriedly sat in the driver's seat and operated the controls. To everyone's surprise, the train really started moving again, gradually speeding along the tracks. Although the train had restarted, everyone's hearts did not calm down. Because no one knew where this restarted train would head. Was it the end of this chapter? Or another more terrifying slaughterhouse? Or hell? However, Zhou Yu felt it was possible that this train could return to the starting point, which was Happiness Town. This was also what Zhou Yu hoped for. Now the sky had darkened, and a round moon rose in the night sky. The time for the Black Witch and the vampire's sacrifice in the Black Hall during the full moon was drawing near. Only magic can defeat magic, only monsters can kill monsters. Just like the eyeless monster had just killed the vampire. Even if the Black Witch couldn't kill it, at least she could control the eyeless monster to trap the Black Witch. Then, Zhou Yu could work with the little priest and other helpers to destroy the Black Witch's heart. Although the plan seemed perfect, executing it was fraught with difficulties. After the train had been traveling for about an hour, Zhou Yu suddenly noticed that the King's Scepter in his hand, which was shining with golden light, was gradually fading. Zhou Yu quickly recalled the usage instructions of the King's Scepter. Can control hostile targets for a limited time, no limit on quantity, boss excluded, limited to 1 use. The number of controlled targets and their strength will affect the duration of control. This time, both the number of controlled targets and their strength were somewhat beyond expectation. At the rate it was fading, the power of the King's Scepter might completely disappear in less than 3 or 4 hours. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu suddenly felt anxious and flustered. Can the train go any faster? Zhou Yu urged. We've already reached the fastest speed, but after traveling for so long, it seems like the scenery around has been the same all along. No. Could it be we are hitting a wall? Are we trapped? Can we turn the train around? I want to go back to Happiness Town, even if it means sharing a bed with those Black Witches, it's better than waiting to die here. Soon, the remaining people became panicked again. And what followed, making it even more despairing, was that the surrounding scenery suddenly turned pitch black. The train seemed to have entered a black hole, darkness completely enveloping everything. Calm down, this may be us leaving the realm of the bizarre tales. If the train can return to the starting point, then we can break free from the darkness. Zhou Yu said to the others who were on the brink of collapse, gently patting the shoulder of the bespectacled man. Sure enough, just as Zhou Yu expected, about an hour later, the familiar scenery outside the window reappeared. When they saw the surrounding mountains and the night sky, everyone's hearts gradually felt much steadier. However, Zhou Yu was not optimistic. As the color of the King's Scepter faded away, Zhou Yu's heart grew colder. After another 2 hours, the scepter was almost invisible, and he couldn't touch it anymore. Yet at this moment, the train still sped forward aimlessly, with no end in sight. Instead, the eyeless monster behind the door was stirring, unable to contain itself. If this plan fails, Zhou Yu truly could not think of how to achieve the initial goals after reincarnation. Just as Zhou Yu felt a bit desperate, hope emerged once more. Not far ahead, the familiar station gradually appeared, and to his surprise, the train really returned to Happy Town Station. At this moment, the expressions of the surviving chosen ones were as radiant as when they celebrated on the train at the beginning. When the train arrived at the station, everyone couldn't wait to return to Happy Town, even wanting to fall back into the decaying embrace of the Black Witch. Zhou Yu also hurriedly got off the train, wanting to quickly control the eyeless monster to head to the Black Hall. But just as Zhou Yu's feet touched the town, the King's Scepter in his hand completely lost its last glow. Zhou Yu's heart sank, and he turned to see that all the eyeless monsters had already broken free from his control. In a state of hunger, the eyeless monsters became even more violent. In an instant, all the strange faces of the eyeless monsters focused on the same target. The most delicious food, Zhou Yu. Chapter 40: The Second Destruction of the Town. Under the moonlight, the eyeless monsters dripped disgusting saliva from their ringed, toothy mouths, returning to their bloodthirsty gluttony. Zhou Yu was once again enveloped in the fear of being torn apart, and he quickly escaped back to the town before the eyeless monsters pounced. Although it was night, the bustling street of the town was at its liveliest. At last, Zhou Yu was no longer the only target of the eyeless monsters. The panicked screams and noisy sounds completely captured the attention of the eyeless monsters. The targets for the eyeless monsters to consume shifted from one point to multiple scattered points. Before long, the bustling street completely turned into a slaughterhouse. The level of bloodshed was far worse than the last time when everyone faced a bad ending. The entire happy town echoed with the howls and screams of tourists and local residents. Although this round wasn't perfect, there was still a chance to succeed. Tomorrow morning, the real K414 train, which could take the chosen ones away from Happy Town, would arrive. This would be the last opportunity to succeed. However, Zhou Yu did not want to complete it with such a disappointing ending. For him, he felt like he was already dead in this round. But Zhou Yu did not wait for death. Instead, he snatched a motorcycle and drove towards the Black Hall. Zhou Yu wanted to confirm whether those monsters were gathering in the hall at this moment. But just as he had not traveled far, a familiar voice called out to him. What exactly happened? Zhou Yu turned around and saw it was Jin Youngjun. It seems you've miscalculated this time. I made it out of the slaughterhouse alive. Zhou Yu said coldly. What did you do? Do you know that by doing this, you might eliminate all the chosen ones? Do you know that your actions will bring bizarre tales upon the entire world? Jin Youngjun shouted angrily, hating Zhou Yu for disrupting his plans. But Zhou Yu felt very pleased to see Jin Youngjun's frustrated appearance. Can you finally understand why I was so angry when I found you in the middle of the night last time? You. Zhou Yu had no time to waste talking with Jin Youngjun, starting the motorcycle and speeding towards the Black Auditorium. But strangely, before reaching the Black Auditorium, Zhou Yu suddenly felt the motorcycle become incredibly heavy. Despite pressing the throttle hard, the motorcycle's speed remained slow. Instead, a familiar and eerie aura gradually enveloped him, as if it were right behind him. Zhou Yu shivered all over and was about to turn his head to look. But he found a dry arm gently wrapping around his waist. Honey, we haven't seen each other for almost 2 days. Did you miss me? He. The voice behind him was extremely young and a bit sultry. But the moment Zhou Yu heard this voice, he was instantly terrified and jumped off the bike. In the darkness, Zhou Yu once again saw that sinister and old face. Where are you going, honey? Don't leave me alone in an empty house. Let's go back. The Black Witch's pale face suddenly revealed a hint of a cold smile, her lips twisting up unnaturally. What, is it you again? Zhou Yu didn't expect that the little priest's seal would last for less than 2 days, and he had no idea when his wife had escaped again, nor did he know when she had unknowingly sat in the back seat of the bike. Honey, come here, don't run away. He. The Black Witch let out a chilling laughter, her pale face reflecting a mix of anger and mockery as she approached. Zhou Yu didn't want to die at her hands again, so he hurriedly ran towards the Black Auditorium. But no matter how fast Zhou Yu ran, the Black Witch was like his shadow, always unable to escape. Just when he saw the Black Auditorium only a road away, Zhou Yu's body suddenly felt incredibly heavy. Turning back, he saw the Black Witch chanting a spell. But Zhou Yu refused to give up his life here, desperately moving his heavy feet towards the Black Auditorium. Honey, come back to my embrace. Don't run so fast. Our home is in another direction. What are you going to the auditorium for? The Black Witch still spoke in that young voice, but to Zhou Yu, it sounded even more terrifying. Please let me go to the Black Auditorium to see something, then you can strangle me, hang me, kill me however you want. Zhou Yu pleaded. What are you going to the Black Auditorium for? The things there are more dangerous than me. The Black Witch let out a cold laugh, quickly running over and tearing apart Zhou Yu's legs. The intense pain caused Zhou Yu to break into a cold sweat, almost making him faint. But Zhou Yu still crawled forward on his arms, leaving a trail of bright red blood on the ground. Then go see, but don't blame me for not warning you. Seeing Zhou Yu's stubbornness, the Black Witch stopped blocking him. On the contrary, she was a bit curious to see what Zhou Yu really wanted to do. Eventually, relying on sheer willpower, Zhou Yu finally crawled to the front of the Black Auditorium. He saw that a faint red light was coming from inside the Black Auditorium, clearly indicating that the monsters in the town had begun their gathering at this time. 11:34 p.m. Zhou Yu let out a long breath, finally figuring out this crucial time point. Do you want to go in and take a look? The Black Witch walked slowly to Zhou Yu's side, smiling as she asked. Can you take me in? Please. Zhou Yu pretended to plead, but secretly thought, I must kill you in the next round. Of course, but you need a ticket. The Black Witch coldly smiled. Ticket? Zhou Yu asked in confusion. The Black Witch did not answer and dragged Zhou Yu, whose body was left only in half, to the door of the Black Auditorium. Then, the door slowly opened, and a beam of bloody light shone through. A noisy sound came from the auditorium, and it was clear that the monsters had learned about the eyeless creature invading the town. Zhou Yu looked over eagerly, but before he could see the scene inside the dark auditorium, a stream of hot blood suddenly splashed onto his face. Zhou Yu struggled to lift his head, and saw the Dark Witch tightly gripping a still beating heart in her hand. This is your admission ticket, he. Zhou Yu glanced at his hollowed-out chest and finally realized what happened. Even without a heart, Zhou Yu, relying on the hero's body, could still survive for nearly a minute. Using all his strength, Zhou Yu crawled towards the dark auditorium, but just as his hands brushed against the threshold, the doorman wielding a decapitating knife suddenly appeared. With a flash of cold light, Zhou Yu's head was once again severed, rolling down the steps with a thud. In those final moments, how Zhou Yu wished the heart in the dark witch's hand was his head. That way, he could see the situation inside the dark auditorium. Chapter 41, The Death Train Sets Off Again. Time rewound. Bright sunlight awakened Zhou Yu's consciousness. Zhou Yu glanced at the time, it was 2:55 p.m. The place was the train station of Happy Town. Zhou Yu didn't expect to return to this moment, instead of before being discovered by his wife. This meant that when the eyeless creature invaded the town, it had already sealed his fate of death. He instinctively touched his heart and head, and it felt great to have a complete body. Looking at the chosen ones waiting in line not far away, Zhou Yu let out a long sigh of relief. This time, should he board the Elysium train to the slaughterhouse again? In fact, there might be a safer way to pass the level smoothly, and he could still achieve a top 3 ranking. Determined, Zhou Yu entered the train in the capacity of the town sheriff and walked towards the driver's cabin. Seeing the sturdy door, Zhou Yu did not press the password but instead pressed the call button. "Hello, driver, I am Sheriff Zhou Yu of the town. I suspect a criminal has hidden on the train, can you please hold off on departing?" The vampire in the driver's cabin hesitated for a moment, then coldly replied, "No. Can I delay for 5 minutes? Otherwise, I'll take all the passengers back for an investigation. TCH. I'll give you 5 minutes, but I depart at 3:03 sharp. Otherwise, you can forget about being sheriff." The vampire clearly didn't want to disrupt the broader situation, so he reluctantly agreed. However, Zhou Yu didn't search for the suspect next, he was waiting for someone. Soon after, a bandaged arm rushed over. Ritsu Matsushita was running quickly. Seeing the train had not yet left, he squatted down, gasping for breath. "Great, I made it. I stopped the train for 3 minutes, you should be grateful," Zhou Yu said as he walked over to Matsushita. "Humph, would you be so kind?" Matsushita snorted coldly. Indeed, Zhou Yu had no such goodwill. The only purpose for wanting Matsushita to board the train was to have him killed by the eyeless creature in the slaughterhouse. That way, Zhou Yu could take his place and rank in the top 3. Then, like Jin Youngjun, he could choose to survive, hold on until the next morning, and ride the dream train out of the town. Zhou Yu watched Matsushita and the other surviving chosen ones board the train, feeling inexplicably relieved. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Why don't you get on the train?" Matsushita shouted at Zhou Yu from the train door. "I'm planning to take the next train." "There's no next train, humph, if you don't want to pass the level, then forget it." With a cold snort, Matsushita returned to the carriage. As Zhou Yu looked at Matsushita's sturdy figure, an idea suddenly sprang to mind. Perhaps Matsushita could help him solve a crucial dilemma. If everything went smoothly, maybe there is still a chance to clear the level of hidden difficulty. With this thought, hope reignited in Zhou Yu's heart. Recalling the hatred of being ripped apart last time, having his heart dug out and his head severed, Zhou Yu felt deep resentment. It was time for complete settlement. Zhou Yu ultimately chose to board this train to hell and sat beside Ri Song. "Humph, why are you back again? Ri Song, what did you do before? I'm very curious." "I was a shepherd, what? Do you look down on me for being uneducated?" Ri Song said coldly. "I have no such thoughts, I just think that being uneducated is not scary, what is scary is having no brains." "You tired of living? If it weren't for the fact that you just made the train stop for a few minutes, I would have beaten you up already." Ri Song waved his unhurt arm fiercely. "Did you not notice that Jin Youngjun didn't come? Don't you think about why he didn't board this train?" Zhou Yu sneered and said. "Why? I don't care what he does, maybe he just overslept like me." You actually missed the train because you overslept?" Zhou Yu said, both crying and laughing. "What? I almost died at the manor last night. Only by resting could I." Ri Song's words trailed off, seemingly unwilling to reveal too much about his innate ability. Your innate ability should be transforming into a werewolf, but it has a time limit. After the time limit, you'll become very weak, and only by sleeping can you restore your strength and transform back into a werewolf, right? Upon hearing Zhou Yu's analysis, Ri Song frowned. How do you know?" "I also know that this train leads to the slaughterhouse, where there are monsters without eyes everywhere, and we will ultimately be torn apart and turned into food." Zhou Yu whispered. "Impossible. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would such a cunning guy like Jin Youngjun not come? And why didn't I want to board the train just now?" Zhou Yu sneered. "Then why did you still get on the train in the end?" "Humph, you two are in the same boat, I won't believe your nonsense." You'll know soon enough, let's both get a good sleep. Zhou Yu was unwilling to explain further and leaned back to rest in his seat. With 3 hours left until the slaughterhouse, Zhou Yu could recover to 60 points of life. When the train slowed down, Zhou Yu woke up. And Ri-song beside him was still snoring, the thunderous snoring louder than his wife whining. Wake up, the slaughterhouse is almost here, don't rush to get off and don't walk ahead. Zhou Yu shook Ri-song awake and reminded him. But Ri-song still scoffed, so Zhou Yu simply stated the whole truth about the slaughterhouse. Perhaps because Zhou Yu guessed Ri-song's ability and previously judged that Ri-song would be late. So, even though Ri-song's attitude remained arrogant, he ultimately followed Zhou Yu's advice and walked side by side with him. As they passed the signpost, Zhou Yu patted Ri-song's broad shoulder. Look at what is written up there. Slaughterhouse. Do you mean? Ri-song looked at Zhou Yu in shock. And Ri-song's voice rang out like a bell, attracting the attention of other chosen ones. At this moment, others also noticed this and stood dumbfounded, staring at the signpost. Immediately afterwards, a heart-wrenching scream came from not far ahead. The bloody scene replayed itself. Zhou Yu hurriedly led all the surviving chosen ones back to the train. This time, since everyone had stopped by the sign, they did not encounter those eyeless monsters' attacks and successfully escaped back into the train carriage. However, this time the train had slowed down ahead of schedule. Soon, the eyeless monsters would chase them again. Everything seemed just like the last round, but this time, there was an added variable. That is the day Matsumoto. When the butterfly flaps its wings, everything will change. Chapter 42, The Emergence of the Dreamer. When everyone returned to the train, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, under Zhou Yu's leadership, the group headed to the driver's cabin. So, do you believe what I said now? Zhou Yu smiled and asked Matsumoto, whose face was pale. I am very curious now, knowing that Rule 7 is a trap, why did you still get on the train? Matsumoto asked in confusion. Of course it is to save you. Bullshit. If you wanted to save me, you shouldn't have waited for me back then. Be honest. Matsumoto grabbed Zhou Yu's collar and asked in a low voice. However, Zhou Yu was not angry, but seriously said to Matsumoto. To complete the hidden hell level clearance task, I think you must have felt very unwilling before for not being able to eliminate that group of monsters. Do you have a way? Zhou Yu nodded solemnly, of course, as long as you can listen to me. I won't follow anyone's orders. Matsumoto snorted coldly, though he remained proud, he had been cooperating with Zhou Yu all along. When Zhou Yu and the group arrived near the driver's cabin, the entire train completely stopped running. Everyone looked out the window, seeing that a large group of eyeless monsters had already devoured the first wave of food and were running towards the train. Damn, why did the train stop? Driver, hurry up and get moving if you don't want to die. Did you hear that? Matsumoto shouted loudly, but only a cold laugh came from inside. Damn it, they are indeed in this together. Matsumoto shouted angrily, using brute force to constantly bang against the heavy iron door. Save your strength, even if you turn into a werewolf, you might not be able to break this door. Zhou Yu pushed Matsumoto away and then entered a series of numbers into the keypad. When the heavy iron door opened, both Matsumoto and the vampire inside were stunned. You, how do you know the password? The vampire exclaimed in surprise. You really know everything. Matsumoto also looked at Zhou Yu in surprise. Matsumoto, leave this guy to you, pull him out from inside. Zhou Yu said in a deep voice. I won't listen to you. Matsumoto scoffed, but the vampire inside had blood-red eyes and charged towards Matsumoto, who was wrapped in bandages. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Matsumoto shouted, breaking the bandages on his arm. Immediately, a huge werewolf appeared in front of the vampire. In an instant, the vampire's face turned very ugly. The battle between the werewolf and the vampire was about to begin. Chaos ensued in the train car, and Zhou Yu and the others quickly dodged to the side, fearing they might be accidentally injured. Matsumoto was able to complete the family task alone, so dealing with one vampire was naturally not a problem. The vampire possessed powerful regenerative abilities, while Matsumoto's werewolf body was almost indestructible like steel. Soon, Matsumoto gained the upper hand, suppressing the vampire and waiting for the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Finally, the vampire revealed a flaw, and Matsumoto seized the moment. His unstoppable claws tore apart the vampire's head, killing him completely. At the same time, the eyeless monsters also caught the scent of blood and crazily approached the train car. And at this moment, Matsumoto, exhausted and returning to his human form, was sweating profusely and about to drop to the ground. Looking at the blood-soaked Matsumoto, Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment. Perhaps this was the time to abandon this pawn, letting him become food for the eyeless monsters. If that were the case, he could definitely clear the level with the top 3 points score. But Zhou Yu glanced at the vampire's corpse under Matsumoto's feet. He changed his mind again. Perhaps soon, Naritsun would still be useful. As long as he could control the situation and drive the eyeless monster to fight the town's monsters, he would naturally lead over Na Ritsom in points. With this thought, Zhou Yu took advantage of the other Chosen One's days, quickly dragged Na Ritsom and the glasses-wearing man into the driver's cabin, and locked the door behind him. The other surviving Chosen Ones, seeing they were locked outside, began to bang desperately on the iron door, pleading loudly. The rescued glasses-wearing man was a bit surprised, looking at Zhou Yu in confusion. I had no choice. Zhou Yu sighed softly. The world of strange tales was cruel, and in order to keep the eyeless monster well-fed to delay time, he could only do this. Zhou Yu's plan was to delay time first, hoping to hold on until they returned to Happy Town before using the trump card, the King's Scepter. You saved my life again, so consider it a favor owed to you. Na Ritsom sat on the ground, weakly saying. Zhou Yu smiled slightly. Although Na Ritsom seemed annoying, he was very honest, much better than the hypocritical Jin Youngjun. But I still want to know, what exactly do you plan to do next? How can we complete the final task? Na Ritsom asked curiously. You don't need to know too much, just know that listening to me is the right choice. Next, we're going back to Happy Town to settle the score with those monsters. Zhou Yu declared. Anyway, ever since we got on the train, you haven't been wrong in your predictions. Na Ritsom snorted coldly. Then it's settled, we'll join forces again. Zhou Yu extended the olive branch like last time, and this time Na Ritsom did not refuse. So, I actually want to ask, why did you save me? The glasses-wearing man, full of questions, asked. Aren't you able to drive a train? How do you know? The glasses-wearing man asked in even more surprise. My ability predicted it. Alright, let's get started, our time is limited. The rumbling sound accompanied Na Ritsom's snoring. Then, under the glasses-wearing man's driving, the train finally started again. Zhou Yu originally wanted to take a nap to recover the remaining 20 points of vitality. But he was worried the eyeless monsters outside would invade the driver's cabin, so he didn't dare to let his guard down easily. However, there was no movement outside the door at the moment. It seemed those eyeless monsters were temporarily fed. In a little while, we might enter a space similar to a black hole, but don't be nervous, just drive normally. Zhou Yu warned the glasses-wearing man in advance. The glasses-wearing man nodded, so, don't worry, I'll drive well. Please don't throw me to those eyeless monsters. Seeing the glasses-wearing man a bit scared, Zhou Yu gently patted his shoulder. I don't want to sacrifice anyone either, don't worry, I won't harm you. Tomorrow morning, a train labeled K414 will arrive at the town. Taking that train will allow us to pass. Zhou Yu shared this important information with the glasses-wearing man. But when the glasses-wearing man heard about the K414 train, his face changed dramatically. What? K414? What's wrong with the K414 train? That's the train number I served in reality. I was the driver on the K414. The glasses-wearing man exclaimed in shock. That's not too strange, right? It might just be a coincidence. Zhou Yu said. If it were just a coincidence, I wouldn't be this surprised. When I came to this strange tales world, I found many phenomena in Happy Town have some connection to my reality. Hearing the glasses-wearing man say this, Zhou Yu became very curious. What kind of connection? Tell me. The glasses-wearing man looked at the endless road ahead, took a deep breath, and began to narrate. I am from Myanmar. My hometown is a remote little mountain village. Once lived a life without strife. But one day, a group of vicious people invaded our hometown, enslaving all the villagers. They forced the villagers to consume poison, even draining their blood to sell, squeezing out all value. Not only that, they posted short videos online, promoting the secluded beauty of our hometown, claiming the streams in the mountains were filled with gold and that there were gold mines everywhere. They also offered huge sums of money to lure tourists with special services and tricks. But when the tourists arrived, what awaited them was hell. Those evil people would kidnap the tourists, extorting money from them. If the ransom was not sent quickly, the villains would drain the tourists' blood for sale, or even cut out their kidneys. Ah, kidney. Zhou Yu frowned and shouted. The situation in the glasses man's hometown was almost exactly like that of Happy Town. The wicked people were like vampires and dark witches. One drained blood for money, while the other feasted on it. Forcing villagers to consume poison, dark witches brewed toxins. Gold mines in the mountains, special ores in the caves. Posting short videos online to trick tourists, Happy Town built amusement parks to attract visitors. For tourists or residents who had no value, the evil people would cut out their kidneys. The monsters in the town would toss them into the slaughterhouse. This strange tale of Happy Town mirrored the harsh reality of the glasses man's hometown. Zhou Yu did not believe this was just a coincidence. After all, the world of strange tales and the real world existed in some relation. When the chosen one dies in the world of strange tales, monsters from that world descend upon their country. Just like this time, the vampires and dark witches from the town would appear randomly in some area of the failed country. There's something else I find even stranger. The glasses man suddenly said again. What is it? Zhou Yu hurriedly asked. About a year ago, I managed to escape from my hometown with my family, completely breaking free from the nightmare. However, recently I have been having nightmares frequently. I dream that my family turns into monsters, imprisoning me. In short, many things that happen in the dream are the same as what we experienced in Happy Town. What? Zhou Yu exclaimed in surprise, his voice even waking the soundly sleeping Ri-song. I don't know what's going on. But I just want to clear the game quickly. I don't want to live in the shadow of my hometown and the nightmares anymore. The glasses man said, his face pale. This is so strange. Zhou Yu fell into deep thought, but before he could sort out all these relations, a loud banging suddenly came from outside the door. Oh no, the eyeless monsters are hungry again. The banging grew even more intense, and finally, the heavy door was almost deformed from the impact. What should we do? They're about to break in. The glasses man shouted in panic. Don't panic, just drive well. Zhou Yu reassured him, glancing at the time. The King's Scepter had a duration of about 4 hours from the last test. Currently, the train had not yet entered the black hole. It would probably take another 2 hours to reach Happy Town. Zhou Yu was uncertain whether they could resolve the battle within 2 hours. So the only thing they could do now was to buy time, unless absolutely necessary. He did not want to use the power of the scepter. Damn, these guys are hungry too quickly. Are they reincarnated starving ghosts? Ri-song's eyes were filled with killing intent, planning to turn into a werewolf and charge out to fight. Don't rush, you'll have your chance to kill in 2 hours, but for now, it's best to conserve your strength. Trust me, I have a way to deal with them. Zhou Yu quickly stopped Ri-song. Ri-song snorted coldly and continued to doze off in the corner. At that moment, he seemed to have completely believed in Zhou Yu. Soon after, the train entered a space like a black hole. That feeling of oppression, accompanied by the sounds of the eyeless monsters colliding, constantly tormented Zhou Yu's nerves. Endless darkness enveloped the entire train, making it nearly impossible to see a glimmer of light. For some reason, suddenly, the sounds of the eyeless monsters stopped. Everything returned to silence, but it made Zhou Yu feel even more uneasy. Before long, the train finally emerged from the space resembling a black hole. However, outside the train window, there was no return to brightness. Because all the windows were completely blocked. Zhou Yu was shocked to see that one by one, the eyeless monsters had appeared in front of the windows without him noticing. Like geckos, they clung to the glass, their long fangs dripping with sticky saliva. With a loud bang, all the windows shattered, and in the next second, the huge mouths of the eyeless monsters could almost swallow Zhou Yu and the others whole. Zhou Yu hurriedly used the power of the king's staff, just managing to escape from the brink of death. But the foul-smelling slime fell all over his face, making him feel sick enough to vomit. Everyone stay back in the carriage. Without my command, you are not allowed to appear. Holding the shining golden staff, Zhou Yu issued orders to the eyeless monsters. Instantly, the eyeless monsters acted like obedient little cats, retreating back into the carriage. You actually have such a powerful cursed object hidden? How did you get it? Narishang exclaimed, surprised and a little envious. Zhou Yu looked at the astonished Narishang and the bespectacled man, and simply explained it to them. Then, Zhou Yu pressed the stopwatch and entered the countdown. 2 hours later, the Bliss train returned to the station in Happy Town. At this moment, the station was empty. No one came to welcome back a train that shouldn't have returned. Under Zhou Yu's control, the eyeless monsters quietly disembarked, making little noise. Zhou Yu looked up at the round moon in the night sky, took a deep breath, and the final action was about to begin. Chapter 44, Tear Apart the Witch, Slay the Gatekeeper. In the previous round, the eyeless monsters launched indiscriminate killings against the town, quickly attracting the attention of those monsters. And this time, Zhou Yu planned to act in secret, without letting anyone notice. Fortunately, the Black Hall was located on the west side of the town, far from the bustling area but close to the station. Zhou Yu intended to bypass the crowd, quietly infiltrate the area around the Black Hall, and launch a deadly strike against the monsters gathered inside. With a slight wave of the king's staff, hundreds of eyeless monsters slipped into the darkness, slowly following the route Zhou Yu specified. Zhou Yu, that train, I have safely helped you bring it back. Can I leave first? You can rest assured, I will absolutely not speak of this to anyone else. The bespectacled man looked at the terrifying eyeless monsters, still somewhat afraid. It's best for you to find a safe place to hide tonight, and don't miss the last train tomorrow morning. Zhou Yu kindly reminded him. Thank you. The bespectacled man left, feeling relieved. Perhaps in his heart, Zhou Yu, who ruthlessly sacrificed other chosen ones, was just as frightening as the eyeless monsters. Narishang, what about you? Of course, I won't hide like a coward. I still want to take revenge for yesterday. Narishang said, rubbing his fists. Alright, I agree to you joining me. But one request, keep your voice down. Zhou Yu smiled slightly and made a shushing gesture. Then, Zhou Yu led the eyeless monster army, quietly making their way toward the black hall. Along the way, Zhou Yu did not forget something deeply carved in his heart. In the dark street corner, Zhou Yu saw an old figure hiding in the shadows. This time, the wife did not come over to him like last time to get close. But she chose to run away. Zhou Yu wouldn't let her slip away like that, controlling a dozen eyeless monsters to chase after her and forcibly dragging her back. "Wife, why are you running? I'm your husband." Zhou Yu glared at the dark witch with a cold smirk. "I didn't expect you to have such heavy tastes." "Wife, you can really say that?" That day, Song threw a disgusted glance. "Our feelings as husband and wife won't be affected by looks, will they?" Zhou Yu sneered at the dark witch. "You little brat." The bound dark witch, no longer playful, became extremely furious. Before she could chant her spell, Zhou Yu immediately gave orders to the eyeless monsters. In an instant, the dark witch was torn apart by the eyeless monsters, every inch of her skin and flesh devoured. This group of eyeless monsters is even more picky than you, with tastes heavier than yours." That day, Song coldly huffed again. Looking at the completely devoured dark witch, Zhou Yu finally let out a long sigh of relief. With this, even if her heart still existed, she could never revive again, she was thoroughly dead. In fact, Zhou Yu didn't eliminate his wife out of anger, the main reason was to prevent her from going to the black hall to inform others. So he deliberately waited at the location where she last appeared. Currently, everything was progressing very smoothly. After dealing with this troublesome issue, Zhou Yu continued to lead the eyeless monsters forward. Before long, the dark hall shrouded in darkness gradually came into view. Zhou Yu immediately waved his hand, signaling all the eyeless monsters to stop and hide. Because the elusive gatekeeper was nearby, if they moved forward, they would surely be detected. Zhou Yu glanced at his watch, there was still more than an hour until the king's scepter expired. But the agreed time with the little priest had already arrived. Zhou Yu looked around, and just then, a transport vehicle slowly approached. In the darkness, 3 people quickly jumped off the vehicle. Zhou Yu saw the little priest and the hunter, along with another burly man, walking towards him. As soon as the little priest and the others saw the eyeless monsters behind Zhou Yu, they immediately took up a defensive stance. "Wait," Zhou Yu hurriedly explained, which prevented unnecessary conflict. "Time is limited, so I won't explain much, and let's skip the emotions. Let's act immediately. However, there's a tricky guy nearby, we need to deal with the gatekeeper first." Zhou Yu said to those nearby because the eyeless monsters reeked of blood, and getting too close to the dark hall would immediately raise alarms. "Let me handle it. I've been waiting impatiently." That day, Song stepped up again. But before he could proceed, the burly man behind the little priest blocked his path. The burly man swiftly drew 2 curved blades from behind without a word and walked towards the dark hall. At that moment, Zhou Yu noticed that the little priest was also carrying a great sword, which was exactly Yano Daigo's weapon. "Can I borrow this sword for a bit?" Zhou Yu took the great sword from the little priest and slowly followed behind the dual blade man. As the dual blade man got within 5 meters of the entrance, a black whirlwind suddenly whipped up. Without anyone noticing, a larger man holding a huge beheading sword silently appeared behind the dual blade man. Zhou Yu wanted to loudly warn him, but he realized his concern was unnecessary. The dual blade man seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, sharply swinging his curved blade backward. The gatekeeper didn't react in time and was immediately hit by 2 strikes. However, his body didn't spurt blood, the 2 strikes seemed as though they had cut into cotton. The gatekeeper seemed to ignore his injuries, continuing to swing the huge beheading sword. This sword looked impossibly heavy. In the hands of the gatekeeper, it swung at a lightning speed. However, the dual-life man was even faster with his blades, almost invisible to the naked eye, soon gaining the upper hand. The dual-life man noticed the gatekeeper's weakness and continuously attacked his lower body. Before long, the gatekeeper's massive body could no longer hold up and he fell to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Yu leaped forward, gripping his katana tightly, and struck down fiercely, finally beheading the gatekeeper and avenging the previous grudge. Then, under the bright moonlight, Zhou Yu finally saw the true face of the gatekeeper. Unexpectedly, the seemingly sturdy gatekeeper, under the black clothes, was nothing but a skeletal corpse, and what he had severed was a skull. As soon as the gatekeeper was slain, the dark-covered black hall suddenly opened its doors. The familiar blood-red light immediately poured out, and under the glow, a figure of a vampire emerged. "Nari-san, it's your turn. Block the door, don't let a single monster escape," Zhou Yu shouted without hesitation. Nari-san, who had long been ready, instantly transformed into a werewolf and charged forward. Then, Zhou Yu and his group hurriedly carried the gasoline from the transport truck, splashing it all over the black hall. Finally, the hunter shot an arrow ignited with fire. In an instant, the flames drove away the darkness, completely surrounding the black hall. Chapter 45, Monster Melee. The silent black hall erupted like a volcano. The towering flames even turned the night sky red. In an instant, the Black Witch and vampire inside the black hall became like ants on a hot pan, desperately trying to escape. But Nari-san's iron-like body blocked the doorway, stopping the group of monsters' path. Under the illumination of the flames and the scorching heat, the powers of the vampire and the Black Witch greatly weakened. And the pent-up Nari-san became braver as he fought, single-handedly holding the door for the moment. I'm curious, since you can temporarily control these eyeless monsters, why not just let them charge into the black hall? After all, you can only control the eyeless monsters for 1 more hour, why not let these monsters hurt each other? Instead, you've kept these eyeless monsters hidden all along, even now they haven't shown themselves? The little priest asked in confusion. You're right, even if the vampire and the Black Witch are utterly destroyed, if the eyeless monsters continue to survive, they will still slaughter the town's residents. However, letting the eyeless monsters charge into the black hall now is like sending them to die. Zhou Yu said. Why? Because there are more terrifying things inside the black hall, far more fearsome than the Black Witch and vampire themselves. Zhou Yu spoke gravely, recalling the death he faced when falling into hell. The little priest gradually understood, nodding his head. No wonder, back then my master was always afraid to infiltrate the black hall to destroy the heart of the Black Witch. Exactly, so I can only allow the Black Witch and the vampire to proactively run out of the hall. Zhou Yu said. Then, why do you want your friends to block the door? Those monsters probably still don't know about the eyeless monster's existence. The more we try to keep them from coming out, the more they will desperately want to escape. Zhou Yu glanced at Nari-san, who was fighting fiercely not far away, and smirked. I see, you don't want them to notice your intentions, but I'm afraid your friend will be in danger. As soon as the little priest finished speaking, he saw Nari-san gradually becoming unable to hold on. Even though his talent was incredibly powerful, this time he had to face a group of vampires and Black Witches. Before long, Nari-san's werewolf state gradually dissipated. But Zhou Yu did not rush to save him, intending to let this strong competitor die at the hands of the monsters. Zhou Yu was not originally cold or sinister. But since the moment Mir killed him, Zhou Yu no longer believed in any alliances. However, he did not expect that the vampires and dark witches were only thinking of escaping the encirclement of flames and did not want to completely annihilate the unthreatening Ri-song. Seeing the monsters bursting out of the hall, about to escape, Zhou Yu quickly made a response. Under the control of the king's scepter, hundreds of eyeless monsters instantly surrounded the vampires and dark witches. The wide-open mouths of the eyeless monsters revealed a circle of sharp fangs, making a deep and piercing sound under the moonlight. At this moment, all the vampires and dark witches were completely engulfed in shock and fear. They couldn't understand the situation before them, why their supposed pets, the eyeless monsters, were here, barking viciously at their so-called masters. Kill! Zhou Yu shouted sharply, swinging the king's scepter heavily. In an instant, all the eyeless monsters gazed up at the full moon in the night sky and let out sharp howls, as if losing their minds, crazily charging forward. An unprecedented battle among monsters began in the happy little town. The chaos was extremely fierce and brutally shocking, beyond everyone's imagination. Blood, severed limbs, and heads splattered everywhere. Eyeless monsters were physically stronger than vampires and dark witches, but they did not have regenerative abilities and would die instantly if hit in a vital spot. Although dark witches had weak bodies, they could use dark magic. However, in this intense melee, they could only use simple immobilization spells, unable to invoke their proud summoning spells. In contrast, the abilities of the eyeless monsters were too simple, seeming not to gain much advantage. But the number of eyeless monsters was 3 times that of their opponents, and under the control of the king's scepter, they were incredibly ferocious. The burning flames and earth-shattering killings intensified. The smell of blood and burnt flesh became even stronger. The ongoing battle had already left Zhou Yu and the others dumbfounded, afraid of being affected, and they continuously retreated. Although at first glance the numerous eyeless monsters seemed to be prevailing, Zhou Yu knew that over time, when the number of eyeless monsters decreased, they might not be able to resist the joint retaliation of the vampires and dark witches. Though the hunters, the dual-life man, and the little priest could contribute somewhat, they were far from as powerful as Ri-song in his werewolf state. However, the strong werewolf had now turned back into a weak human. Zhou Yu could not rely on Ri-song in the short term. If the situation continued to develop like this, it was likely that even before the effect of the king's scepter wore off, the eyeless monsters would be counter-killed. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu did not feel panic, for he still had a powerful ally to appear. This is. A familiar voice appeared from behind. Zhou Yu quickly turned around to see a familiar figure. Jin Yongjun? Behind Jin Yongjun, Zhou Yu also saw an elderly man in regular clothes leaning on a cane. He should be the exorcist from the church lurking in the town, the strongest NPC in this instance. Zhou Yu, what have you done? Why are the eyeless monsters fighting with other monsters? Jin Yongjun was also shocked by the scene before him. It seems you didn't anticipate this situation either? I just took the train to the slaughterhouse and summoned the eyeless monsters to help me deal with their masters. Seeing the surprised look on Jin Youngjun's face, Zhou Yu felt a bit proud. How did you do it? This. Zhou Yu raised the shining golden scepter and briefly explained. I didn't expect you had such a powerful artifact hidden, and I didn't expect. You actually managed to let the blind monster board that train and return to the town safely. Jin Youngjun said with a somewhat difficult expression. Jin Youngjun originally thought that Zhou Yu would bring gasoline tonight and die in vain, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. He knew very well that if this continued, the top spot in the points ranking would probably be taken by someone else. Jin Youngjun, it's not too late for you to join the battle now, perhaps you could earn extra points. What do you say? Let's consider it a new cooperation, and a real partnership this time. Zhou Yu showed a friendly smile and extended his right hand. And what Zhou Yu was inviting was not the defenseless Jin Youngjun to join, but the powerful exorcist from the church standing behind him, who even the vampires and black witches feared. Chapter 46, Desperate Turnaround, the demon reappears. Zhou Yu knew that someone as sharp as Jin Youngjun would definitely notice the flames in the black hall and sense the killing aura over here. As long as the powerful exorcist could join, there would be a chance to eradicate all the monsters. However, in the face of Zhou Yu's invitation, Jin Youngjun hesitated for a moment. He knew that joining at this point would certainly earn him some points, but Zhou Yu would definitely gain even more points, making him feel like he was just working for Zhou Yu. Jin Youngjun had always believed that he could control both Zhou Yu and Ri Song effortlessly, so he was naturally quite unwilling. Jin Youngjun, don't forget, if we fail this time, the wrath of these monsters will definitely spill over to the entire happy town. By then, not even the residents of the town will be safe, we may very well be killed too. Now is not the time to weigh personal gain. Zhou Yu laid out the stakes, continuing to persuade Jin Youngjun. Alright. I'll join. Jin Youngjun said helplessly, this outcome was certainly better than failing to clear the level. Priest, we're counting on you. Jin Youngjun said to the exorcist behind him. Then, the powerful exorcist from the church finally joined the battle, confronting the leader of the Black Witch, one of the estate lords. The leader of the Black Witch was indeed the most troublesome among this group of monsters. Her black magic was incredibly powerful, able to bind multiple blind monsters without chanting. As long as someone could hold her back, they could turn the tide. In the end, a chaotic battle concluded with a narrow victory for the humans. All the blind monsters had been exterminated, and eventually, the dual-life man, the hunter, and the little priest were also forced to join the fray, all sustaining various injuries. But fortunately, all the monsters in the town had been wiped out. Looking at the monster corpses scattered on the ground, Zhou Yu secretly wiped a sweat. If it weren't for Jin Youngjun's participation, it would have likely resulted in a bad ending again. Finally, it's over. Zhou Yu sighed in relief, but Jin Youngjun's face turned a bit ugly beside him. What's wrong? Something feels off. My talent is still indicating danger, and it's telling us we should leave here quickly. In panic, Jin Youngjun no longer cared about revealing his talent and grabbed the exorcist beside him to flee. Zhou Yu also woke up. Normally, the system should have already given a notification, congratulating them for completing this hidden hell-level task. But up until now, the system voice in his mind had not appeared. Yet Zhou Yu couldn't understand where the danger lay. The Black Hall had completely collapsed, its wooden structure was utterly charred, looking even more like a ruin than the White Hall, and the Black Witch's heart must have been destroyed long ago. Even if the Black Witch had taken the heart while escaping the Black Hall, now all the Black Witches had been thoroughly killed, and their hearts pierced. However, a familiar ominous aura grew stronger. Gradually, black mist enveloped the surroundings, and the night grew darker and darker. Zhou Yu and his group exchanged glances, their faces turning incredibly terrified. At that moment, a huge crack appeared in the ground, and a colossal creature tore through the fissure right before everyone's eyes. This monster had the horns of a goat, a human face, enormous arms, and eyes that sparkled with a ghostly light. This was exactly the goat-headed demon that Zhou Yu feared the most. And the goat-headed demon before him was simply 10 times bigger than the massive one summoned by the wife. Taller than the Black Hall before it collapsed. What is going on? Zhou Yu looked puzzled at the little priest beside him, who was dumbfounded. You quick look. The little priest pointed in terror to the open space in front of the Black Hall littered with corpses. With the faint moonlight, Zhou Yu was shocked to see that the corpses on that open land had unknowingly formed a 5-pointed star magic array. Or perhaps the Black Witch and the vampire did this consciously before their death? But still, without the Black Witch's incantation, the summoning magic array of the 5-pointed star should not activate. Unless... A gust of wind swept through with a bloody howl. Amidst the piled-up corpses, an old corpse slowly rose. She was constantly chanting spells, and a cold smile appeared on her pale face. This woman was the leader of the Black Witch. Could it be that her heart is neither in the Black Hall nor within her body? Zhou Yu trembled and shouted. This was the only explanation at the moment. Little priest, can you three hold her off for a while? I think I guessed where the Black Witch leader's heart is. Zhou Yu quickly spoke to the little priest and the others. We will fight to the death to buy you some time. Otherwise, our small town will be destroyed. The little priest said firmly, the fear on his face cleared away. And me? Exterminating the Black Witch is the task given to me by my church. It was unclear when, but the old exorcist from the church had returned, standing next to the little priest. But Jin Yongjun had already disappeared, clearly having found a place to hide. Thank you, I knew a master like you wouldn't be like that coward Jin Yongjun. Zhou Yu took a deep breath and nodded. This way, they would likely be able to hold on for a bit longer. Then, Zhou Yu called the dual knife man to leave the Black Hall and look for the Black Witch's heart. The dual knife man was a melee expert. Staying in the Black Hall couldn't do anything against the goat-headed demon. Instead, having him by his side could help watch over the lurking ghostmare. Who knows if this guy would hide in the shadows, waiting for another chance to assassinate him. After finding the motorcycle, Zhou Yu and the dual knife man immediately headed for the mysterious manor. Zhou Yu believed that the Black Witch's heart was very likely at her residence, perhaps in the basement. Because in every chosen one's rules, the basement is a forbidden place, and the rules of King Park Rinyong are no exception. On the way to the manor, Zhou Yu discovered that, apart from tourists, all the residents in the town had fainted. It seemed that once their host died, the bodies of the town's residents regained their freedom, just temporarily entering a dormant state. But this actually saved quite a bit of trouble, no need to deal with the powerful servants in the manor. Zhou Yu raced against time and quickly arrived at the villa, entering the basement. But unexpectedly, aside from some poisons and hanging corpses, as well as the magic array, there were no containers holding the heart. Time was running out, and Zhou Yu did not hesitate to activate the Eye of True Sight, searching through the whole villa, but ultimately found nothing. Where on earth is it? Zhou Yu sat down in despair, and just then, a young woman's voice suddenly rang out. What are you looking for? Zhou Yu looked up in shock, discovering a pale face right in front of him, almost touching his nose. Chapter 47 The Heart of the Dark Witch. You. Zhou Yu was so scared that he lost all strength, or rather, his energy was drained by the Dark Witch's black magic. Since the leader of the Dark Witch appeared here, it meant that the little priest and the old exorcist had already failed. You are looking for my heart, right? That's right. Do you dare to tell me where your heart is? Anyway, I can't live. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yu asked. This round was completely wasted. Guess. I'll give you 3 chances. If you guess correctly, I'll spare your worthless life. The leader of the Dark Witch said coldly. Is it in this mansion? No. Is it in the amusement park? No. You have one last chance. Zhou Yu carefully recalled every area of Happy Town, analyzing where the Dark Witch leader would hide her heart. Just then, a figure wielding dual knives suddenly rushed out, swiftly slicing off the Dark Witch's head. Run! Zhou Yu! The dual knife man shouted loudly. What a quick knife, but unfortunately, you struck in the wrong place. The severed head of the Dark Witch laughed coldly as it fell to the ground. Zhou Yu didn't expect that the dual knife man had remained silent the whole time, looking cold and unapproachable. But at a critical moment, he recklessly came to save him. Unfortunately, as soon as the Dark Witch's words fell, a shadow appeared behind the dual knife man. Instantly, the dual knife man's neck was twisted by hands emerging from the darkness, falling lifelessly to the ground. Speak quickly, I have no patience to play with you. Stinky boy, it's all your fault for ruining everything. The Dark Witch gradually lost her patience, becoming incredibly furious. Is it on the train? Zhou Yu nervously blurted out. Wrong answer. The Dark Witch smirked slyly, and then Zhou Yu was once again dragged into hell by the goat-headed demon, suffering endless torment and burning. Time reversed. Zhou Yu had never felt such despair, everything seemed perfectly done, yet in the end, it came to nothing. Indeed, this hidden way to pass was hell-level difficult. It was Zhou Yu's first time triggering 2 reversals on a single event. And after his passive ability triggered, Zhou Yu's vitality was reduced to 0 once again. Although the Fountain of Life could restore all lost vitality, he only had one last chance left. If he couldn't find the heart of the Dark Witch leader, no matter how much Fountain of Life he had, it would all lead to the same fail outcome. Zhou Yu took a deep breath and regained his focus, beginning to observe his surroundings. He saw the Elysium train right in front of him, but it was not 3 p.m., instead, it was nighttime. This time point of the reincarnation was different from the last, which indicated that letting Dayu get on the train was the correct choice. With each reincarnation, time would rewind to an optimal moment. At this moment, Zhou Yu held the king's scepter, commanding a horde of eyeless monsters. But Zhou Yu's mood was now entirely different from the previous round. Before, he was filled with hope and fighting spirit, but now only despair remained. Zhou Yu thought of his hometown where the monster tales had come to life, his heart sinking deeper into sorrow. After the previous chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom failed, his hometown had turned into a ghost town, his sister had also died in that disaster. Zhou Yu wished so much to clear the game with a top 3 ranking, to lift the disaster from his hometown. He wanted to carry his sister's ashes and return to his family. While Zhou Yu was lost in thought, someone suddenly interrupted him. Zhou Yu, that train, I have safely brought it back for you. Can I leave now? Don't worry, I absolutely won't tell anyone else about this. The glasses man repeated his words from the last round. Zhou Yu was just about to warn him, telling him to hide, and he sent him away. But at the moment the glasses man turned around, Zhou Yu suddenly thought of something. Wait. I have one more thing I want to ask you. What is it? I want to know, how did your hometown end up? Were those bad people driven away? Zhou Yu hurriedly asked. Since the world of strange tales has countless connections with the reality where the glasses man exists, perhaps he could obtain some important clues. Those bad people were finally driven away by our country's army, and my hometown returned to peace. Did they find all the money that those bad people extorted? Zhou Yu continued to ask. Those bad people valued money above all, the most important thing was wealth, just like how the Dark Witch cared about her heart. They found it, but unexpectedly, the leader of those bad people had hidden all the money in an unexpected place. Where? Zhou Yu quickly pressed for an answer, as if he found the key point. The leader of the bad people had some background, and was actually colluding with the local police station. All the money was stored in the police station's armory. The police station's armory? Zhou Yu exclaimed in surprise, startling the glasses man. Zhou Yu, why are you asking about these things? Thank you. I haven't even asked your name, this information is more important to me than my life. Zhou Yu excitedly grabbed the glasses man's hands. My name is Ruanwen. Brother Ruan, let's find a place to hide tonight. Don't forget to take the K414 train you are familiar with tomorrow. Okay, I'll leave now. The glasses man left in confusion. Then, Zhou Yu fell into deep thought. Should he go to the police station now to look for the Dark Witch's heart, or wait until a chaotic battle breaks out? If he went to the police station now to destroy the Dark Witch's heart, it would weaken the strongest force, but it would inevitably alarm the snake. Moreover, the King's Scepter has a time limit, so he should still follow the plan step by step. Upon arriving at the Black Auditorium, the battle among monsters began again, and halfway through, Jin Youngjun reappeared. Everything happening was exactly the same as the previous round, without any change. However, when the church's exorcist joined the battle, it was time for Zhou Yu to look for the Dark Witch's heart. Zhou Yu still took the dual blade man along, and soon they arrived at the police station. As the sheriff, he smoothly opened the door to the armory. Zhou Yu had entered the armory before, but he had never carefully investigated it. Tonight, he discovered that at the very back of the armory, there was a solid safe. Zhou Yu hurriedly pressed his ear against the safe. Sure enough, he heard a heartbeat. Here it is, the Dark Witch's heart. It's in the safe. Zhou Yu exclaimed excitedly, but the dual blade man behind him sounded a bit shaky. Your hands. Hands? Zhou Yu raised the hands that had just touched the safe and was shocked to find his hands had turned pitch black and lost all feeling. Before Zhou Yu could react, the dual blade man decisively cut off his own hands. But blood did not gush out, instead, a black poison was rapidly spreading. Seeing the poison spreading to his shoulders, Zhou Yu urgently shouted, I have a bottle of holy ruin water in my backpack, quick, give it to me. The dual blade man quickly opened the life fountain water and poured it into Zhou Yu's body. But, the poison in your body has not been neutralized? The dual blade man questioned in confusion. But Zhou Yu felt much more at ease, his vitality restored 80 points, saving his life. Brother Dao, thank you, you saved me twice. The black poison ultimately spread to his heart and brain, and Zhou Yu completely lost consciousness. Time reversed. Zhou Yu's body was still somewhat numb, but his mind was relatively clear. He never expected that the vault would actually be coated with deadly poison. Looking at the way the toxin spread, it was probably not any weaker than godslaying. Originally, Zhou Yu wanted to save the most precious life-giving water for when he absolutely needed it, or for the next mission. But he never thought it would be wasted here. In the world of strange tales, one must always remain highly vigilant and careful, never letting one's guard down. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, and his body finally regained sensation. Looking around again, time returned to just before entering the police station's armory. What are you dazed for? Why aren't you going in? The dual blade man asked. I'm going to find something, just wait a moment. Zhou Yu took down the fire hydrant beside the armory and connected a fire hose. Then, Zhou Yu aimed the high-pressure water flow at the vault to begin washing it clean. Soon, the toxin on the vault was completely cleared, and the water flowing to the ground became murky and dark, corroding parts of the floor. This vault actually has poison? How did you know? The dual blade man exclaimed in surprise. There's no time to explain, Brother Dao, do you have a way to pull the vault out from inside? Zhou Yu said as he looked at the ground covered in deadly poison. The dual-blade man nodded, took out a rope, and easily lassoed the vault, dragging it out in midair. Although the vault was safely retrieved, the question was how to open it? Zhou Yu tried several passwords, and the dual-blade man used brute force, but no matter what they did, they couldn't open such a solid vault. Watching the time pass by second, Zhou Yu felt a deep sense of urgency. If this continued, the tragic events would soon replay. Now, his life force was only remaining at 30 points, not enough to revive again. Beep beep beep. The alarm on the watch rang, indicating that the time for the king's staff was approaching. And over at the Black Hall, the Dark Witch leader was about to be resurrected again. Once again, the terrifying figure of the goat-headed demon flashed through Zhou Yu's mind. I have a way. Zhou Yu suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly asked the dual-blade man to take the vault, heading straight for the Black Hall. When they arrived at the Black Hall, the Dark Witch leader was slowly standing up from the pile of dead bodies. Behind her was a huge shadow that made everyone tremble in fear. The goat-headed demon. But this time, when Zhou Yu saw the goat-headed demon, he saw hope. Without hesitation, Zhou Yu used the last intermediate enchanted item, the Radiant Stone. The dazzling white light temporarily blinded the goat-headed demon and the Dark Witch. Then, Zhou Yu immediately threw the vault wrapped in a black cloth forward with great force. Humph. Overestimating yourself. The Dark Witch leader squinted her eyes and sneered, lightly waving her hand. Immediately, the goat-headed demon extended its huge palm, instantly crushing the burning vault. And in the next second, the Dark Witch leader could no longer smile. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, clutching her heart tightly with both hands, and every inch of her skin began to crack irregularly. You love guessing riddles, don't you? Can you guess where your heart is now? Zhou Yu coldly said as he stared at the Dark Witch leader whose body was collapsing. You little brat. I curse you, curse all of you, to fall into hell. The Dark Witch leader shouted hoarsely, unwillingly extending her withered right hand toward Zhou Yu. As the summoned goat-headed demon completely vanished, a burst of fierce fire erupted from within the Dark Witch leader, incinerating her remains. A cold wind blew by, and the Dark Witch leader completely disappeared from this world, but her curse before dying still echoed in the empty streets. Fell into hell? I am already in hell. Zhou Yu let out a bitter laugh, looking up at the full moon and taking a deep breath. This time, it should be completely over, right? Zhou Yu gazed at the monster corpses lying everywhere, waiting for the system to send a prompt. But somehow, minutes passed, and nothing happened, just like last time. A calmness hid a sense of crisis. Zhou Yu suddenly felt anxious, but beside him, Jin Yongjun did not show any signs of panic. How is it? Is there still danger? Zhou Yu quickly asked. No, I didn't expect we really defeated all the monsters in the town. No, it should be said that you did. Jin Yongjun looked at Zhou Yu, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Then why hasn't the system sent any information or announcements? Narisong hobbled over, and as soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the chosen ones for completing the ultimate task. Please take the K414 train to leave Happy Town at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. The rewards and points will be announced upon leaving the town. When the voice of the system echoed in the minds of Zhou Yu and the others, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and collapse onto the ground in exhaustion. Finally, it's all over. No, maybe we still have unfinished tasks in the world of ghost stories. There's still a long time until tomorrow morning, maybe the system is just giving us time to complete this task. Zhou Yu suddenly said to the two of them with a serious face. What task? We have an invisible enemy. Zhou Yu looked around at the dark corners. Are you talking about a ghost? Jin Yongjun quickly caught on. That's right, it's time for us to hunt him down. Zhou Yu was not sure if this was an unfinished task. But only by having the surviving chosen ones pursue him could the ghost Meyer have no chance to kill him again, so he could sleep peacefully. As Jin Yongjun and Narisong energetically split up to take action, Zhou Yu returned to the familiar old house and finally had a restful sleep. When he woke up, Happy Town had returned to its usual tranquility. Everyone seemed to completely forget the fear of being ruled by monsters and went about living and working as usual. Zhou Yu glanced at the clock, yawned, and headed out early. But when he arrived at the Happy Town station, the sight before him completely jolted him awake. Chapter 49 The Final Test, The Monster Train. The K414 train had arrived at the station. Unlike the Green Paradise train, this was a blood-red train, exuding a sense of blood and death. Rather than saying that riding the Paradise train leads to hell, it would be more accurate to say this one does. Zhou Yu's mind recalled the Black Witch leader's final curse again. Who knows if taking this strange train can really lead to victory? Besides, the rules in the world of ghost stories are both real and fake, with pitfalls everywhere. With full vitality, Zhou Yu chose to open his true eye. A layer of mist disappeared, and the K414 train revealed its true face. But this true appearance shocked and terrified Zhou Yu even more. Through the true eye, Zhou Yu saw that every compartment of the K414 train, every seat was filled with passengers. Those passengers were the eyeless monsters, vampires, and black witches that Zhou Yu and the others had killed. All the dead monsters had reappeared on this train. But all the monsters looked as if they were asleep, eyes tightly closed, breathing faint and barely there. Maybe this is a car full of corpses, but perhaps when you get close, all the monsters will suddenly wake up and open their eyes. Just as Zhou Yu was in shock, Jin Youngjun also arrived. When he came to the train, his face also turned extremely pale. It seems your talent is beginning to warn you that this train is full of danger, right? You, how do you know? Jin Youngjun was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Zhou Yu to guess his talent ability. It doesn't matter now. Since your talent can give you the most accurate hints, what should we do next? Zhou Yu glanced at the time on his watch. There were less than 3 minutes until the train departed at 7 o'clock. The hint I received is that we cannot board this train. Jin Youngjun's talent hint was the same as what Zhou Yu saw with his real eyes. But this created a contradiction. If we cannot board this train, how can we leave Happy Town and complete the level? Zhou Yu and Jin Youngjun were both caught in a dilemma, completely unaware that someone had already boarded the train. What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and get on the train. Now Rishong's cheerful voice instantly pulled Zhou Yu and Jin Youngjun out of their thoughts. Looking up, one of Na Rishong's feet had already stepped into the closest carriage to the driver's cabin. Once Na Rishong easily boarded the train, the glasses-wearing man, Ruanwen, followed him into the carriage. Unexpectedly, after the two entered the carriage, nothing happened. The monsters sitting in their seats remained asleep. At this time, Jin Youngjun looked at Zhou Yu with a puzzled expression, seemingly waiting for his next move. Zhou Yu snorted coldly and swaggered onto the train. Because even if this train were to face danger, Zhou Yu could still use his talent to escape. Stop dragging your feet. All the monsters are dead, yet you're still so cautious and suspicious. Na Rishong said dismissively towards the cautious attitudes of the two. Jin Youngjun snorted coldly, not wanting to retort. Na Rishong also sneered and was about to sit in a seat on the train. But that seat was already occupied by a sleeping monster, and that monster happened to be the most troublesome leader of the Black Witch. Hold on. There's someone in that seat. Zhou Yu quickly stopped Na Rishong, fearing the monster on the train would wake up, and told him the truth. Na Rishong paused slightly. Through this collaboration, he knew Zhou Yu's talent was powerful, so he had to believe him. Then, what do we do? The glasses-wearing man Ruanwen panicked even more upon learning the truth, even wanting to escape from the train. But as he reached the door, the train carriage door closed automatically. Ruanwen wanted to forcefully open the door, but he also worried about disturbing the monsters inside the carriage. For a moment, the carriage became very quiet. The four of them didn't dare to move rashly. It's strange, it's already 7 o'clock. Why hasn't the train started yet? Jin Youngjun asked in confusion. At that moment, the system sent a prompt message again. Congratulations to the 4 chosen ones for successfully boarding the train leaving Happy Town, but only by finding the key to open the driver's cabin door can the train start. Hint, the key is on train K414. If the key is not found, all the monsters in the carriage will revive. The key could be in any corner, or it could be on a monster. But if you accidentally touch a monster's body, you might wake it up, so please pay attention, chosen ones. As the system's prompt finished, the originally invisible monsters in the carriage suddenly appeared. The final test is about to begin. 9:59. The time displayed above the carriage suddenly switched to a countdown mode, and at the same time, the sleeping monsters began to stir. Now Rishong, with his simple mind and strong physique, immediately charged at the driver's cabin door with all his might. But this seemingly thin door just couldn't be opened by brute force. Don't waste time. According to the system's hint, let's look for the key. Zhou Yu urged, and Na Rishong sighed repeatedly. Afterwards, Zhou Yu and the other 3 began to act separately, carefully searching inside the train car, their nervous hands trembling slightly. Because if they accidentally awakened a monster, it might scare all the monsters into waking up. Jin Youngjun, does your talent hint where the key is? Zhou Yu hurriedly asked. But Jin Youngjun shook his head, my talent is not that powerful. This time, Zhou Yu did not doubt that Jin Youngjun was lying. After all, the 4 of them were in the same boat. Taking advantage of the true eye not disappearing, Zhou Yu immediately began searching. Zhou Yu speculated that the key was likely on a monster, otherwise, why would the system emphasize touching the monster might awaken it? But after searching nearly the entire train, through 7 cars, they still did not find the key. Where could it be, where? Behind him, the bespectacled man Ruanwen's anxious voice came. Zhou Yu looked up at the countdown and was shocked to see only 1 minute left. And at this critical moment, something unexpected happened again. He heard a scream from behind. Ruanwen cried out. Zhou Yu turned back to see Ruanwen's chest stained with blood, lying on the ground. But it wasn't a sleeping monster that killed him. but an invisible curved blade. Meyer. Zhou Yu then realized that there were not just 4 surviving chosen, but 5. The ghost Meyer had been hiding on the train, ready to assassinate the others. Zhou Yu quickly activated the true eye again, and only then could he see Meyer's figure. Wait. We can only leave Happiness Town by taking this train, now is not the time to kill each other. No, my only mission is to kill all of you. Chapter 50, The Final Chance, The Key. Meyer's expression became colder than the sharp curved blade, his figure like a ghost, suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu knew that it was useless to say anything now, and facing off against a ghost, his odds of winning were not high. Zhou Yu chose to evade, heading to find Ri-Song, who could transform into a werewolf, guaranteeing to beat Meyer. But when he found Ri-Song, it was already too late. Ri-Song was lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. Except for you, everyone else is dead. Ghost Meyer said in a deep voice. The sharp curved blade again came straight at Zhou Yu from behind. Zhou Yu hurriedly dodged to the side, raised his pistol, and pulled the trigger. But he never expected the ghost's speed to be so outrageous. Meyer was able to dodge even the bullets. Zhou Yu had to discard the pistol and fight Meyer in close quarters with a katana. Although the ghost was skilled in assassination, in a fair one-on-one battle with a brave one, he did not hold much advantage. However, at this moment, Zhou Yu was extremely anxious, having no thoughts to continue fighting with Meyer. Because the countdown on the car had only 30 seconds left. As the countdown time grew closer, Zhou Yu could even see their eyelids twitching continuously, their bodies starting to tremble slightly. You win this round. Zhou Yu pushed Meyer back with all his strength, let out a long sigh, and completely gave up. Soon, all the monsters in the train car awakened, their fierce blood-red eyes looking at Zhou Yu, an endless number of purple arms stretching out. The once blind monster controlled by the king's staff once again began to devour Zhou Yu's body piece by piece. Zhou Yu let out a roar and desperately looked up at the countdown that had reset to 0, completely losing consciousness. Time reversed. Zhou Yu forcibly opened his eyes, enduring the intense pain in every inch of his flesh. Looking up, the countdown had just begun. Be careful. Ghost Meyer is on this train, we'd better not split up again. What? He is on this train too? That's right. And his purpose is not to start this train, but to kill all of us. Zhou Yu revealed the goal of the ghost, Mill, making everyone alert. Then, we better act together. Let's find the key together. The one who initially suggested splitting up, Jin Yongjun, changed his mind. Don't rush, I think the key is likely hidden on one of the monsters. The eyeless monster has no clothes, there's nowhere to hide the key, so it should be in the vampire's or the black witch's pocket, or inside their clothes. Last time, Zhou Yu and the others searched almost every corner of the carriage but found nothing. Only the monsters' bodies hadn't been searched, so Zhou Yu suggested again to avoid wasting time. However, this time, the difficulty is much higher than last time. In addition to finding the key, they also have to guard against the ghost Mill, who might attack at any time. Last time, when they reached the 7th carriage, they encountered Mill. But this time, Zhou Yu did not see his figure. Perhaps it was because Mill thought everyone was gathered together and on guard. Then, Zhou Yu and his group arrived at the next carriage to begin searching. Zhou Yu immediately saw a familiar figure, and reluctantly came in front of her. In front of him stood the Black Witch, whose face was pale and old, his former wife. Zhou Yu began to search her body for the key, but just as he was about to reach into her chest, a dry arm suddenly grabbed him tightly. Hubby, what are you trying to do? Last night, you were so passive, why are you so active now? He. His wife suddenly opened her murky eyes, and that extremely discordant high-pitched voice rang out again. Zhou Yu was so scared that he took a few steps back, almost crashing into the monster behind him. It was still that Ritsu, quick to react, who turned his arm into a werewolf and slapped the wife unconscious. Consider this a favor repaid. Phew, thank you, the last person I want to see right now is her. Zhou Yu sighed in relief and began to search again. But unexpectedly, after searching the entire train, they still hadn't found the key. Ritsu looked up at the dwindling time, feeling a bit anxious. How could this happen? Is the key not on the monster? Zhou Yu, did you make a mistake? Impossible. Zhou Yu was also a bit panicked. Now, his life points were only 10, and he couldn't revive anymore. But when he saw the glasses man, Ruanwen, sitting on the floor, Zhou Yu suddenly thought of something. That's right, brother Ruan, weren't you the driver of this train in the real world? Do you know where the key to open the driver's cabin is? Could it be that the key is on you? Jin Yongjun also hurriedly asked. Ruanwen quickly stood up and searched his body, but found nothing. In the real world, the K414 train doesn't need a key to open the driver's cabin door. Hearing this, Jin Yongjun deflated. Now it's completely over. No need for a key. I know where the key is. Quick, follow me. Zhou Yu suddenly thought of something, quickly grabbed the puzzled Ruanwen, and ran toward the driver's cabin. What exactly are you trying to do? There's no time left. Ritsu, following closely behind, anxiously looked at the countdown on the carriage. At this moment, all the monsters in their seats had begun to slowly wake up, their bodies visibly trembling. Zhou Yu couldn't be bothered to explain further and dragged Wan through each carriage. But just as they were about to enter the first carriage, Zhou Yu suddenly saw Mill standing right in front of him. Zhou Yu glanced at the time and saw that there were only 5 seconds left. Damn it! In such a short time, let alone driving back Mill, it would be difficult to even make it to the driver's cabin at full speed. On that day, Song charged forward as a werewolf with all his might. The ghost was blocking the way ahead. Zhou Yu shouted loudly. Song knew how bad the situation was, and without hesitation, activated his innate ability. Like a body of steel, the werewolf charged ahead, crashing directly into Mir in front. Although this blow couldn't defeat Mir, it bought Zhou Yu a moment of opportunity. Taking advantage of the temporarily retreating ghost Mir, Zhou Yu hurriedly dragged the panting Wan to the door of the cockpit. Reach out, open it. Hurry! Seeing the monsters rising from their seats like zombies, Zhou Yu urgently urged. Okay. The weak Wan was completely dazed at this moment and mechanically followed Zhou Yu's instructions. But what surprised everyone was that the moment Wan touched the doorknob, the door to the cockpit actually opened. Chapter 51, Happy Town, Clearance Reward. The countdown finally froze at 0:01 seconds. All the monsters seemed frozen as well, coming to a standstill. As expected, I am right, you are the true key. This door can only be opened by you. Zhou Yu didn't expect that Wan was actually the essential condition for clearing this instance. At the same time, Zhou Yu secretly rejoiced that he hadn't treated him as a sacrifice to feed the monsters and was thankful he was alive until now. Otherwise, even if they could eliminate the monsters, they would ultimately be unable to clear the challenge. Protecting the key figure in the world of ghost stories seemed to be another hidden rule. Zhou Yu let out a long sigh of relief, and Wan adjusted his glasses, which had slipped off due to sweat, looking back incredulously at the monsters that were frozen behind. Hurry in, start your train. Zhou Yu gently pushed Wan and waved to Song and Jin Youngjun. The cunning Jin Youngjun quickly followed Wan into the cockpit, even faster than Zhou Yu. Meanwhile, Song frantically waved his arms, dealing with the invisible ghost mirror. Although the ghost was powerful and skilled in assassination, it couldn't harm the werewolf with a body of steel, especially such a reckless one. Song, get in quickly, I'll handle him. Zhou Yu said as he raised his pistol again, aiming at Mir and pulling the trigger. Under Zhou Yu's cover, Song successfully made it inside, and Zhou Yu entered the cockpit just in time, firmly closing the door behind him. At that moment, Zhou Yu's true eye ability disappeared. At the same time, Zhou Yu's vitality was once again exhausted. The old K414 train quickly started under Wan's guidance, whistling loudly. The 4 of them let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Thanks to Zhou Yu, if it weren't for you, we would have likely died in that carriage, torn apart by the monsters. Wan sighed, his initial impression of Zhou Yu as cold-blooded slowly changing. But who knows if there will still be danger after the train starts. Zhou Yu turned to look at the first carriage. Those monsters had settled down, sitting in their seats. But Mir was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he was on the other side of the glass door, standing right in front of them, watching everyone in the cockpit. Thinking of Mir's unwilling yet cold gaze, Zhou Yu involuntarily took a few steps back and turned to look out the window. He saw the train slowly moving, about to leave Happy Town. At that moment, Zhou Yu suddenly saw the figures of the little priest, dual-wielding man, hunter, and exorcist appearing at the station. They were waving goodbye to the train, seemingly sending their farewells. Zhou Yu felt a twinge of emotion. Not long after, Happy Town gradually faded away, and the view outside the window was just like when they were heading to the slaughterhouse. What Zhou Yu never expected was that this time the endpoint was actually the slaughterhouse. As the K414 train approached the slaughterhouse, it began to slow down uncontrollably, eventually coming to a complete stop. The train has arrived at Paradise Village. Please, chosen ones, disembark. Fighting is prohibited. As soon as the system's voice fell, all the train doors opened simultaneously. Zhou Yu tried to draw his gun, but it was clear he couldn't, which meant that Mir couldn't use his weapon either. At this, everyone felt relieved and got off the train, returning once again to the familiar Paradise Village slaughterhouse. But at that moment, the slaughterhouse appeared to have changed a little. Zhou Yu unexpectedly discovered that the word slaughterhouse on the back of the sign had disappeared. Congratulations to all chosen ones for successfully clearing the level. He. A comical voice suddenly emerged. Zhou Yu was slightly startled and turned to look opposite him, where a man in a clown costume had appeared before everyone. Now, let's announce everyone's most anticipated score ranking. The clown completely ignored the surprised crowd and took out a red balloon to blow it up. Gradually, the balloon grew larger and began to float into the sky like a hot air balloon. But suddenly, with a loud bang, the balloon exploded, turning into colorful ribbons that floated in midair. Written on the ribbons was everyone's ranking. Zhou Yu was surprised to see that he was actually in first place with a score of 402. Among them, he earned 50 points for defeating the king in a comeback. He gained 50 points for completing the task of the three-person family. He earned 50 points for protecting the Dreammaker. Other tasks and special performances gained him 52 points. Finally, saving the town and killing all the monsters earned him 200 points. Zhou Yu was so excited he was trembling, and then he looked at the other ribbons. In second place was the Ghostmere with 381 points. Third was Jin Youngjun, fourth was Naratake, and fifth was Ruanwen. For this ranking, Jin Youngjun felt a bit unwilling, Naratake only snorted coldly, while Ruanwen felt secretly relieved. Next, we will present small gifts. The clown, without paying attention to anyone else, rummaged through the large pockets of his costume and pulled out exquisite gift boxes one by one. But this time, Naratake couldn't hold back anymore. Wait. Who exactly are you? I am the clown, who else could I be? The clown didn't answer Naratake's question directly, appearing even more mysterious. What was even more intriguing were the things inside the gift boxes. Zhou Yu couldn't wait to open his, but he discovered that there seemed to be 4 cards inside. Taking the opportunity, Zhou Yu stole a glance at Jin Youngjun's gift box, which seemed to contain only 2 cards. Perhaps the number of cards obtained was related to the score ranking. But no one continued to look at the card contents. After all, who knew if they would become enemies in the next horror world? And after everyone received their gift boxes, the clown smiled again and waved his hand toward the direction of the train. Immediately, the K414 train started up again, producing a loud whistle. Why is this train starting again? Naratake curiously asked again. Of course it has to start, those guys on the train haven't arrived yet, hee. Where are those monsters going? Zhou Yu looked at the train that was gradually fading away, feeling somewhat curious. Of course, they are going to the countries of the failed chosen ones. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the clown's mouth. The horror stories are coming. Having experienced disaster, Zhou Yu and others felt a trace of fear, while also secretly feeling relieved. Okay, everyone, I need to go now. Looking forward to seeing you again. The clown said, turning to run deeper into Paradise Village. Wait, what about us? You need to clarify this for me. Naratake took a quick step forward, tightly grabbing the clown's collar. But he found that beneath the thick clown costume, there was no one left, only this ridiculous outfit. However, the system's voice came again, answering everyone's questions. Please, all chosen ones, make your choice, go to the next dungeon, or choose to return to the real world. Note, upon returning to the real world, you will enter a short sleep period and will not be able to re-enter the world of horror tales. Zhou Yu and the others all knew this rule, so they already had their answers in their hearts. I choose to continue. Zhou Yu, Jin Youngjun, and Na Risong decisively made their choices. I want to go back. Ruanwen had been thinking about his family, so he naturally didn't want to stay here any longer. But the system's next sentence quickly made him make a completely opposite decision. Chapter 52 New Challenges, New Worlds. Because this dungeon is based on the real experiences and dreams of the chosen ones from Vietnam, the Dreammaker can receive extra rewards. Ruanwen's E-level talent will be successfully upgraded to S-level. What? Ruanwen exclaimed in surprise. For him, this was undoubtedly a huge surprise. Compared to the almost negligible E-level talent, S-level talent was simply amazing. I choose to continue to the next horror tale world. Ruanwen made his decision to earn the country's reward and to have the chance to lift the horror tales plaguing his hometown. Alright, please wait a moment, everyone, in 30 minutes, you will be transported to the next horror tale world. The system's voice gradually faded, while the figure of Mier gradually appeared. Everyone lost their ability bonuses from the identity tags. Zhou Yu was no longer a hero, but a regular person. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat tense, especially since Mier felt quite awkward and silently hid to the side. However, others didn't pay too much attention, they quietly lowered their heads, examining the rewards in the gift boxes. In the world of horror tales, completing the dungeon would earn them cursed objects related to the experiences they went through. Zhou Yu hurriedly opened up 4 cards one by one to check. The first card was a talent evolution card. The chosen one could only choose one ability to enhance. 1. The ability of the Eye of Truth will consume 5 life force. 2. Life force recovery speed increases by 20%. 3. Life force upper limit increases by 20. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to increase the life force upper limit. Although the second option was also very beneficial, in the world of horror tales, he might still be able to acquire cursed objects like the Fountain of Life to quickly recover life force. And increasing the life force upper limit was more significant for Zhou Yu right now. After all, adding 20 life force would allow him to reach a maximum of 100 life force, which meant he could use the time reversal ability twice. The second card was a high-level cursed object, the tarot card, Wheel of Fortune. Effect: before starting the horror tale dungeon, you can choose an identity. Choose the identity of a king, deduct 50 points after clearing. Choose the identity of a hero, no points deducted. Choose the identity of a commoner, add 30 points after clearing. Choose the identity of a dead slave, add 50 points after clearing, and gain all information and real-time location of the chosen one with the identity of a king at the start. Zhou Yu let out a sigh of relief. This high-level cursed object was incredibly useful. Without paying any cost, he could continue to play the role of a hero in the next round, gaining a significant advantage from the start. Any normal person would choose the hero without hesitation. Zhou Yu then opened the third card. It was also a high-level cursed object, bloodline power. Effect: can temporarily gain the powers of a vampire. Strength, speed, endurance, and combat skills increased by 500% and gain regeneration ability. This was also a very practical card. Zhou Yu eagerly opened the third card. To Zhou Yu's surprise, the fourth card turned out to be an encounter with a special class cursed object. Special class cursed object, Summon Demon. Effect: can summon the strongest goat-headed demon of the Black Witch leader, limited to once. Zhou Yu never expected to obtain such a cursed object. My mood inexplicably stirred up again. In Happy Town, the strongest beings are not the vampires and black witches, but the goat-headed demon that can drag targets into hell. The goat-headed demon has almost no weaknesses. As long as the summoner is not killed, it is an invincible existence. If I could summon the goat-headed demon in the next horror world, wouldn't that mean I could kill gods and demons alike? Zhou Yu was excited inside, but he still tried hard to manage his expression. Zhou Yu looked at the others. Everyone except Jin Yongjun had a joyful expression, especially Ruan Wen, who had obtained an S-level talent. The chosen ones have a chance to contact the real world. There are 20 minutes remaining. The system prompted again, and Zhou Yu and the other chosen ones maintained a safe distance, starting to contact their respective national expert teams. Zhou Yu, it's great to hear your voice again. This is Luozhen. Commander Luo, hello. Time is limited, so I won't waste words on formalities. But I want to tell you, your perfect performance has been seen throughout the country, and everyone is cheering for you. Our leaders and the expert team agree that your performance in the horror world should be included as a teaching example. At the same time, when you triumph, we are prepared to hire you as a lecturer for chosen ones, providing online education nationwide. Of course, once you return, your reward will be generous. It will be calculated at 0.1% of the annual GDP income of the horror area you liberated. The usually calm Commander Luo's voice couldn't help but show some excitement at this moment. Thank you, Commander. This is what you deserve. If you are willing to lift the curse of horror in the Magic City, the reward can reach over 4 billion. No, I only want to lift the horror curse in my hometown. That was our previous agreement. Zhou Yu only hoped to bring his family and deceased loved ones back to their hometown. Okay, no problem. Also, Zhou Yu, you choose to continue challenging the next horror world, right? Commander Luo asked. Yes, I want to do my utmost to achieve new contributions and fight for a chance of revival for Dragon Country. Next time, I will definitely choose to lift the curse of the Magic City. Zhou Yu knew that Commander Luo would definitely mention the Magic City because it was essential to Dragon Country in terms of GDP and other fields. Thank you. Let's get back to the point. Unfortunately, we haven't gathered any information about the chosen ones in the next copy, so we can't convey it to you right now. But as long as there are special circumstances, we will actively contact you once the next horror world begins. Is there anything else you want to tell us? Commander Luo asked again. Yes, I discovered 2 hidden rules in the horror world. But I don't want others to hear, just want to tell you, Commander Luo. Zhou Yu was worried that there might be spies from other countries in the expert team. Okay, hold on. Now it's okay. Our conversation will no longer be heard by a third party. Good. Zhou Yu then told Luozhen about the hidden rules of defeating the king and protecting the dream builder in the horror world. No wonder the chosen ones from various countries perished in the horror world before. It turns out it was like this. However, I think the second hidden rule will soon become a normal rule. Commander Luo sighed. Zhou Yu silently nodded. Indeed, this hidden rule no longer needed to be kept secret. To avoid everyone ending in tragedy, they needed to protect this dream builder well. Time is running out. Zhou Yu, is there anything you want me to pass on to your family? No, I will survive and tell them in person. As soon as Zhou Yu finished this last sentence, the call was interrupted. Suddenly, the surroundings began to collapse, huge cracks appeared in the sky, the peach blossoms began to wilt, and even the ground started to shake. This world is about to collapse. We are about to enter the next strange talk world. Jin Yongjun frowned and said. Zhou Yu also felt a dizzying spin in front of him. Chapter 53. I am a corpse. That familiar, yet overwhelmingly strong smell of blood once again awakened Zhou Yu. Although Zhou Yu was mentally prepared this time, the terrifying and bizarre scene before him still shocked him greatly, deeply unsettling his heart. Zhou Yu found himself in a hospital room, lying on a pristine hospital bed. However, beneath the bed, corpses were scattered all over the place, haphazardly piled together with not a single gap. All the corpses had different appearances, some looked as if they had been burned to death, while others seemed to have drowned, their bodies swollen and pale. There were also some that appeared to have died from various diseases and different disasters. This scene of death was almost more shocking than the monster brawl in front of the black auditorium. However, Zhou Yu was not completely consumed by fear. He took a deep breath and began to carefully observe the opening scene of this new strange talk world. Last time in Happy Town, the opening scene in the basement was the key to solving the mystery of the three-member household. So, there must be some secret hidden in the scene that appeared this time. Zhou Yu diligently recorded the number of corpses in the hospital room and other valuable details. But just as Zhou Yu was secretly recording, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Welcome to the new strange talk world, the character cards will soon be drawn. As the chosen one possessing the high-level curse item Wheel of Fortune, you can choose whether to use it. I choose to use it. Zhou Yu made the decision without hesitation, and soon, the tarot card of the high-level curse item disappeared. Then, 4 cards suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yu: Death Slave, Commoner, Hero, and King. Any normal person would choose the Hero identity card that required no cost to obtain. But in the end, Zhou Yu reached out again and grabbed the Death Slave identity card, which bore the shape of a frail figure under a heavy stone. Identity card confirmed. The new strange talk world will be generated in 5 minutes. Please, Chosen One, check the new round of rules. As the system's voice faded, a medical record appeared in front of Zhou Yu. He opened it to find the rules and information for the new instance. Instance, Yangyan Hospital. The rules are as follows. Rule 1, in Yangyan Hospital, you will contract a random disease every day and must be treated on the same day, or you will die the next day. Rule 2, illness can only be treated by relying on doctors, and each treatment requires a cost. Rule 3, every nightfall, everything in Yangyan Hospital will become a bit different. You must remain calm and quiet, otherwise, very bad things will happen. Rule 4, every day at midnight, the main entrance of the hospital will temporarily distribute special medicine in limited quantities, which can effectively alleviate the daily diseases. Rule 5, after 14 days, a massive epidemic will break out in the hospital. Look for a way to escape Yangyan Hospital in advance. Zhou Yu read each word of the rules carefully, fearing he would miss important information. But compared to Happy Town, the rules of Yangyan Hospital were not that many. But who knows if there are false pieces of information hidden in these short 5 rules. False information causing the chosen one to go on a detour isn't much of a problem, but what if it's a trap that could cost one's life? Especially the last rule. Who knows if the epidemic will arrive early? Who knows if leaving the hospital is safe or even more dangerous? Even if this rule is true, how many chosen ones will be able to survive until the 14th day? In the last round, there were hardly any chosen ones who could live to the 7th day. Moreover, Zhou Yu dared to conclude that, aside from the condition of leaving the hospital, Yangyan Hospital must be hiding another clear task, just like the hell-level difficulty task of exterminating monsters to save townsfolk in Happy Town. Apart from that, there is one more important thing: to protect the Dreammakers. If the Dreammaker dies in the instance, then no matter how many tasks are completed or how many points are gained, it will all be in vain in the end. Also, since the rules do not mention that the Chosen Ones can conflict with each other, it means that fighting among the Chosen Ones is also not allowed in this instance. But who knows if the ghost identity badge will appear again? Zhou Yu took a deep breath. The difficulty and potential danger of the new instance clearly wouldn't be smaller than that of the Happy Town. 5 minutes quickly passed, and Zhou Yu had all the rules etched in his mind. In the next moment, darkness surged, and the terrifying scene before him began to fade away. When he saw light again, Zhou Yu found that the surroundings seemed somewhat wrong. In the dim light, Zhou Yu saw that he seemed to be trapped in some kind of enclosed space. This space resembled a coffin, but the surroundings were cold metal plates. Zhou Yu knocked forcefully on the metal plates but couldn't escape this enclosed space no matter what. He then shouted for help several times, only to find his voice was hoarse, sounding almost like a voice from the abyss. Just as Zhou Yu was feeling a bit panicked, he accidentally seemed to touch a note on the steel plate above his head. With the faint light, Zhou Yu carefully read the few lines of text on it. Corpse rules. 1. Since you drew the dead slave card, you will play the role of a corpse in Yangyan Hospital. 2. Only by escaping the morgue and avoiding the night watchman's pursuit within a set time can you be resurrected as a living person. 3. During your time as a corpse, you can attack anyone, including the chosen ones, but you cannot kill, and you are not bound by the rules. 4. However, you will not be able to leave the main building of the hospital, and your body will become increasingly rigid. After 3 days, you will completely lose the ability to move. 5. Furthermore, if you are discovered by an NPC, you will be immediately sent back to the morgue. After multiple discoveries, you will be directly cremated. 6. But fortunately, you will not be infected by diseases because you are already dead. 7. After night falls, you will also not be attacked by NPCs because you are already dead. Is this called luck? With this body, I probably can't even beat a dog. Who am I supposed to attack? After reading the text on the note, Zhou Yu is left with endless regret. Originally, Zhou Yu planned to take an unconventional path and stage a comeback like before. But he never expected that this time he wouldn't even be playing a regular person. As the note gradually faded away, a loud bang echoed, and a glimmer of light finally appeared beneath Zhou Yu's feet. As Zhou Yu crawled out of this enclosed space, he realized that he had just been shut inside a cold morgue drawer. Zhou Yu tried to get up from the ground, but things still seemed quite dire. The body of the corpse felt even weaker than that of a miner. Not only were all abilities significantly diminished, but the body had also become extremely stiff. Zhou Yu massaged his legs, but the stiffness symptoms showed no signs of relief. After all, this wasn't just from staying in the morgue too long and having numb legs, it was because he was a corpse. Zhou Yu shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling a glimmer of despair rise within him. He had ruined a good hand of cards by himself. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. That was to take down the king and stage a splendid comeback again. High-level cursed objects, tarot cards, Wheel of Fortune. Since he chose the dead slave identity to start, apart from gaining 50 points upon clearing, he could also check the information and position of the king identity chosen one in real time. But unexpectedly, the chosen one playing the king identity in this round actually was. Chapter 54, Escape the Morgue. Zhou Yu didn't expect that in this new round of instances in Yangyan Hospital, there would actually be two kings. What surprised him even more was that one of them, who drew the Chinese king card, turned out to be a chosen one from the Western 8 nations. What a stroke of luck! Zhou Yu looked at the string of information before him and couldn't help but snort coldly. But soon, the cold smile at the corner of Zhou Yu's mouth gradually faded. No, something's wrong. The Western 8 nations didn't get lucky. The chance of drawing the identity card of the King of China and an S-level talent in the dungeon is simply lower than drawing an SSS-level talent. It is clear that the Western 8 nations are cheating in the dark. Yet they turned around and accused our dragon country of cheating. They have a long-standing tradition of fancy cheating and malicious fouls in international competitions. But Zhou Yu couldn't figure out how the Western 8 nations were tampering with the world of the ghostly tales. In recent years, ghostly tales had indeed rarely fallen upon the Western 8 nations. On the contrary, the number of suicides in the Western 8 nations has been rising year by year. Zhou Yu always felt something was off, like the arrival of a ghostly tale. It felt fantastical. However, this didn't seem to be the right time to consider such things. If he couldn't turn the tide soon, it wouldn't be long before he would become a true corpse. Zhou Yu returned to his senses and continued to check the information in front of him. He saw that the chosen one from the Western 8 nations was a young man, about 20 years old, named Choi Daejian. He played the role of the deputy director at Yangyan Hospital, which indeed matched the status of a king. Compared to himself, who was playing the role of a corpse, it was like the heavens and the earth. But what was even more concerning in the information was that Choi Daejian had inherited his predecessor, Park Rin-young's talent, an S-level, Fear Devour. He could devour the life force, mental power, and talents of others when the target fell into fear. According to the rules, newly chosen ones entering the world of ghostly tales can only draw new talents. It was never heard of anyone inheriting. It seemed that completing the turnaround this time was going to be more difficult than the last. Zhou Yu frowned. Choi Daejian's role as deputy director was in this main building. Another person was playing the role of the vice director in charge of the administration of Yangyan Hospital, located in the administration building. The rules for corpses did not allow leaving the main building, so Zhou Yu's target was only Choi Daejian. And the simplest method was to use the rules to eliminate him. Rule 1, in Yangyan Hospital, you will randomly fall ill with a disease every day that must be treated that day, or you will die the next day. Although the other party's identity was the director, he would also get sick. Moreover, Zhou Yu saw from the real-time information that Choi Daejian had contracted cerebral infarction today, unable to move his legs. Perhaps if he could figure out a way to trap him and prevent him from getting timely treatment, he could make Choi Daejian die due to the rules. Currently, Choi Daejian was located in the office on the top floor of Yangyan Hospital's main building. If he could prevent him from leaving the office, he might be able to put him to death. This was a simple and crude method, but the question was how to implement it? Zhou Yu closed his eyes tightly, pondering deeply, and gradually came up with a bold plan. Gradually, hope ignited in Zhou Yu, and he was eager to know how the citizens of the Western 8 nations would react after he completed the turnaround again. Zhou Yu had already adapted to this body, or rather, this corpse to a certain extent. Then, Zhou Yu finally mustered the courage to leave the morgue, ready to execute the perfect plan. But unexpectedly, just as he stepped out of the morgue, he ran into a burly man in work clothes. When their eyes met, Zhou Yu and the man both froze. As Zhou Yu tried to leave quickly, the man with a face full of flesh rushed over, forcefully dragging the resurrected Zhou Yu back to the morgue. I'm not dead, let me go. Zhou Yu's hoarse voice weakly shouted. But the man seemed to not hear at all. Zhou Yu was once again placed inside the morgue cabinet. With a loud bang, the door of the cabinet was tightly shut. Soon after, the system's alert sounded. Please note, the morgue's night watchman possesses great power and is responsible for guarding the bodies all day. When discovered by the night watchman for the second time, you will be directly sent to the cremation room. The chosen one will be eliminated. What? Are you kidding me? Zhou Yu secretly groaned in despair, not expecting that this round of being a death slave would be so difficult. Under heavy restrictions, Zhou Yu dared not act rashly but hid behind the heavy iron door of the mortuary, observing the movements of the night watchman outside. After a long while, the night watchman outside remained still, as if he were more like a corpse. Don't you ever eat, sleep, or even take a piss? Take a dump? Zhou Yu chuckled bitterly to himself. It seemed waiting for the night watchman to leave on his own was almost impossible. As time passed, his body became increasingly stiff while emitting a rotting smell. Zhou Yu had to change his strategy and take the initiative. He glanced at the morgue. The only thing he could utilize seemed to be the bodies. The system had mentioned that the night watchman was responsible for guarding the bodies. So as long as something went wrong with the body, he would definitely handle it. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu dragged out a body that had not yet rotted and opened the morgue's big door. Then, he placed the body on the gurney and fiercely pushed it out toward the door. The gurney quickly brushed past the night watchman and slid to the other side of the underground parking lot. Seeing the body leaving the morgue, the night watchman unhesitatingly chased after it. At that moment, Zhou Yu finally seized the opportunity to escape the morgue, sticking to the corner and heading toward the safe exit. However, to his surprise, the night watchman was swift. After catching up with the gurney, he soon discovered Zhou Yu, who was trying to escape, another body. Their eyes met again, and Zhou Yu struggled to flee, but his legs were too stiff. In the end, Zhou Yu was once again controlled by the powerful night watchman. However, this time, Zhou Yu was not thrown back into the morgue's cabinet. Instead, he was taken directly to the crematorium at the back door of the hospital. Zhou Yu exhausted all his strength, unable to resist at all. The crematorium opened, and the scorching flames rushed toward him. Ultimately, Zhou Yu was unfortunately thrown into the roaring fire. But fortunately, as a corpse, Zhou Yu felt no pain. The only remaining sense allowed him to smell a burnt odor. Smelling the scent of charred meat, Zhou Yu never expected that in his last moments, he would feel a strange sensation of hunger. Time reversed. Zhou Yu was still in the morgue, his hands just having pulled open the cabinet, revealing a pair of bluish-purple feet inside. Unexpectedly, he encountered a problem right away. Zhou Yu even considered using the bloodline power of a high-level curse object to deal with the night watchman outside. However, using a high-level curse object on an ordinary NPC seemed a waste. If he couldn't deal with the night watchman, how could he face the vice president, Cui Dajian? Zhou Yu looked down at the cabinet that had been opened and suddenly thought of a strategy. Since time had reverted to the moment the cabinet was opened, it meant that using the body to distract the night watchman was indeed the right approach. Zhou Yu repeated the trick, once again pushing the body out of the morgue to attract the night watchman's attention. But this time, Zhou Yu did not run far. Instead, he hid in the corner by the door and found a broken railing. After waiting for the night watchman to chase after the body, Zhou Yu immediately closed the door, using the railing as a bar to firmly lock the iron door. This time, Zhou Yu finally succeeded in shaking off the night watchman. But that rusty railing probably won't hold for long. Zhou Yu turned around and saw that the railing was gradually bending. The loud banging echoed continuously in the underground parking lot. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, dragging his increasingly stiff body to the staff lounge. In the lounge, Zhou Yu hurriedly found the night guard's protective suit and put it on, then dug out a body bag from the corner. Just as Zhou Yu was about to leave, he accidentally noticed the words night guard rules written on the work log hanging on the wall. Zhou Yu quickly glanced at it and saw what was written on it. Night guard rules. 1. The night guard must maintain order in the morgue. 2. No sounds or disturbances are allowed in the morgue, especially at night. Both the living and the dead must accept punishment for making noise. 3. Bodies in the morgue must not be lost, otherwise, the night guard will become a body. 4. At midnight, the night guard must escort a fresh body to a specified location. The rules of the night guard caught Zhou Yu's attention, but the situation was urgent, and he had no time to think deeply. Zhou Yu took the body bag and disguised himself before swiftly heading to the elevator leading to the main building. Just at that moment, a few people dressed in cleaning uniforms approached from the other side. Worried about being discovered, Zhou Yu had no choice but to abandon the elevator and took a detour to the stairwell. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhou Yu's stiff body was beginning to falter. This dead body couldn't create energy at all, and after walking for a while, he needed to stop and rest. Fortunately, very few people used the stairs, so Zhou Yu rested while secretly observing the situation in the first floor hall. He saw that the first floor hall was bright and clean. Everything looked very normal, like an ordinary hospital, not like a world of strange tales. The triage area was bustling with people, including doctors and patients. However, after the previous mission ended, Zhou Yu did not return to the real world. So, in the submission of Yangyan Hospital, Zhou Yu could not distinguish who among the crowd were NPCs and who were other chosen ones like himself. On the contrary, the newly joined chosen ones were fully aware of the information of Zhou Yu and the few others who had cleared the last mission. But Zhou Yu believed that once the Dragon Country expert team gathered intelligence, they would take the initiative to contact him. After resting for a moment, Zhou Yu immediately began to act, struggling to climb to the 18th floor. At the same time, his body went on strike again, and Zhou Yu had to stop to recover his strength. Zhou Yu glanced at the time, more than half an hour had passed. Under normal circumstances, the rigidity of a corpse starts within 1 to 3 hours. First, the biting muscles, neck muscles, and facial muscles begin to stiffen, fixing the jaw joint. After 4 hours, the stiffness gradually spreads throughout the body, until it reaches its peak stiffness in 12 to 24 hours. Zhou Yu bitterly smiled and touched his mouth, which was gradually losing sensation. He feared that soon even speaking would become a problem. At that moment of quiet lament, a figure in a white coat suddenly appeared in the corridor. "What is that smell? Who are you? What are you doing here?" Zhou Yu looked up and saw a doctor wearing glasses. It was not his target, Cui Dajian. I am the night guard of the morgue, here to collect a body." Zhou Yu was not nervous and stuttering, rather, it was because his face had begun to stiffen. "Why do you talk so strangely? And why do you smell like decay?" The doctor frowned and stared closely at Zhou Yu and asked. I have been in the morgue, so I must smell like a corpse." "You are mistaken, the 18th floor is the administrative area. If you need to collect a body, go downstairs," the bespectacled doctor said solemnly. Okay. Zhou Yu pretended to be about to leave, but unexpectedly, the doctor suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. "Wait, you're not the night watchman. Who the hell are you?" "I am the new night watchman." Under the doctor's sharp gaze, Zhou Yu felt a bit flustered. If I get exposed again, being cremated doesn't matter, but losing 50 points of life force is a huge loss. But luckily, just when I was about to be uncovered, the bespectacled doctor was suddenly called away. Zhou Yu let out a long sigh of relief and checked the location of Cui Dajian. He was still in the office. This time, Zhou Yu dared not delay any longer. Seeing that no one was around, he quickly knocked on the door and pretended to be a cleaner entering the office. At this moment, he saw Cui Dajian, dressed in a white coat, sitting in a wheelchair, with a pure gold pen symbolizing status tucked in his upper pocket. His face looked very bad, not just because his legs couldn't move. "You are the cleaner?" When Cui Dajian saw Zhou Yu, he was slightly taken aback. No, I am the one who will take your life." Zhou Yu snickered as he removed the mask from his protective suit. Who are you?" Cui Dajian's expression suddenly changed, as if he didn't immediately recognize Zhou Yu. Your talent is to make others fear, not to fear yourself." Zhou Yu coldly snorted. After all, he was a corpse now, and perhaps Cui Dajian mistook him for a monster in this instance. How could it be? I got it, you are the chosen one from Dragon Country. Too bad your S-rank talent is useless against me. If you want to blame someone, blame the higher-ups of your Western countries for being clever and messing up. Even if your Western countries cheat repeatedly, you are still no match for us Dragon Country. Zhou Yu said coldly to Cui Dajian. What do you want to do? In the world of ghost tales, chosen ones cannot conflict. Cui Dajian strained to move his wheelchair backward. That's right, but I am an exception because I am a dead man. Zhou Yu coldly stared at Cui Dajian, seemingly able to take him down without even using a cursed object. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu picked up the fire extinguisher from the corner and smashed it towards Cui Dajian's head. But for some reason, Cui Dajian, who was originally terrified, suddenly changed his expression and looked behind Zhou Yu. In the light, Zhou Yu saw a tall figure from the ground. After becoming a corpse, Zhou Yu's senses had been weakening, and he didn't realize that someone was suddenly approaching from behind. And when he turned around, what was worse was that the person behind him was the night watchman, dressed in protective gear with a face full of flesh. Chapter 56, Bloodline Power, Turning the Tide in the Gutter. In an instant, Zhou Yu felt a hint of fear and instinctively took a few steps back. At this moment, Cui Dajian's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Who says my talent has no effect on you? Your talent will soon be mine. Cui Dajian exclaimed triumphantly, using all his strength to push his wheelchair to Zhou Yu's back. When Zhou Yu realized he had just fallen into fear, it was already too late. Cui Dajian's cold palm had already touched Zhou Yu's body and immediately activated the S-rank talent, Fear Devour. No! Zhou Yu fell into extreme fear again. If his talent was stolen by Cui Dajian, he would never be able to reincarnate again. Once the talent was devoured, Zhou Yu would completely die. But just when Zhou Yu was in despair, the next moment, nothing happened. What happened? Cui Dajian was a bit dazed, but Zhou Yu quickly reacted. Your S-rank talent, Fear Devour, devours the life force, mental power, and talent of the target when the living being falls into fear. It's a pity that I am no longer considered a living being. Zhou Yu said with a cold smile, feeling for the first time that being a corpse is great. Stop being so smug, Night Watchman, listen to my orders. Quickly take this guy away and chop him up for the dogs. Cui Daijian's face trembled slightly as he shouted. Zhou Yu almost forgot the power of the king's identity, but by the time he reacted, it was too late. Yes, Dean Cui. The Night Watchman's eyes flickered, obeying Cui Daijian's command. Immediately, the Night Watchman expressionlessly reached out and grabbed Zhou Yu's stiff body, expertly snatching the corpse bag, preparing to stuff the body inside. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Eunuch Cui. Zhou Yu refused to accept being killed again and unhesitatingly activated the high-level cursed object, the bloodline power. In an instant, a scarlet aura filled the entire room. When the bloodline power cursed object was triggered, Zhou Yu's body gradually filled with strength, and fangs grew from his stiff mouth like a vampire's. The cursed object Zhou Yu received was all related to the last instance. Bloodline power can temporarily grant the strength of a vampire. In fact, Zhou Yu originally did not want to use bloodline power unless absolutely necessary because its enhancements were based on his original body's capabilities. If Zhou Yu could advance to a hero, with a 500% basic ability enhancement, the effect of bloodline power would naturally be more powerful. But the current situation left him no choice, he didn't want to lose another 50 points of life. In an instant, the explosive power allowed Zhou Yu to quickly break free from the Night Watchman's control. Using his speed advantage, Zhou Yu circled behind the Night Watchman, sharply sinking his fangs into the back of his neck. Zhou Yu began greedily drinking the blood, just like a real vampire. Soon, Zhou Yu's originally shriveled and rotting body became filled with the aura of life. Meanwhile, the tall Night Watchman slumped down on the ground, turning into a real corpse. You, how could you? Cui Daijian was once again taken aback, somewhat flustered as he picked up the phone. Zhou Yu would not give him the chance to call for help, he rushed forward and knocked him out with a punch, stuffing him into the corpse bag. Zhou Yu's plan was to disguise himself as the Night Watchman and infiltrate the deputy director's office. Then, he would stuff Cui Daijian into the corpse bag and take him directly to the morgue, locking him in the mortuary cabinet. As soon as midnight passed, Cui Daijian would immediately die. Although he had consumed the high-level cursed object's bloodline power along the way, it was worth it to complete the hidden task for a comeback and advance to hero. Zhou Yu let out a long breath, he wanted to take Cui Daijian back to the morgue before the bloodline power wore off. But a file on the table caught Zhou Yu's attention. Opening it, it was titled The Dean's Manual. Deputy Dean's Manual. 1. In Yangyan Hospital, everyone will obey your orders except the Dean. 2. Although you will randomly contract a disease every day, you can be treated without paying a cost. 3. At noon every day, doctors will come to the Dean's office to treat you. 4. After night falls, you will not be attacked by NPCs. 5. The Deputy Dean's duty is to assist the Dean in completing the hospital's daily affairs. 6. Every day at midnight, you need to turn in 4 fresh corpses, for live special patients. 7. If you cannot complete the daily tasks, you will face severe punishment. So, you're really the king of Yangyan Hospital. Zhou Yu sighed after reading the Dean's Manual. The king in this instance of Yangyan Hospital was treated far better than the mine owner in Happy Town. Simply pulling the king card, as long as he could complete the daily tasks, he could basically win effortlessly. It seems the daily tasks and the rules were not that difficult. Turning in corpses and special patients. This rule quickly caught Zhou Yu's attention. In the last instance, Zhou Yu had gotten some subtle clues from the mine owner Park Rinyong's rule manual. Thus, he understood that the true king of Happy Town was the Black Witch and 2 leaders of vampires. The 2 mistresses in the manor. At the same time, I learned how important Tor is to vampires and dark witches. Now, the shadow of Yangyan Hospital has just begun, and Zhou Yu doesn't even know what problems this hospital has, let alone the existence of any mysteries. So, the information in the Deputy Director's Manual must be very important. Why does Yangyan Hospital need 4 fresh corpses and 4 special patients every day? Where does the Deputy Director want to send the corpses and patients? What does special patients actually mean? Zhou Yu cautiously tucked this page of rules away, while searching for other clues in the Deputy Director's office. If his vitality hadn't been so low, Zhou Yu would have activated his true eye to carefully search for hidden information. After searching for a while, Zhou Yu finally discovered a string of phone numbers under a notebook. This seemed to be an internal number, perhaps the contact number for the person who receives the goods. Zhou Yu tried to pick up the phone and dial the number. Soon, the call connected on the other end. But unexpectedly, just as Zhou Yu was about to ask a question, a commotion erupted outside the door. Before Zhou Yu could hide, several men in security uniforms rushed in. Zhou Yu didn't know if the noise just now was too loud or if Cui Daijian made contact secretly, attracting the security guards over. However, Zhou Yu didn't feel scared, because the effect of the bloodline power hadn't faded yet. Zhou Yu hurriedly wrapped the bag containing Cui Daijian's body and charged toward the door. Empowered by the bloodline, 5 or 6 security guards were no match for Zhou Yu. But what Zhou Yu didn't expect was that a serious-looking doctor wearing glasses suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhou Yu wanted to break through, but suddenly, the security guard behind him hit him with an electric baton. The strong electric current caused Zhou Yu's body to briefly go numb, and the doctor took the chance to inject him with a syringe containing unknown liquid. Chapter 57, Rejoining Forces. When the syringe injected the liquid into Zhou Yu, the power of the bloodline strength instantly vanished. Zhou Yu turned back into that stiff corpse, devoid of any strength or vitality. In the end, Cui Daijian was rescued, and Zhou Yu was directly sent for cremation. Time reversed. Zhou Yu woke up again, secretly blaming himself for wasting so much time in the deputy director's office. Like the villain, he also died from talking too much. Zhou Yu seriously reflected and observed his surroundings. He found that the rebirth location was still on the 18th floor, which meant at least everything he had previously done was correct. After confirming that there was no one in the deputy director's office, Zhou Yu quickly walked in. Upon seeing Zhou Yu resurrected, Cui Daijian was still very shocked. Without saying a word, Zhou Yu rushed up and knocked out the unable to move Cui Daijian. Then he quickly stuffed him into the body bag and found a movable stretcher to leave the office. Because there were too many people in the elevator, Zhou Yu feared being recognized, so he had to continue climbing the stairs with difficulty. But unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the stairwell, he ran into the night watchman who had followed him. You really are a lingering spirit. Zhou Yu felt helpless. He originally wanted to conserve his strength and not use the bloodline power, but now it seemed he had no choice. According to the night watchman's rules, if he loses a corpse, he will become the new corpse. The night watchman, wanting to survive, would naturally cling onto Zhou Yu tightly. But just as Zhou Yu was about to use his advanced spell object, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. That day, song. Zhou Yu stammered. Though his breath was weak, he was still heard by that day, song. That day, Song turned to look at Zhou Yu, first with a puzzled expression, then with surprise. You can't be Zhou Yu, right? Yes, it's me, save me. That day, Song frowned and looked at the night watchman who had already reached out to grab Zhou Yu. Without hesitation, he used his gifted ability. Song transformed his right arm into that of a werewolf and easily knocked the night watchman unconscious. Thank you. Zhou Yu successfully escaped and let out a long sigh of relief, looking at Song. At that moment, Song was dressed in cleaning clothes, with a mop in his left hand. What on earth is going on? You look like a corpse. Song raised an eyebrow and stared at Zhou Yu with his small eyes, asking. Not like a corpse, I am a corpse. Zhou Yu forced a bitter smile and briefly explained the situation. Song laughed coldly and said, You really seek punishment, you clearly could have drawn the hero card. Let's not talk about that for now. I want to ask you to help me with one more thing. What is it? Help me carry this guy to the underground morgue. Zhou Yu pointed at Cui Daijian in the body bag. I can help you, but from now on we will owe nothing to each other. I've repaid my favor. Saying this, Song easily hoisted the body bag while supporting the weak Zhou Yu as they walked downstairs. So? Song, I'm curious, what illness do you have? Zhou Yu struggled to lift his stiff head to look at Song but noticed he had no trouble moving and his face was rosy. Apart from a slightly awkward sway of his hips while walking, it was hard to tell he was sick. I have the same condition as the unconscious Cui Daijian, it affects my lower body. But your legs? I have hemorrhoids. Song said unwillingly. What illness? Hemorrhoids, can't you understand? Song replied impatiently. You just have hemorrhoids, that simple? Zhou Yu forced a smile and said. Even if I had canker sores, if not treated in time, I could still die the next day. Song said earnestly. Zhou Yu nodded. The rules indeed stated that the illnesses one contracted each day were random. He just didn't expect Song's ailment to be so minor while Cui Daijian had such a serious one. After I help you with this, I need to hurry to find a proctologist. When Zhou Yu heard Song mention this, he curiously asked again. Right, what cost do we have to pay to summon a doctor for treatment? I have no idea, I'm just as confused as you. Before I could treat my illness, you dragged me into this. Song said dissatisfied. You need to be careful. Yangyan Hospital must have problems, I just got some information. Zhou Yu candidly shared the clues he had just obtained with Song. However, after hearing this, Song remained indifferent. At worst, it's just like the last round facing some terrifying monster or solving some mystery, what's the big deal? Don't forget, we still need to find a dream maker like Wanwan from the last dungeon. This dungeon is also a bizarre world that requires the chosen ones to work together to pass. So, I hope we can cooperate again. Zhou Yu shared the information wholeheartedly, hoping to win over Ri Song. Though Ri Song had a reckless and somewhat arrogant personality, he was far more trustworthy than the sinister and cunning Jin Yongjun. Under the premise of non-conflict and utilization, Zhou Yu preferred to cooperate with a person like Ri Song. Unexpectedly, Ri Song snorted dismissively. Cooperate with you? You can't even protect yourself, what cooperation? You're not the hero from the last round anymore. Zhou Yu curled his lips and sneered, You are mistaken. At the beginning of the last dungeon, I was also a dead slave. And this time, I will quickly regain my hero status. Moreover, even if I am the lowest level dead slave, I still took down the highest ranking king. Fine. I trust you one more time. That day, Nari-san knew very well that without Zhou Yu's help in Happy Town, he would have died the moment he boarded the train to the slaughterhouse for the first time. Instead, it was because he stayed close to Zhou Yu later that they were able to complete the hidden level mission together. Zhou Yu and Nari-san ultimately formed an alliance and successfully returned to the morgue. With Nari-san's help, Zhou Yu successfully locked Cui Daijian inside the morgue cabinet. But when Zhou Yu opened the morgue cabinet, he accidentally discovered a new corpse inside. That corpse turned out to be the Watcher who had been chasing him. Perhaps because the Watcher did not reclaim this corpse of his, he had become a corpse himself. Although this Watcher was dead, perhaps there would be new Watchers coming to guard the morgue. So, after Nari-san left, Zhou Yu also crawled into the morgue cabinet. At that time, it was just noon, and Zhou Yu decided to quickly rest in order to restore his depleted life force. Soon, 10 hours passed, and Zhou Yu finally managed to crawl out from the morgue cabinet with great difficulty. After 12 hours, Zhou Yu's body was almost completely stiff. It was difficult not only to walk but even to lift his arms. Yet, Zhou Yu still gritted his teeth and moved his body step by step to the doorway of the morgue. Zhou Yu secretly peeked outside through the crack of the door and found a new Watcher sitting straight at the door. For some reason, Zhou Yu felt that the new Watcher was a bit strange. But Zhou Yu didn't think too much about it because there was something more important to do. Zhou Yu quietly walked to the morgue cabinet across from him. Unexpectedly, when he opened the morgue cabinet, it was completely empty inside. Cui Daijian, who had been locked inside, was actually nowhere to be found? Chapter 58, Successful Counterattack, New Identity. A gust of wind came from behind. Although Zhou Yu sensed the danger, his body wouldn't listen to him and he couldn't dodge. With a loud crash, Zhou Yu's head was hit hard. Slowly turning around, he saw Cui Daijian hiding behind a morgue cabinet, struggling on the ground to lift a wooden stick to attack again. Although Zhou Yu's body was extremely stiff, he didn't feel any pain. Zhou Yu showed Cui Daijian, who looked terrified, a smile that was more hideous than a corpse and slowly walked towards him like a zombie. Cui Daijian, having received no medical treatment, found his stroke symptoms worsening. He knew he was definitely no match for Zhou Yu, so he struggled to crawl away while loudly shouting for help. Upon hearing this call for help, Zhou Yu didn't stop Cui Daijian. Instead, he struggled to hide inside a nearby morgue cabinet. Seeing that Zhou Yu did not follow him, Cui Daijian shouted even louder. Help! I'm the vice president of the hospital. Soon, Cui Daijian's voice attracted the Watcher outside the door. With a loud bang, the sturdy door of the morgue was opened, and a tall, dark figure appeared behind it. When the Watcher appeared, both Zhou Yu and Cui Daijian were stunned, wide-eyed with fear. The Watcher slowly took off the hood of the protective suit, but there was nothing inside. He had no head. The originally white protective suit he wore during the day had turned black. Dark blood was continuously flowing from his neck, gradually staining the black protective suit a dark red. Too noisy, too noisy. Shoo! Shoo! In front of the headless neck, the Watcher raised his finger. A hoarse and deep voice seemed to come from the severed neck, and a chill gradually spread. Cui Daijian was stunned for a long time, but he still did not forget to plead for help, still shouting loudly. I'm the vice president. I command you to hurry and save me. Also, I command you to cremate the corpse in the second morgue cabinet on the left. But the night watchman seemed to hear nothing, instead reaching out a large hand to grab Cui Daijian's shoulder and lift him up entirely. What do you want? Didn't you hear me commanding you? Cui Daijian struggled desperately, but the night watchman's dark, purple hand was like two iron pincers that couldn't be moved. Let me out. I command you. Cui Daijian shouted in anger, but in the end, the night watchman stuffed Cui Daijian into the morgue cabinet next to Zhou Yu. Cui Daijian's screams and pounding sounds came from inside the cabinet. But the night watchman still appeared not to hear, putting on the protective suit's headgear slowly and returning to his position. You, come back. Please, spare me, don't shout. Zhou Yu said softly to Cui Daijian through a steel plate. How could this happen? Why won't he listen to my command? The night watchman should obey me. As the time approached midnight, Cui Daijian shouted in despair. Because the rules take precedence over your command. Zhou Yu snorted and spoke of the night watchman's rules. What? After hearing this, Cui Daijian became even more desperate. I advise you to lower your voice, or the night watchman's punishment will be even harsher, perhaps cutting off your tongue. Zhou Yu said with pride. It's all your fault. Zhou Yu, why do you always go against us from the Western 8 nations? Cui Daijian said angrily, but his voice was obviously much lower, clearly terrified of the headless night watchman. Don't get me wrong, I'm only against the king. Who told you Western 8 nations always cheat? Zhou Yu snorted again. What do you mean? I really don't want to explain anymore. Zhou Yu's face was already stiff, and he didn't want to say another word. Zhou Yu, I don't care what your purpose is, but I hope you can let me go. As long as you let me go, I can agree to any condition. Cui Daijian saying such things clearly meant that the Western 8 nations still had not figured out the hidden rules of the Dead Slaves Rebellion against the king. The Western 8 nations, who always cheated, must have thought that getting rid of Park Rin-yong to become a hero was a cheating act. If that's the case. Zhou Yu smiled coldly and pretended to say, is everything you said true? Of course it's true. In fact, getting rid of you brings me no benefit. Right, we might as well join forces and discuss your conditions. Cui Daijian asked quickly. Okay, then I won't be polite. First, after you go out, find a way to distract the night watchman or find a way to let me escape from the morgue. An hour is enough. That way, I can become alive and move freely. No problem. Cui Daijian readily agreed. Second, when I become alive, you need to send a doctor every day to help me treat my illness without taking any cost. Zhou Yu quickly laid out many conditions, some even quite harsh. But Cui Daijian agreed to all of them because he originally had no intention of keeping his promise. Cui Daijian secretly calculated that once he returned to the vice president's office and regained his powerful authority, the first thing he would do is get rid of Zhou Yu. Then, he could publicly humiliate Zhou Yu from Long Country in front of the entire world, feeling proud and relieved. Thinking of this, Cui Daijian's previously desperate mood vanished, and he happily asked, is there more? There's one more thing, I want to know the inside story of Yangyan Hospital. Why do you submit 4 corpses and special patients every day? What do you mean by special patients, and who will you hand them over to? Zhou Yu took the opportunity to inquire about his previous confusion. I just entered the strange tale world not long ago, and many things are unclear to me. Even at this point? Still trying to be slick? Zhou Yu coldly snorted. I really don't know. I haven't even started investigating, and I was just tied up here by you. Cui Daijian shouted angrily, sounding as if he didn't want to lie. Alright, I believe you. Zhou Yu said as he slowly crawled out of the morgue cabinet and came to the cabinet where Cui Daijian was locked up. Hurry, let me out, there isn't much time left. Cui Daijian urged. But Zhou Yu directly locked the morgue cabinet. What are you doing? I already agreed to you. Cui Daijian cried out in panic. Don't worry, you will be free in a little over an hour. Zhou Yu strained to raise his right hand, squeezing out a trace of a winner's smile on his cheek. Chapter 59 Hush. Don't make a sound. Zhou Yu was startled and turned around to see a familiar corpse crawling out of the morgue cabinet. The night watchman. But it was not the headless night watchman, it was the initially gruff, large-bodied night watchman. His face was now purple, looking even more terrifying. A pair of bright red eyes were intensely staring at Zhou Yu. Don't run. A weak voice came from the night watchman's dark mouth. It seemed that the night watchman's last will before dying was to catch Zhou Yu, even though Zhou Yu was no longer a corpse now. Zhou Yu quickly crawled forward, but not long after, he stopped. Seeing that the headless night watchman outside had not reacted, Zhou Yu had a clever idea and threw the wooden stick that Cui Daijian had attacked him with next to the night watchman. In the silent morgue, the stick struck against the morgue cabinet, making a loud sound. Immediately, the headless night watchman finally moved. Zhou Yu quickly rolled to the side, while the headless night watchman followed the sound, soon discovering the large-bodied night watchman and identifying the sound as his. The dead night watchman slightly shook his head and then, with a fierce expression, quickly walked towards Zhou Yu. But the headless night watchman, having no head, seemed to have poor vision, mistaking itself for being attacked, and charged forward in rage. The two monstrous night watchmen tangled together and started fighting each other. And Zhou Yu took this opportunity to finally crawl out of the morgue. Zhou Yu secretly let out a sigh of relief, but getting out of the hospital main building and heading to the staff dormitory was not that simple. Besides whether he would encounter other monsters, the most important thing was that his legs were paralyzed and he couldn't move well. Zhou Yu could only look for a wheelchair first, remembering that there was a rental wheelchair near the elevator. In the dim light, Zhou Yu quickly aimed at the direction and crawled over like a little worm. While crawling, Zhou Yu observed his surroundings. Although everything was pitch dark, it seemed very safe, as Zhou Yu did not find any danger or strange creatures. Soon, Zhou Yu finally found the rental wheelchair, but unexpectedly, all the wheelchairs were locked at night. Normally, you need to pay money to unlock a wheelchair, but Zhou Yu is currently penniless. Helpless, Zhou Yu had to use brute force to break it open. Although he was not able to move well, the power of a brave man gave Zhou Yu great strength. Despite being very careful, the chains made some noise when he pulled them. Before long, Zhou Yu finally used a tool he picked up to break a chain and was about to open the folding wheelchair to sit on it. But at that moment, a chilling presence suddenly filled the air, making Zhou Yu shiver all over. Just then, the elevator doors slowly opened. In the weak light from the elevator, Zhou Yu finally saw that he didn't know when a lot of strange shadows had gathered around him. Everyone had expressionless faces, with pale skin and pairs of dead fish eyes staring blankly at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was so scared that the chain he was carefully holding suddenly dropped to the ground. In that moment, countless vengeful souls changed their expressions, and in unison, they all stretched out their right hands and made a silence gesture toward Zhou Yu. For a moment, Zhou Yu was at a loss, wanting to quickly escape from this place. But as soon as he moved, a pair of cold arms pressed him to the ground. Zhou Yu struggled, accidentally crashing into an iron chain. The crisp sound of the impact made countless vengeful souls utterly enraged, and pairs of purple arms tightly strangled Zhou Yu's neck. At that moment, Zhou Yu's feeling was no less terrifying than when he was dismembered by the eyeless monster in the mine. The sudden fear even made Zhou Yu forget to use the power of the advanced cursed object. Endless fear and darkness gradually consumed Zhou Yu, and he completely lost consciousness. Time reversed. But Zhou Yu was still in intense fear, unable to recover for a moment. When he came to his senses, Zhou Yu realized he was still next to the rented wheelchair, even still holding onto the chain. Zhou Yu took a deep breath and slowly put down the iron chain. Zhou Yu would rather crawl out like this than be surrounded again by those silent eerie creatures. But in the Yanyan hospital after nightfall, danger seemed to be everywhere. Zhou Yu finally crawled near the elevator, only to see the elevator suddenly open, revealing a group of people riding it. These people were all in different forms, some only had half a head wrapped in bandages, with brain matter continuously dripping. Some had a huge hole in their abdomen, with colorful intestines constantly falling out. In short, all of them looked terribly dead, even more terrifying than the bodies in the morgue. The rules forced the chosen one to remain calm and silent after nightfall. Although Zhou Yu held back and didn't make any noise, his heart was still filled with fear. And it was this small trace of fear that once again attracted the monster's attention. The expressionless monster suddenly became incredibly angry, its bloodshot eyes all focused on Zhou Yu. If Zhou Yu hadn't had a stroke, relying on his powerful physique as a hero, dodging the monster's attack would have been no problem. This is really troublesome. Zhou Yu, helpless, had no choice but to use the advanced cursed object's bloodline power again, otherwise, he would never escape the deadlock. But at that moment, a familiar figure dressed in a janitor's uniform suddenly appeared from the back of the elevator. Everyone, move aside, keep it clean. It was that day, Matsuri, who appeared again and raised a broom to sweep the floor, driving away the eerie creatures in front of him. To everyone's astonishment, those eerie creatures actually stepped aside, and their hostile aura disappeared. Taking this opportunity, that day Matsuri quickly supported Zhou Yu and hurriedly left the dangerous area. Humph, so you really became a living person, but you don't look any better than that corpse. Matsuri muttered quietly. Thanks, but why did the eerie creatures move away when you waved the broom? Zhou Yu asked curiously. Because of the janitor's rule, as long as I'm cleaning, those eerie creatures can't come to disturb or attack. Matsuri explained. There's such a rule? But I can only use it once a day. Humph, even if I don't use this rule, I'm not afraid of any eerie creature. I can fight vampires and witches one-on-one. Matsuri once again showed that proud expression from before. Stop talking, you're giving me a headache, don't attract those filthy things again, hurry up and come with me. Matsuri held his head in pain. Zhou Yu secretly smiled bitterly, thinking to himself that it was clearly Matsuri who wouldn't stop talking. Afterwards, Matsuri helped Zhou Yu climb the stairs, and they finally left the main building of the hospital. But even after escaping the perilous Yanyan hospital, Zhou Yu did not feel relieved. Because the world outside the hospital's main building was even more terrifying. Zhou Yu stared blankly at the night sky. Speechless in shock. Chapter 60, The Cost of Treatment. Dark fog enveloped the hospital, almost completely hiding the round moon. But what was even scarier was that above the hospital, in mid-air, appeared 13 giant eyes. Each eye had a different shape, color, and aura, seeming to vary in some way. Some eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, looking incredibly angry, just like when those eerie things suddenly became furious. Some eyes looked very melancholic, with teardrops hanging at the corners. Some eyes had a fierce, sinister gaze, emitting a ghostly green light. 13 strange eyes seemed to release some kind of magic, causing various negative emotions to arise within people's hearts. Anger, sorrow, jealousy, arrogance. Don't look. Otherwise, you will go mad. Not long ago, a chosen one died just like this. The person beside me, Nishimatsu, forcefully slapped my shoulder, pulling me back from my daze. What exactly is going on? I asked, my heart still racing with fear. I don't know either, let's leave the hospital and find a safe place first, Nishimatsu said, dragging me forcibly to a corner. The sky during the day is not like this, the strange phenomenon only appears at night. Besides the 13 eyes, there's an even stranger change, I'm afraid you haven't noticed it yet. Nishimatsu pointed his chin, nudging me to look at the main building of the hospital behind us. I hurriedly turned around, shocked to discover that the plaque reading Yenyang Hospital was constantly dripping blood. The blood dripped slowly, like dye spilling, and I saw the strokes of the characters in Yenyang undergo an astonishing transformation. In the end, the two characters Yenyang added 4 strokes, astonishingly turning into Underworld. Underworld Hospital? I exclaimed in surprise. Interesting, but what's even more interesting is yet to come. I'm responsible for cleaning, I have opportunities to clean every corner of the hospital, and this hospital is far larger and more complex than you think. Just tonight, the strange things I've seen are almost more than I've seen in Happy Town. Nishimatsu said coldly. What did you discover? I asked curiously. I don't have the time to tell you one by one, if I don't finish my cleaning work on time, I will be punished. You have all the time, so investigate slowly by yourself. But tonight, I'm afraid it won't be possible. I bitterly smiled as I looked at my legs. By the way, how did you survive, still wearing a white coat? And this white coat has a pure gold pen in the pocket. Nishimatsu looked at me with curiosity, and I briefly explained. I didn't expect you to really succeed, what exactly is your talent? Let's not talk about that, I'm quite curious about what happened to you afterward. Did you find a doctor to treat your hemorrhoids? I changed the subject. Of course, otherwise how could I come to save you? You can't imagine, but the doctor I went to see was that glasses-wearing one. Glasses? You mean the one who drives trains, Ruan? I quickly asked. That's right, it's him. He really hit the jackpot. I sighed. I didn't expect Ruan to be so lucky, getting the S-level talent so soon and then drawing the hero card. Speaking of which, I'm also somewhat lucky. I got a brain tumor today, and you just happen to be a neurosurgeon. Nishimatsu said. No problem, come find me for treatment when you go to work tomorrow. But I'm very curious, what price do you have to pay? I asked curiously. The price I paid was money, after I paid, Ruan cured my illness. Just that simple? Just that simple. Anyway, I only paid that price, you should know the specific rules, since you are also a doctor. Alright, I'll send you here. Aren't you supposed to go to the employee dorm? Push it yourself. That day, Song said this and turned around to leave. Thanks. Zhou Yu thanked him without looking back, hurriedly pushing the wheelchair toward the nearby employee dorm. At night, Yangyan Hospital was completely dark, like a world of darkness. Only the employee dormitory still flickered with weak light, and there was no strange atmosphere at all. The employee dormitory of Yangyan Hospital felt like a giant safe house, giving the chosen ones a sense of security. After entering the dormitory building, there was no sense of anything weird, perhaps this was the special treatment of being a hero. Zhou Yu originally wanted to look for Ruan, but after checking the time and looking at his legs, he chose to rest early to regain the vitality he had lost. A night passed, peacefully without incident. The next day, Zhou Yu pushed his wheelchair and arrived early at the hospital's surgical building, finding his treatment room as indicated. The treatment room was spacious, filled with various instruments and equipment. But Zhou Yu immediately noticed the doctor's manual on the desk. He opened it, and as expected, it was filled with the doctor's rules. Doctor's rules. 1. Doctors must work on time every day and complete their daily tasks seriously. They can take 2 days off per week, and have a 2-hour lunch break. Extra leave will result in points being deducted. 2. Doctors cannot contract the diseases of their specialty. 3. When treating patients, doctors must charge a cost from the patients. 4. The cost will appear on the treatment form, and its content depends on the doctor's intent. 5. Once the cost appears, it cannot be changed or abandoned, or the doctor will face severe punishment. 6. Treating patients can fail. If the failure leads to the patient's death, something very bad will happen after nightfall. After Zhou Yu finished reading the doctor's rules, a lot of neurosurgical medical knowledge and some advanced surgical experience flooded into his mind. At this moment, Zhou Yu had already become an excellent doctor. But this ability would disappear from his mind after the Yangyan Hospital dungeon ended. Zhou Yu read the doctor's rules again, then took out the treatment form in front of him, but still couldn't quite understand how the cost was generated. However, it so happened that Zhou Yu's brain infarction fell under the neurosurgery category. So, when Zhou Yu received the doctor's rules, he felt much lighter all of a sudden. Zhou Yu tried standing up from the wheelchair, and as expected, he could. All his illnesses disappeared. Just as Zhou Yu secretly rejoiced, a knock sounded from outside the door. The first patient had arrived. the door opened, and a girl in a white dress walked in. The girl's appearance was pure and sweet, and her figure was graceful and delicate, which made Zhou Yu look at her a few more times. Please sit, Yu. Zhou Yu was about to speak and ask, fulfilling his duties as a doctor. Unexpectedly, when the girl saw Zhou Yu, she suddenly showed a very surprised expression. You are Zhou Yu? Who are you? Since the girl recognized him, it was clear that she was one of the chosen ones. But what Zhou Yu couldn't have imagined was that the country she belonged to was. Chapter 61, The Cost, a Double-Edged Sword. Let me introduce myself, I'm the chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom, Gu Xin. The girl smiled slightly, making her even more charming and lovely. You're the chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom? How can you prove it? Zhou Yu, surprised, still remained cautious. Who knew if the girl was trying to deceive him to gather information and trust? After all, Zhou Yu had yet to receive any contact from the Dragon Kingdom's strategy team, and he had no idea about the number of chosen ones or detailed information about the Yangyan Hospital dungeon. This should prove my identity, the girl said, and to Zhou Yu's surprise, she began to undo her top, gradually revealing her snowy white skin. What do you want to do? Zhou Yu was momentarily confused, watching as the girl unbuttoned her top, revealing her lacy bra underneath. Look! I didn't see anything. Zhou Yu covered his eyes with his hands, but there was a gap between his fingers. I'm asking you to look at this. The girl, a bit annoyed, pointed at a thumb-sized tattoo beneath her collarbone. Only then did Zhou Yu see that the girl had a dragon tattoo on her body, and he had one on his chest as well. This was the mark of the chosen ones. Once they entered the monster talk world, it was permanently branded onto them, impossible to fake or erase. Seeing the dragon tattoo softly glowing with a blue light, Zhou Yu finally believed in the girl's identity. The girl felt a bit embarrassed and quickly put her clothes back on. You are also a chosen one from Dragon Nation. Indeed, large dungeons could feature 2 or more chosen ones from the same country participating together. This meant there should be many chosen ones at Yangyan Hospital. Once Zhou Yu confirmed the girl's identity, he suddenly felt less lonely, his previously tense state relaxing a little. After all, only the companions from his own country could be true allies, freeing him from worries about betrayal, backstabbing, and deception. Gu Xin, what role do you play at Yangyan Hospital? I drew the civilian card, acting as a caregiver. Gu Xin was very happy to see Zhou Yu and shared all the information she'd obtained. However, the dungeon at Yangyan Hospital had only just begun for a day. Besides some terrifying incidents in the ward, Gu Xin hadn't gathered any key information. Zhou Yu, I have an intracranial hemorrhage today, feeling a bit dizzy and weak in my limbs. Gu Xin smiled weakly while holding her head, looking pitiful. Okay, I'll help you treat it right now, but... As Zhou Yu spoke, he took out the diagnosis form and looked at Gu Xin in front of him. On the once blank diagnosis form, the content of cost appeared quickly. But when Zhou Yu and Gu Xin saw the writing on the diagnosis form, they both froze. How could it be? Zhou Yu finally understood the meaning of the cost rule. The content of the cost was less based on the doctor's intention and more on the desire that flashed through his mind. The moment Zhou Yu placed the diagnosis form in front of Gu Xin, his mind was filled with that alluring scene just moments ago. For Zhou Yu, who had been single for over 20 years, though he could control his actions, he couldn't control his thoughts. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I'll change the diagnosis form. Zhou Yu originally wished to change the cost that Gu Xin would pay, but unexpectedly, the diagnosis form began to burn by itself. The cost has been generated, it cannot be changed, nor cancelled, otherwise, both the doctor and the patient will face severe punishment. The system prompt rang out. It's okay, actually yesterday I paid a cost as well. In Gu Xion's pitiful expression, a sense of strength emerged. She ultimately chose to fulfill the cost. I'm sorry. Zhou Yu kept apologizing, his heart feeling only guilt and self-blame, along with a trace of excitement. At least you are a hero from our Dragon Nation. For you, I won't feel so disgusted. Right there, okay? My head hurts badly, and I'm feeling weak. Gu Xian looked towards the treatment bed inside the clinic and whispered. Okay, I'll help you over. Zhou Yu swallowed hard and hurriedly assisted Gu Xian to the bed. I hope you hurry, I feel like I'm going to faint. Gu Xian softly pleaded. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Zhou Yu nodded repeatedly and pulled the curtains and treatment room partition closed. Soon, Zhou Yu received the cost and healed Gu Xian's intracranial hemorrhage. Once the cost was generated, the atmosphere inevitably became a bit awkward and complex. After that, Gu Xian didn't say much more, her expression not revealing anger or shyness. Well, I'm really sorry, if it were in the real world, I would never do. Zhou Yu kept apologizing incessantly. I understand, thank you Zhou Yu. I work in Ward 414 of the hospital. If you need anything, you can find me there. Okay, Gu Xian, be careful. I will do my best to help you. I hope we can survive together. Gu Xian forced a smile and turned to leave. But Gu Xian's figure remained etched in Zhou Yu's mind, sparking endless imagination. It wasn't until the second patient appeared that Zhou Yu finally snapped back to reality. The second patient was a middle-aged man, big and round, with a fat head and big ears. As soon as Zhou Yu saw him, a thought quickly flashed through his mind. Then, the words pork head meat appeared on the diagnosis sheet. After all, he had consumed too much energy that morning, struggling to push the wheelchair from the staff dormitory to the hospital main building, and hadn't replenished his strength. The patient in front of him indeed resembled that kind of food too much. When the diagnosis sheet appeared, the patient let out a sigh of relief and happily ran out. Zhou Yu patiently waited for the delicious pork head meat to arrive. But unexpectedly, 10 minutes later, the patient brought back a plate of stinking, rotten meat. In an instant, Zhou Yu's stomach churned. If he hadn't seen so many similar scenes in the weird story world, he probably would have vomited right then. Doctor? Don't you like it? Can you get a fresh plate? Zhou Yu frowned. Okay. The patient quickly agreed and even picked up a scalpel, slicing off his own ear and placing it on the plate. Is this fresh enough? The patient laughed happily, seemingly feeling no pain at all. You? Zhou Yu inhaled sharply, realizing that in the weird story world, anything could happen. Dr. Zhou, hurry up and eat. My head hurts so much, he. After cutting off his ear, the fat patient became even more excited and bizarre. At this moment, the pressure shifted to Zhou Yu. Sitting at his desk, Zhou Yu felt like there was a lump in his throat, as if sitting on pins and needles. Because according to the rules, Zhou Yu had to accept the patient's price, or he would face severe punishment and might get eliminated. Chapter 62, Seizing Talent, Exploring the Hospital. For the greater good and for survival, Zhou Yu could only endure his immense nausea and eat the rotten and fresh pork head meat. Zhou Yu initially thought playing a doctor would be easy, but he didn't expect that sometimes the one who had to pay the price was actually the doctor himself. Zhou Yu finished the pork head meat in less than 5 seconds, but the vomiting lasted for several minutes. After treating the second patient, Zhou Yu sat dejectedly at his desk, contemplating how to control his thoughts and ideas. Otherwise, the next treatment would surely be even more deadly. Zhou Yu tried several times but simply couldn't manage it. Soon, there was another knock on the door, and the third patient quickly walked in. Unexpectedly, the person who walked in was the very Daesong he had agreed to see yesterday. I'm here, Dr. Zhou. Daesong smiled slightly and plopped down in front of Zhou Yu. But Zhou Yu couldn't smile at all, his mind went blank as he took out the diagnosis sheet. Zhou Yu was afraid that strange thoughts would emerge again, just like when he was treating Gu Xian. If it were Daesong, Zhou Yu would rather get eliminated than go through it again. Soon, content appeared on the diagnosis sheet. Daesong frowned upon seeing it, but Zhou Yu smiled. Why is this the price? Isn't it supposed to be paid in consultation fees? Maybe the first thought that popped into Ruan Wen's mind yesterday was money. After all, you have always bragged about raising thousands of sheep, and you have plenty of money at home. And Ruan Wen bears the responsibility of supporting the family. The most needed thing is money. Zhou Yu briefly explained the cost rules to Na Ritsong that day. So that's how it is, but I didn't expect your thinking to be so despicable. It's really this. Na Ritsong reluctantly took off his clothes. Then I won't hold back. Zhou Yu said as he also removed his white coat. Before their eyes, a werewolf mark gradually appeared on Na Ritsong's arm, and he grasped Zhou Yu's right arm. Slowly, the werewolf mark on Na Ritsong's arm simultaneously appeared on Zhou Yu's arm. When Zhou Yu completed the hidden task of defeating the king last night, he thought about replacing the Fear Devour ability. Because Zhou Yu wanted to obtain the talents of Jin Yongjun and Na Ritsong. And just now, when Zhou Yu saw Na Ritsong, that greedy desire resurfaced in his mind. The cost shown on the treatment list was, your talent. It's a good thing my talent hasn't disappeared. Otherwise, I would fight you to the death. Na Ritsong coldly stared at Zhou Yu and said. Don't be angry, we are on the same side anyway. Once the instance ends, this talent will disappear, it's not a permanent gain. Zhou Yu said with some pride. Although he could not permanently obtain Na Ritsong's talent, Zhou Yu completely understood his talent information. Transform into werewolf. Can allow the chosen one to temporarily possess the power of the legendary monster werewolf. Consume 10 vitality points for partial body enhancement. Consume 30 vitality points to completely transform into a werewolf. The transformation time as a werewolf depends on the chosen one's basic attributes. The reason Na Ritsong's werewolf transformation was so powerful and could last longer must be related to his originally extraordinary physique. And now that he is a brave warrior, he estimates that after transforming into a werewolf, he could be even more powerful than Na Ritsong's werewolf form. Alright, enough nonsense, I've already paid the cost, so it's time for my treatment, right? Na Ritsong said somewhat unhappily. Okay, the operation will begin immediately, but let me state in advance that the operation may fail. Zhou Yu said with a smile. You quack. I really regret coming to you for treatment. But in reality, Na Ritsan's surgery went very successfully, with no accidents occurring in all 3 operations so far. Soon, the morning's daily work ended, and Zhou Yu could finally regain his freedom to investigate Yangyan Hospital. The first thing Zhou Yu had to do was to call the vice president's office again to inquire about the daily submission of corpses and special patients. However, when he called, it turned out to be a disconnected number. Zhou Yu speculated that it seemed only the phone in the vice president's office could be reached. The lunch break was 2 hours, which was fairly ample. Zhou Yu took the elevator and finally swaggered to the 7th floor. However, at this moment, there was someone sitting in the vice president's office. That person was the middle-aged doctor who previously injected an unknown serum into Zhou Yu, cancelling the bloodline power. Why is he appearing in the vice president's office? Could it be that he has replaced Cui Daijian's identity and become the new vice president? Or perhaps his original identity is another vice president, or even the president himself? Although this middle-aged doctor looked unremarkable, every time Zhou Yu encountered him, he felt a different aura about him compared to other NPCs. This person is definitely not simple. Zhou Yu didn't want to expose himself too soon and cause unnecessary conflict, so he temporarily left the hospital main building to explore other unknown areas. Sure enough, as Na Ritsan said, Yangyan Hospital is vast, like a university campus. In addition to this 18-story outpatient building, there are also inpatient complexes, internal medicine buildings, administration buildings, staff dormitories, and other normal facilities. And the abnormal building was? Inside Yangyan Hospital, there was unexpectedly a cemetery and an independent mental hospital, which made Zhou Yu feel very strange. The cemetery covered a large area, with beautiful scenery and green plants everywhere. But there were not many tombstones in the cemetery, only over 300, barely occupying a third of the space. At first glance, the cemetery didn't seem eerie, but who knows how it would change once night fell. Afterwards, Zhou Yu went to the even stranger mental hospital. This mental hospital was not small, there were high-voltage fences around it, and numerous patrolling security guards. It seemed as if this mental hospital was like a prison within Yangyan Hospital. However, the outer walls of the mental hospital were painted a flawless white, not the heavy metal gray of a prison. Zhou Yu felt it was odd and approached to ask, but the security guard's attitude was very bad. The guard repeatedly emphasized that Zhou Yu should not come close, as the patients in the mental hospital were very dangerous. Looking at the mystery-shrouded guard and the even more mysterious mental hospital behind him, Zhou Yu wondered if the special patients mentioned in the king's rules referred to the patients in the mental hospital. Zhou Yu walked around the mental hospital, planning to find a chance to sneak in. But at that moment, a sudden sound of police sirens and loud noises came from not far away. Zhou Yu quickly followed the sound and saw several police cars gathered at the entrance of Yangyan Hospital. Naturally, Zhou Yu would not miss any clues or sudden situations, so he walked over to inquire. At this time, the entrance of the main hospital building was already crowded with people. Zhou Yu inferred that most of the people were probably chosen ones here to investigate leads. By the number of onlookers, it was estimated that at least over 200 chosen ones were summoned to this strange world. Amidst a group of strangers with different skin tones, Zhou Yu suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 63 Important Information, 13 Criminals. Zhou Yu saw Jin Yongjun, who had a special talent and keen observation skills, and he certainly would not miss this great opportunity to gather intelligence. Hello, Sheriff, may I ask what exactly happened? Jin Yongjun, dressed in patient clothing and leaning on a crutch, limped over to the police car and politely asked. But the sheriff coldly replied. Get lost, that's not your question to ask. I just want to see if there's anything I can help with. Jin Yongjun still humbly asked. You? What can you help with? If you guys don't get out of here, I'll have to force you to leave. The sheriff, surrounded by a crowd of people, was very anxious, ready to order his officers to use force. But Jin Yongjun still had the audacity to keep asking. Zhou Yu snorted coldly. Jin Yongjun was so eager and hardworking, clearly indicating that he could obtain very important information from the sheriff. However, the sheriff didn't seem willing to easily reveal this news, and most of the onlookers were wasting their effort, eventually facing forceful removal. As the crowd gradually dispersed, especially after Jin Yongjun left, Zhou Yu quickly stepped forward. Sheriff, hello. Hello what? Everyone get lost, don't obstruct official business. The sheriff impatiently said, directing several teams of officers to enter Yangyan Hospital. Let me introduce myself, I am a neurosurgeon at Yangyan Hospital and quite familiar with the vice president. Is there anything I can help with? As Zhou Yu spoke, he deliberately displayed his work badge on his white coat. You're quite familiar with the vice president? In that case, I do have something for you to help with. When the sheriff learned Zhou Yu's identity, his tone gradually softened. It seemed that a chosen one with a commoner identity could hardly obtain any information from the sheriff at all. Zhou Yu, who could assume the role of a heroic doctor, was different now. Zhou Yu certainly would not miss this great opportunity and quickly agreed. Here is a stack of documents, please hand them over to the deputy director. Documents? Zhou Yu reached out to take the documents, casually opened one, and was surprised to find that the envelope contained dozens of wanted notices. What is this? Since you are a doctor at the hospital, it's fine to tell you. This is a collection of 13 wanted notices. We suspect these 13 criminals are hiding in the hospital. The sheriff pointed to the wanted notices in the envelope as he spoke. What? Zhou Yu exclaimed in shock. 13. This number was too familiar to Zhou Yu, instantly reminding him of the 13 airy and terrifying giant eyes that appeared above the hospital after darkness fell. If you discover anything, notify us immediately. For the next 2 weeks, our police will be stationed at the hospital entrance. Okay, I will cooperate to the best of my abilities. But why are there no photos on these wanted notices? Zhou Yu flipped through the 13 wanted notices, confused as he asked. He saw that besides lacking photographs of the criminals, there weren't even names or descriptions included. It only marked each criminal's code, bounty amount, and their level of wanted status. Ranked from low to high according to their wanted level. B-level wanted criminals included imitators, thieves, arsonists, fraudsters, and perverts. A-level criminals included sadists, murderers, cleanup crew members, and maniacs. S-level wanted criminals were collectors, climbers, and cowards. Finally, the SSS-level criminal was coded, number 77. Shouldn't the wanted notices list their real names, nationalities, and a summary of their previous crimes? The sheriff pointed at the blank spaces on the wanted notices. Clearly. Zhou Yu suddenly understood that only when the investigation reached a certain stage would the information become visible. However, these criminals are very cunning and have never had their straightforward photos taken. But you can look for suspicious individuals based on their figures and shadows, and inform us of any suspects. The sheriff pointed to the blank space above the code again. Zhou Yu quietly nodded, still unable to see the photos in the blank spaces. Also, I must declare beforehand, if you encounter these outlaws, don't act rashly. For any discoveries, contact the police first. The sheriff repeatedly instructed. I know, but if an unavoidable conflict arises, can I fight back or even kill them? Zhou Yu asked. You doctors save lives, and yet you would kill? If you truly have that ability, just wait to collect the bounty. The sheriff waved his hand and got into the police car. Zhou Yu, deep in thought, held the envelope and returned to the consultation room. Zhou Yu took out the 13 wanted notices and hung them one by one on the wall of the independent consultation room. 13 eyes, 13 outlaws. Zhou Yu suddenly realized that this must be the hidden method to complete the side mission at Yangyan Hospital. In the previous side mission at Happy Town, the hidden hell-level difficulty completion information lay hidden in the cinema. And this time, the completion method did not seem any simpler than the last. At least in Happy Town, Zhou Yu knew who the boss was and where they were located. But this time, Zhou Yu knew nothing about these 13 bosses. In the real world. While Zhou Yu was actively exploring the world of strange tales for clues, the expert team of Long Country was also gathering intelligence and analyzing their findings. After a day of hard work, the expert team had collected a considerable amount of information. I didn't expect that the number of chosen ones in this Yangyan Hospital side mission would actually reach 228. 2 chosen ones from the Chinese trump card, 20 chosen ones with the brave card, 5 with the death slave card, and the rest were all civilian cards. However, surprisingly, this time, some small countries surprisingly had citizens drafted into the world of strange tales. For them, if the chosen one fails, there is a chance of complete annihilation. The same goes for large countries. Our dragon kingdom can no longer withstand the arrival of strange tales. Now the territory occupied by strange beings has almost reached 1/4. Yes, I hope our little hero Zhou Yu can turn the tide again. At least so far, his performance is still perfect. That's right. Zhou Yu has quickly found the hidden way to clear the level, but this time, the method of clearing looks even more difficult. The expert team began discussing in front of the live broadcast screen. Commander, should we relay all the information we have gathered about the chosen ones to Zhou Yu? Roshan directly extinguished his cigarette with his hand and did not answer but instead asked, what is the suspect analysis of the Dreammaker? We have found a total of 37 chosen ones from various countries working in hospitals, medicine, and pharmaceuticals, and 12 chosen ones are hospital patients. This range is a bit too broad. Keep screening based on the situation, don't rush to contact Zhou Yu. After all, we only have one chance to actively reach out to the chosen ones. Roshan said decisively. Yes, anyway, there is currently no urgent situation to contact Zhou Yu. However, Commander, one thing is quite strange. Why is Zhou Yu constantly talking to the air today? The expert asked in confusion. Roshan stared at the live broadcast screen thoughtfully and said, obviously, there is something we can't see, just like the ghost from the previous chapter, which couldn't be seen on the live screen. What the commander said is, "This matter is very important. Quickly contact the intelligence personnel from various countries to investigate this." Roshan frowned and began to recall an incident he encountered as a chosen one in the world of strange tales. Chapter 64, The Patient with Half a Head. In the world of strange tales. There are still more than 10 minutes left in the lunch break. Zhou Yu had been sitting in the chair, staring at the 13 wanted posters on the wall for quite some time. Although currently, the information on the wanted posters is scarce, Zhou Yu could roughly infer their crimes from their aliases. Just B-level imitators, A-level cleaners, S-level collectors, climbers, and cowards, plus the final SSS-level number 77. These 6 aliases left Zhou Yu puzzled. He could not figure out what kind of desperate criminals they really are. Especially SSS-level number 77, his alias does not seem to indicate the most dangerous one at all. Zhou Yu attempted to activate the Eye of Truth, and unexpectedly, hidden information indeed appeared. In the blank space, except for number 77, the ages of the other 12 individuals appeared. Zhou Yu quickly took out a pen and recorded it in the blank space. Although this information is not critical, it is better than knowing nothing at all. Looking at the emerging hidden information, Zhou Yu couldn't help but think. Since the Eye of Truth can see this information, can Jin Yongjun's talent reveal even more intel? His talent allows him to see hidden information. Clearly, he was desperately trying to get intel from the sheriff based on the guidance of his talent. Zhou Yu weighed whether to temporarily team up with this guy. Although teaming up with Jin Yongjun carries a great risk, at least so far there is no conflict of interest between them. Zhou Yu believes that with his talent, he must have obtained a lot of important information in just 2 short days. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Zhou Yu was lost in thought, a sudden knocking sound rang out. Work hours had begun, and the first patient of the afternoon walked in. "Have a seat, you." Just as Zhou Yu was about to ask, he looked up and was completely stunned. Because the other person's half head and eyes were completely gone. Brain pulp and blood were continuously dripping. "Doctor, half of my head is gone. Can you help me?" "Doctor." Half a head reached out a trembling right hand towards Zhou Yu, the voice extremely painful and sad. Not to mention a doctor, any normal person would know this situation was hopeless. But according to the rules, Zhou Yu still took out the treatment sheet and placed it in front of half a head. Soon, the cost appeared. 2 words floated up on the treatment sheet: disappear. Seeing such a terrifying patient in front of him, Zhou Yu's instant thought was to make the person disappear. As soon as the cost was generated, it became effective, like a contract signed with the devil. "Doctor, is this your inner thought? Do I look so disgusting to you? Why won't you save me? Do you deserve to be a doctor?" The patient with half a head gradually became somewhat violent, frantically grabbing at his half head, his hands covered in blood. "Give me back my head. Give me back my head." The patient stretched out his bloody hands towards Zhou Yu, as if seeking to take his life. And Zhou Yu had already hidden to the side, silently watching this terrifying patient gradually disappear. Soon, all the blood and heart-wrenching cries turned into nothingness, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Zhou Yu quietly let out a sigh of relief and silently wiped away the blood on the ground, welcoming the next patient. Time flew by, and the afternoon's consultations ended safely without incident. After a busy day, Zhou Yu could finally enjoy a peaceful dinner. When he arrived at the staff cafeteria, Zhou Yu accidentally ran into Ruan, whom he had been looking for. After experiencing the side quest of Happy Town, Ruan admired Zhou Yu greatly, and upon seeing Zhou Yu this time, was very enthusiastic and immediately sought collaboration. Zhou Yu also trusted Ruan. In the Happy Town side quest, Ruan was the only one who didn't play any tricks on him. From Ruan, Zhou Yu learned some information about Yangyan Hospital after nightfall. When night arrives, Yangyan Hospital truly becomes an infernal hospital, with all those who were still alive in the daytime turning into evil spirits. Evil spirits are extremely sensitive to sound and will actively attack all living beings, especially the chosen ones who harbor inner fears. It seems that in the world of strange tales, daytime and nighttime are like the dividing line between 2 worlds. At a glance, the world of strange tales during the day doesn't seem terrifying, but when night falls, it turns into real hell. "Little one, I'm curious, what is your S-level talent? It must be very powerful, right?" Zhou Yu asked curiously, as Ruan, who had been somewhat timid and cautious before, now seemed very confident. "My talent isn't too impressive, it's just for self-preservation, allowing me to escape danger instantly." Ruan scratched his head and smiled as he spoke. Zhou Yu nodded, not probing further. After all, talents are a person's trump card for survival and are not easily shown to other chosen ones from different countries. However, Ruan unexpectedly spoke frankly and revealed it honestly. "My talent is the ability to teleport, high-speed movement, and quick movement. Teleportation consumes 50 points of life force, high-speed movement 30 points, quick movement 10 points, and my initial life force is 80 points. This talent seems to match well with your experience, little one, being a train driver." Zhou Yu smiled slightly to show sincerity and took out 13 wanted posters for Wanwen to see. If I'm not mistaken, killing 13 fugitives is our hidden mission at Yangyan Hospital. Please help me keep an eye out. Contact me immediately if you find anything. After finishing dinner with Wanwen, Zhou Yu returned to the inpatient department, planning to seek alliance with another person. From the front desk of the inpatient building, Zhou Yu found out about Jin Youngjun's hospital room, 514. But Zhou Yu took the elevator to the 4th floor first, wanting to check on Gu Xian's room 414. Walking into room 414, Zhou Yu saw Gu Xian's figure. In the twilight, Gu Xian's face was dyed red, making Zhou Yu involuntarily remember the scene from this morning. When Gu Xian saw Zhou Yu come in, she shyly lowered her head. The atmosphere became a bit subtle, and Zhou Yu coughed, casually asking, "By the way, I haven't asked where you are from?" "I'm from Magic City." Magic City? What a coincidence. If I could achieve a top 3 score in this chapter, the city I want to lift the curse of the ghost story is Magic City. Zhou Yu said with a smile, casually chatting with Gu Xian about things in the real world. Perhaps he had been single for too long. Zhou Yu actually had a ridiculous thought of falling in love in the ghost story world. But just when Zhou Yu wanted to continue the deep conversation, he noticed a hospital bed behind Gu Xian, where a boy was secretly laughing. "Zhou Yu, let me introduce you, he is Baong, a patient I am taking care of." Zhou Yu found it strange. What was there to introduce about an NPC? But what Gu Xian said next surprised Zhou Yu immensely. Chapter 65, Patient Rules, Sinner Clue. Gu Xian continued, "He is like us, a chosen one, playing the role of a patient." What? Zhou Yu was somewhat surprised. "Hello, I am Baong from the Salty Basket Country, and I am 15 years old. I have seen your live stream, your performance left a deep impression." Baong extended his right hand, and Zhou Yu hurried over to shake it. "Hello, Baong, how is your body?" Zhou Yu saw that Baong seemed to be seriously ill. He could not get out of bed, and it seemed difficult for him to lift his arms. "My spine is broken and I have fractures all over, like I fell from a tall building. I can say I am useless in the ghost story world," Baong said with a bitter smile. "Your luck is really bad to randomly get such a serious illness, but couldn't you cure your illness during the day?" Zhou Yu asked in confusion. "No, I play the role of a patient, and the illness I have is uncurable," Baong said as he took out the patient handbook and handed it to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu curiously opened it to find the following written inside. Patient Rules. 1. Chosen ones playing the role of patients will randomly start with a disease that can only be cured by special medicines. 2. However, the illness of the patients does not threaten life, does not require treatment from doctors, nor does it require any cost. 3. Patients can also arrange their time freely and move around freely. 4. Patients must comply with the reasonable arrangements of the responsible doctor. So that's how it is. The rules of patients seemed quite sad, but in fact, they had high freedom and could explore without the constraints of time and space. But Basson's luck was too bad. The illness he started with directly limited his freedom. "Zhou Yu, can I ask you for a favor?" Baong suddenly said. "What is it?" "Can you help me escape from this hospital on the 14th day?" Baong pleaded. Zhou Yu naturally didn't want to take Baong this burden, as the life and death of a chosen one from another country had nothing to do with him. "Zhou Yu, I want to take Baong with me, you just need to assist me a little." Gu Xian beside him gave a pleading look. "Well, let's see how it goes. I will do what I can. But I will try my best to help you by the limited special medicine." Zhou Yu neither agreed nor rejected. What puzzled Zhou Yu was why Gu Xian had to help Baong. The ghost story world was not a place overflowing with compassion. As long as one didn't do bad things, they could be considered a good person there. And helping chosen ones from other countries in the ghost story world, that would be purely. Zhou Yu always felt that Gu Xian and Baong did not seem like they were meeting for the first time at Yangyan Hospital. Although the two did not communicate much, Zhou Yu always felt something was subtle. Zhou Yu did not plan to stay here too long, so he casually warned a few things and arrived at Ward 514. When Jin Youngjun saw Zhou Yu, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised by his identity. This kid is actually a brave one too? "Zhou Yu, why are you here?" Jin Junyang asked with a smile, showing great kindness. "Of course I'm here to visit you, after all, you are a patient now." Zhou Yu smiled slightly. Before Zhou Yu could propose the alliance, Jin Youngjun brought it up first. "Zhou Yu, let's team up like last time. My talent will surely help you a lot." Jin Youngjun had been worried secretly. Even though he had a strong talent to avoid many hidden dangers, this time the Yangyan Hospital dungeon was a bit different from Happy Town. There was no way to find strong NPCs to make up for his lacking combat power. Not only that, but he also caught a disease that limited his mobility right from the start. So, the person Jin Youngjun most wanted to see now was Zhou Yu, and the person he most wanted to team up with was also Zhou Yu. Especially after Jin Youngjun used his talent to discover that Zhou Yu not only possessed his own talent but also acquired the talent of werewolf power, he wanted to hold on to this big leg even more. Let's talk about teaming up later. I'm curious why your leg hasn't healed yet. Didn't you find an orthopedic doctor? Zhou Yu asked knowingly, trying to test whether Jin Youngjun would be honest with him. Surprisingly, Jin Youngjun did not play tricks this time and revealed the rules for the patients to Zhou Yu. So that's how it is. I saw you limping around at noon, so I wanted to come check on you. Noon? Was it in front of the hospital's main building? Did you, Zhou Yu, receive important information from the sheriff? Jin Youngjun asked hurriedly. Since you haven't concealed anything from me, I'll share this information with you. Zhou Yu said as he took out 13 wanted notices and handed them to Jin Youngjun. When Jin Youngjun saw the wanted notices, a strange expression flashed across his face. I speculate that our hidden task this time should be to find these 13 wanted criminals and kill them. Otherwise, just lying around until the 14th day won't earn us much in terms of points. You are right. When Jin Youngjun saw a few of the wanted notices, his pupils suddenly widened slightly. What? Did you discover something? Zhou Yu quickly asked, knowing Jin Youngjun's talent could uncover more information. My talent is hinting that among them, there are 4 evildoers right in this hospital building. Their mission is to slaughter us chosen ones. They will be more proactive than other NPCs and their attacking methods will be even more terrifying. Jin Youngjun said truthfully. Is there anything else? But Zhou Yu felt that Jin Youngjun had seen something more. His expressions just now were clearly a mix of emotions, obviously not just one discovery. I only know this much, my talent isn't that powerful. Really? Zhou Yu frowned, staring tightly at Jin Youngjun. Of course it's true, I want to team up with you, why would I lie? Jin Youngjun's eyes did not seem to be lying, but with someone like him, Zhou Yu always had to be on guard. So, who are these 4 evildoers? I don't know that either, but I have 2 suspects. Jin Youngjun said. Which 2? Zhou Yu asked, but Jin Youngjun pointed downwards. What do you mean? Zhou Yu looked at the floor below Jin Youngjun's ward. There was nothing but a urinal. I meant downstairs. Jin Youngjun said with a smile. Downstairs? Isn't that Ward 414? And there are only 2 people in Ward 414, one is Gu Xian and the other is Ba Song. Zhou Yu said in surprise. Jin Youngjun nodded slightly. Yes, Gu Xian is your chosen one from Dragon Country. It seems you have already met. Do you suspect that they are 2 of the 13 wanted criminals? What evidence do you have? Zhou Yu asked in disbelief. My special ability allows me to see the chosen one's information. However, for these 2 individuals, I can only see their nationality. But when I first saw Ruan 1, I couldn't read his information either. Jin Youngjun explained. Ruan 1. Could it be that Gu Xian and Ba Song, one of them is the Dream Weaver? Zhou Yu was even more surprised, completely not expecting Gu Xian and Ba Song to have such special identities. I can't be sure, but there are now 3 possibilities. Jin Youngjun said. What are the 3? Zhou Yu asked quickly. The first possibility is that both of them are villains. The second possibility is that one of them is a villain, and the other is the Dream Weaver. The third possibility is that one of them has a talent for mental defense, preventing my ability from seeing through. Zhou Yu nodded. Although generally speaking, the chosen one would not play the role of a villain, everything is possible in the world of strange tales. He just found it hard to accept that Gu Xian, whom he had some fondness for, the chosen one from his country, could play the role of a villain. If this is true, then Gu Xian's mission is to slaughter the chosen ones. Zhou Yu, we need to be careful. My ability warns me that when the sheriff appears, these 13 villains will also start to act. What action? Are they going to attack our chosen ones? Zhou Yu frowned. Exactly, they will torture our chosen ones day and night. And we know nothing about their identities, they could be anyone, the cleaner who brushes past you, your caring doctor and nurses. My ability will sense danger. Zhou Yu, if you want to kill these villains, you can bring me along, or you can stay with me in the hospital. Jin Youngjun said with a smile. But Zhou Yu secretly sneered, this was not helping at all, it was clearly an attempt to have him become his bodyguard. Zhou Yu, I have told you everything I know. If you have nothing else tonight, can you stay in the hospital? Jin Youngjun said while secretly glancing at the other patients in the room. Zhou Yu saw that this ward had a total of 8 beds, with Jin Youngjun at the innermost bed by the window, while the other patients looked like they were all suffering from orthopedic diseases. Most patients had varying degrees of fractures and were almost unable to get out of bed. But from Jin Youngjun's expression, it was clear that he was very afraid of these patients who couldn't even get off the bed. Alright, I'll stay in the hospital tonight. Just right, I want to find out where those 4 villains are. Thank you so much. Finally, I won't have to hide in the storage room tonight. Jin Young-jun said with a bitter smile. Soon after, the setting sun finally disappeared, and darkness began to envelop the night sky. The 13 bizarre giant eyeballs seemed to rise into the sky along with the full moon. But Zhou Yu could clearly feel that these 13 giant eyeballs were more vibrant and much more eerie and terrifying than what he had seen yesterday. Last night, these 13 eyeballs felt like they were stamped in the night sky, yet tonight they were blinking continuously, overlooking the entire hospital. These 13 eyeballs seemed to have some unknown magic, perhaps connected to the gaze of those 13 villains. With the help of the 13 magical eyes, those 13 villains might be able to detect the hiding places of all the chosen ones. As Zhou Yu looked up at the night sky, he unknowingly became enveloped by this fear, feeling a boundless pressure. Don't stare at those eyeballs. Many chosen ones went mad and died last night due to the influence of the eyeballs' magic. Jin Young-jun hurriedly reminded.